Good morning. It is Thursday, July 27th. It is 9:30 a.m. and I would like to call the Athabasca County Council meeting to order. First item of business is, well, to start with, I guess it's nice to see so many people engaged and in attendance. And so maybe just before we really get rolling, I'll give you a couple of reminders regarding operations of our meeting and conduct in council chambers. And again, because there's many people here, it's important to make sure we can all hear and do our jobs. Council meetings are governed by the procedural bylaw. During a meeting, no one may address council without permission from the chair, which for practical purposes needs to have been arranged in advance. Please make sure your cellular devices are silent and then remain seated. If you do want to talk to your neighbor, I'm going to ask you to leave the room and talk outside. You may not applaud, otherwise interrupt the speaker, and then no one may engage in improper conduct. This is just out of the bylaw. And as a reminder, hats are off in this room. The first thing that we'd like to start with is the introduction of a couple of people. I'd like to invite Director Koziel to introduce a new member of his team.
Thank you, Paul. I would like to introduce Maureen Goddard. And she is, first week she started Monday and is in charge of our geographic information system.
Welcome, Maureen. Director Wilkinson, you have a team member you'd like to introduce to council.
Yes, I would like to introduce our new regional fire chief, Travis Feldback. Travis started on Monday and he has a long list of things to do.
Welcome, Maureen and Travis. We look forward to seeing you regularly over the upcoming months. You're certainly welcome to depart. The first item of business is the approval of the agenda. As is our custom, I'll go through the ones that I know that were mandatory discussion and then offer council the opportunity to add other items. Items that must be discussed are item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4.1, 5.1, 5.2, item 7 in its entirety, item 8.9, 8.12. We're going to add 10.1, which is the assessment review board. And item 12.1, we are deleting item 12.2. Would you like me to repeat that, or shall we go through the council items and then I'll repeat them all in the end? Councillor Mins, do you have any items to add? No. Nope. Councillor Holland?
Thank you. 6.1, 6.2, 6.3.
Okay.
Please.
Those are 6.1, 6.2, 6.3.
Correct. 8.4,
8.4.
8.5.
And 8.5. Okay. Councillor Wallach.
8.3.
8.3. Councillor Gerlich. None. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to add 11.1I, please.
11.1I. Councillor Capitano. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. No.
Okay, so repeating the list of items to be discussed, item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item number 4.1, item number 5, item number 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, item number 7, items number 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.9, 8.12, 10.1, which is the addition of the assessment review board RFD that has been provided to you. 11.1I, item number 12.1, and delete 12.2. Councillor Mins?
I'd like to move the agenda.
Councillor Anderson?
I believe we missed item 9.2 for calendars.
We did miss that. Let's add that on. 9.2 calendars. Councillor Mins, you're okay with so Councillor Mins has moved the adoption of the agenda as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none, On the question of the adoption of the agenda as amended, all those in favor? The motion is carried 8-0. Counselor Anderson,
I move to recess the county council meeting and proceed with public hearings.
Counselor Anderson has made a motion to recess the council meeting and proceed with a public hearing. Is there any discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to recess the council meeting and open a public hearing, all those in favor? That is 8-0 and the motion is adopted.
Chair, just so you,
Go ahead.
so you're aware, I did get a message from one more resident of the Wandering River area that is coming to speak, but was a little bit held up here today. So it will be in addition to your sheet in front of you.
Okay, there'll be an opportunity to come in the normal course of that business. So I'd like to declare the public hearing open. I'm Brian Hall, Reeve for Athabasca County, and I will be the chair of the meeting. On behalf of our council, I'd like to welcome you here today. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss bylaws 003-2023, the community aggregate payment bylaw. As all of council except Councillor Chamzik is present, and I'd like to take a moment for introductions, beginning on my right with Councillor Cromwell. Do you want to?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Gary Cromwell, Division 6, Wandering River, Brainat, Blue Jay area. Thank you for coming out today.
Good morning, Natasha Kapitanik, Division 2, Collington, Minnook, and New Pine Creek.
Good morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is Caslin, Boyle, Elscott area.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach, and I'm elected in Division 1 in the Rochester Paragal area.
Good morning, Camille Wallach, Division 9, north of the river.
Good morning and welcome, and thank you all for being here. I'm Tracy Holland with Division 5, which is east of Athabasca, Paxton, Amber Valley, many subdivisions, Parkview, Jumping Deer area.
Morning, Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area.
With us, we have our communications coordinator, Jordan Schenkler, the recording secretary, Ms. Blair, CAO Vincent, and then Director Chernichin and Director Wilkinson are also in the room. And Director Cosio, sorry, you're around the corner. My apologies. But the secretary of the hearing is Pat Vincent, who is the interim CAO for the county. All persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and are wishing to be heard should give their full name. The names that I do have are Henrik Ashfelt, Ron Burtis, Sherry Burtis, Diane Burtis. Is there anybody else? And no one on Zoom. The public hearing for bylaw 003-2023 is now open. CAO Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this public hearing is for the Council of Athabasca County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chairperson. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: Director of Corporate Services, Nicole Chernichin, will speak first to outline background and provide an explanation of bylaw 003-2023, a bylaw to impose a community aggregate payment levy. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Director Chernichin will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearings and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Any councilors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation. And the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before hearing from the public, I would ask Director Chernichen to provide some background and explanation on the proposed bylaw.
Initial discussions regarding the cap levy began during the 2023 budget deliberations. Further discussions occurred in committee of the whole meetings as well as in council meetings. The cap levy allows the municipality to collect a levy from sand and gravel operators in the county on shipments for sand and gravel. The proposed levy is 10 cents per ton effective October 1st, 2023, and 30 cents per ton effective March 1st, 2024.
Does council have any points or questions or clarification you'd like to ask the director? Seeing none. A couple of reminders that I'll repeat with each public hearing, but before we begin the verbal presentations, any person wishing to speak must identify themselves, and the presentations are directed to the chair and not the applicant, as the case may be. Presentations are limited to 5 minutes as outlined in the bylaw. And to speak, you will jump, the speaker will come up and sit at the microphone on my left. And so please keep your marks concise, relevant, and on the purpose of the hearing, and avoid repeating the comments of someone ahead of you. Both council and administration may ask questions for clarification. However, it's not an opportunity to add new information. So I would like to call on people wishing to speak, starting with Henrik Ashfeld. There's a microphone on.
Right here.
over here.
Hey, I'm Henrik Asphalt. I'm a county resident in Division 5, I believe, just east of town. And I'd like to speak in support of the bylaw, as well as the related green municipal initiatives policy, which it's designed to fund. I think that municipal governments are very limited in their sources of revenue, and increasingly so, unfortunately. So I think if we can collect some revenue from aggregate sand and gravel, that's an opportunity to diversify revenue sources, and therefore I'm in favor of that. So we don't rely as much or solely on property taxes. So I'm in favor of the bylaw, and I think that it's intended to fund the Green Municipal Initiatives Program policy, according to what I read here, and I support that as well. I think that the efforts to, excuse me, to meet emission reductions goals needs to be shared by all levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal. And so I think county tackling this is appropriate. My understanding is that half of the levy would go to supporting energy efficiency measures for county facilities, and the other half for facilities owned by nonprofits. I think that's quite appropriate. There are a number of initiatives, not from the county, but other places that support homeowners, increasing efficiency, others for businesses. But there's not much available for nonprofits. So I think this is an initiative that kind of fills that hole. I also think that when you have public monies like a levy, that it should benefit at least the majority of residents, which I think this does. Initial costs for energy efficiency upgrades can be quite high, but in the long term, there are operating savings. So monies that would go to retrofits for county facilities in the long run reducing operating costs would benefit all county residents. And as far as the money is going to support nonprofit organizations that have their facilities available to the public also would benefit the majority of county residents. So I think it's a well-designed bylaw and policy, and I'd like to commend council for their work on these and encourage you to pass them.
Thank you. Does council or administration have any questions or points of clarification about Mr. Ashfall's comments? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
attending today. Mr. Ron Burtis. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ron Burtis. To give you a little bit of history of my life, I worked for Ludcore Industries for 16 years. And I worked for Alberta Transportation for 16 years. And had a lot to do with building roads and sand and gravel in Ludcore and Athabasca government. In the government, I looked for gravel for 12 years in Northern Alberta for Alberta Transportation, source out different pits for different projects. And at that time, I did not find any in the county of Athabasca. So I'm against the levy because I'm running a small sand and gravel outfit, which maybe does 5,000 yards a year at tops. And the levy would be a payment of only $500. How far does $500 go to a small company, to a bigger operation? If I only haul 1,000 yards, which the last couple of years we've cut right back, that's only $100. Costs more for paperwork. Any big jobs I've seen in the last little while are exempt from your levy because they go for highways or a municipality building or something. The last two big jobs that I can think of was the paving of Highway 55, which was probably, I'm gonna take a wild guess, $10 million, which would mean something to you guys. But that gravel is exempt because it come from an outsourced pit, which most big jobs do in the last 10 years that I can recall. In the time I was in business, I never did sell any gravel to any projects like that or to the county of Athabasca, because I had enough of my own and my pit isn't that big to warranty a big volume. So the big volume pits, as far as I know, there is none in the county of Athabasca. So all the gravel would have to be outsourced, which I think they're exempt. So it looks to me like the small gravel person like me it's targeted. And I kind of, for the amount of money you're going to make off of me, I don't know if it's worth it or not. So if you could have a cap on the amount of gravel the person could sell, that might help. If not, then you're going to get $500. So that's why I'm kind of against it. I see aggregate is in processed or unprocessed forms. I think the county's been looking for gravel for a long time in Athabasca County, and they really haven't found any big pits in the last little while, as far as I know. And yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to bring a couple points forward. Any big jobs were outsourced, so there'd be no revenue coming from that, which, I mean, if you took a $250,000 job, that's worth some money. That's worth $25,000 to the county, which would help somebody. But the $100, which I would pay, I don't think would help anybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council or administration, are there any questions for Mr. Burtis? Councillor Holland has a question.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I was just wondering what the burden would be to you to create the books to operate under the levy and to create those books so that if you were audited, how much of a burden is that on your particular business? What would that cost you?
For me to do all the bookwork and stuff for you?
Mhm.
Most businesses run on 100% markup. In the gravel and sand business, if the gravel is hard to find, you're working at about a 40% profit. So out of that, I pay 17% tax to the government. That small business that I have to pay a secretary to do my books. Probably 10%,
So it's
and then another 30% goes to you guys if you put the 30% levy on. So for a small business like me, it almost means shutting down.
Just for clarity, it's
Getting out of
it's
business.
30 cents, not 30%.
Pardon?
Just for clarity, it's 30 cents, not 30%.
By the time you do the bookwork and stuff, it's probably gonna work out about 30%.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Any further questions? So, given your comments, Mr. Burtis, if there were big pits that were shipping big amounts, you don't see a problem with
Well-
levy on larger scale projects?
I don't know how your levy reads about a pit in the MD of Slave Lake or the MD of Westlock. If they bring it in for a government job, paving roads or something, I think they're exempt from what I read.
Yes, correct.
So that's the only money source that would be any use to the county. The little operators, there's 2 or 3 of us around the county. I don't think would maybe top 10,000 yards.
Okay.
So that would be $3,000. So, yeah. And if we do a job for the county, we're exempt from that too, so. If somebody's questioning for the county, then they get no profit from that either. So it's a kind of a fine line between what you should get and what you shouldn't get worthwhile.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think next on our list, we have Sherry Burtis.
Sorry, I'll decline this time.
Thank you. Diane Burtis. Is Diane in? Oh, sorry, there's no check mark. My apologies. That Director Chernich and I we needed to ask you, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
I've not received any written
You've not
materials.
received any? Is there anyone else who has not spoken and wishes to speak? Seeing none, does council have any questions or points of clarification for any speaker thus far? At this time, does anyone feel that they've not been fairly heard? There being no further testimony, I'll close the public hearing. And council can receive no further information in this matter on the close of the hearing. The matter will be considered by council as part of the July 27th, 2023 agenda. Thank you for attending this public hearing. The next item of business is a public hearing that relates to bylaw 007-2023. Again, I'd like to declare the public hearing for bylaw 007-2023 open. For those who've come in late, I'm Brian Hollery from the county, and I'll be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I'd like to welcome you here today. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss the bylaw. All of council except Councillor Chamzik is present, and we can, because some folks came in a little bit later, we will go around with brief introductions again, beginning on my left.
Good morning, Rob Mintz, elected Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island Lake area.
Good morning, and thank you again for all being here. Welcome. I'm Tracy Holland, Division 5, which is east of Athabasca in the Paxton Amber Valley, Jumping Deer Parkview area, along with very many subdivisions.
Good morning, Camille Wallach, Division 9, north of the river.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach, elected in Division 1, Rochester Paragal area.
Good morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is Caslen Boyle, Elspeth area.
And hello, I'm Natasha Kaptanik, Division 2, Collington, Minook, and New Pine Creek.
And good morning, welcome Gary Cromwell, Division 6 in the far north, Wandering River, Blue Jay, Brainat, all those areas up there. Thank you all for being here.
All of council, the secretary of the hearing. Sorry. The secretary of the hearing is Pat Vincent, who is the interim CIO for Athabasca County. All persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and wishing to be heard should give their full name now. I have the sign-in sheet for the people present. Is there anyone present on Zoom? There is no one on Zoom. The public hearing for bylaw 007-2023 is now open. CIO.
Mr. Chair, members of council, the purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chairperson. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: first, Director of Planning and Development, Krista Wilkinson, will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of land use bylaw 007-2023. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Director Wilkinson will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councilors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation. And the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before hearing from the public, I would like to ask Director Wilkinson to provide a background and explanation of the proposed bylaw.
Good morning. This bylaw amendment proposal is for a zoning change from the current agriculture district to light industrial district for a portion of the southwest and or the south northwest of 1470-17 west of 4. The applicant is looking to develop a wrecking and scrapyard metal yard in a section of treed area of the parcel. This property is located approximately 8.5 kilometers south of Brainat. First reading of this bylaw was approved on June 29th. For the purpose of a wrecking and scrap metal yard to be considered, the land use bylaw needs to be amended. The general purpose of the light industrial district is to permit opportunities for light industrial and manufacturing uses appropriate in specific locations as determined by the county, which will support and serve the regional oil and gas, agriculture, or forestry industry base. The development would fit with the purpose of this district.
Does council have any questions or points of clarification you would like to ask the director? Director Wilkinson, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Yes, this application was referred out to a few agencies. Was referred out to Apex Utilities, Forestry Parks and Tourism, Grand Rapids Pipeline System, Interpipeline Corridor, Inc., and Lemieux Holdings, which is MCS Net. We did get 3 responses. The first one from MCS Net. They have no concerns regarding the change of the district. From Apex, Apex Utilities has no objection to the proposed land use bylaw amendment described. Alberta Forestry and Parks. Alberta Forestry and Parks Lands Delivery does not oppose the proposed bylaw, but would appreciate being referred if a development permit is applied for, as public lands are directly adjacent to this property to the north. And then I also have written submissions So the first written submission that was, that I have here is a petition that was sent in from Alan Jenkins. I'll just read the petition and then give you sort of the rundown on what that looks like. We, the undersigned, do not agree with the rezoning of south northwest of 147017 west of 4 from agriculture district to light industrial, and strongly hope that the bylaw is thus rejected and defeated. We ask that you consider alternative locations that are more suitable and less detrimental to the well-being of residents and the environment. We believe that this is not a proper nor appropriate fit in country residential, that it is not proper stewardship of the land and will have severe lasting negative impacts on our land and quality of life for many years to come. We thank you for your attention to this matter and for considering the voices of concerned residents. We hope you will demonstrate your commitment to the best interests of your constituents and prevent the rezoning. And so I have a summary of the folks that have signed this petition. There's 181 signatures. And of that, I'm just going to list the locations that they had. So Grassland, there was 44, Atmore 28, no address 26, Wandering River 21, Boyle 20, Blue Heron Estates 14, Grainet 10, Plamondon 7, Fort McMurray 4, Athabasca 3, Edmonton 1, Edmonton, Hilo, Elscott, and Caslan with 1. So that's sort of a summary of that documentation. And then I have some other submissions that I'll read out. To honorable council members, my name is Alan Jenkins. I own the property next to the proposed land that is to be rezoned to light industrial. As a farmer and neighbor, I have many issues with this rezoning, beginning with the manner in which it started. The property in question was put up for sale and sold as agricultural land with a small business. One day, a person came to our door and introduced himself as Matt Calloway, an employee of the business that bought the property. He explained that they would be using the property as a staging yard to sort scrap iron. The trucks would come from McMurray with unsorted loads of scrap iron. The trucks then would be unloaded, sorted, loaded with sorted material, then sent to another scrapyard to be sold or stored in the Edmonton area. From the onset, I could hear the trucks coming and going from early morning to late night. One day, my wife asked me to go over to the neighbors to see what was making all the noise. This is when I found out they were turning my property and theirs into a junkyard. Problem number 1, they did not have the property surveyed to find out where the property line was. I complained to the county and they immediately put a stop work on the complaint. I then hired a survey company to survey the property. The survey showed they were on my property. Problem number 2, the scrap comes from various types of waste that can be difficult and hazardous to recycle. For example, they have pickups piled high right next to the forest. If there is a lightning strike, there is no buffer between the vehicles and forest, creating a high risk of fire. Problem number 3, there is a smell that comes off the pile of waste. Our oil fields use all sorts of different chemicals that get embedded into the steel and can leach into the ground. Sometimes it can simply be on the outside of the steel and will run off during rain. This is not just speculation, but from personal experience. When I was young, my father worked in the oil field and we spent 6 years living in company housing next to the large gas processing facility. This facility had a junkyard. I would often wander over to the junkyard with a friend to see what we could find. The smell from the pile near our house reminded me of the smell of the junkyard I would visit as a child later on. The junkyard and creek that flowed next to the junkyard had to be cleaned up as contaminants flowed to the creek. There is nothing set up to protect my property to the west from the runoff. This property belongs to our farm. This property was logged by the previous owner. The land has been allowed to reestablish itself. It is a young forest with approximately 35 acres open. There is a small muskeg that drains south under Highway 63 towards Lac La Biche River. To the south of the junkyard is my home. I own 2 quarters to the south. South 17 west of 4. Some of the water from the piles will flow east and then south across my field to Muskeg on the south side of our field. The junkyard sits on a hill. Unfortunately, the water will drain onto my property. Problem number 5, the roads they are using is adequate for our farming operations and is well maintained. However, it has been proven that the road will fall apart if not upgraded. In the summer, dust becomes a problem. At this time, we do not have a problem with dust. This is something that would need to be addressed at the applicant's expense, as I do not need dust control right now. Problem number 6, noise pollution is a huge concern. As previously mentioned, they have no set hours of operation and have already demonstrated that they will run in the morning, early morning and late at night. Problem number 7, due to the manner in which the business was started, the credibility of the business owners must be considered. These owners have already demonstrated that they don't care about property rights. Otherwise, they would have found out where the property line was before they trespassed onto my property. They were profiting from the use of my land without my permission. Here are some suggestions that might be put in place before approval. Number 1, an environmental impact study must be done and given to surrounding residents for review. Number 2, proper berms and water containment should be set up to capture contaminated water and disposed at the Grassland Toxic Waste Facility. Number 3, fencing and warning signs need to be put in place to warn people, including our 25 grandchildren, of the dangers. Number 4, evacuation plan in case of a fire. Number 5, firefighting equipment on hand like St. Jean Lumber had. Number 6, hours of operation that is limited to ensure quiet time for surrounding residents. Number 7, constant monitoring of our water wells as we are downhill from the dump site. Number 8, scrap yards are known to attract theft. We already have theft in the area and had a town meeting regarding how we can lower the crime rate. Increased crime rate directly affects our insurance coverages as well and our well-being. Number 9, a consultation with oil sand operators would be a good idea to get any idea of what they expect of the handlers of their waste. Number 10, have they done a traffic impact assessment? This must be done before they can even start. If council decides to move forward with the rezoning, the concerns of my health and safety must first be negotiated either by relocation of the junkyard to a location that is already zoned for industrial, or relocation of me, or by sitting down at a table and coming to terms with my concerns and those of my neighbors. It is imperative that the junkyard not be given a green light until all conditions set out by council have been met, and not be given a do it as you work agreement, or it will never get done. They have already proven not to be reputable in their business operations. I would ask that the rezoning not go through. I believe this could be a nightmare for the county because of the location with surrounding forest and natural area around this proposed dump site. This could cost millions to clean up when they go broke. Thank you for the opportunity to bring my concerns forward. Sincerely, Alan Jenkins. To Athabasca Council. My name is Callie Jenkins, and I farm with my husband and his family in the Wandering River area and elsewhere throughout Athabasca County. My husband, 4 daughters, and I live with his parents part-time during the farming months. They have created a wonderful home on beautiful land with many animals and a garden that my girls love. They have a beautiful trail on their land that is full of mature trees and wildlife that make me feel I'm back in BC where I grew up. I love this trail. I even tried to convince my husband to build a cabin right in the middle of it because I feel so at home there. This trail also become a special place for my girls. We love to take pictures of many wild animals and birds there. It is our favorite place to walk. As a family, we had set aside this wooded area of our farmland to preserve its natural beauty for us and the generations of families still to come. Shortly after the sale of the adjacent property went through, a scrap yard started at the end of our favorite trail. My father-in-law told us about what was happening, but we didn't understand the scope of it. When we next came out to work, my husband took my eldest daughter down to the trail to take a look. My eldest is 9 years old, and she started crying immediately when she saw it. The size of the scrap piles and the damage to the land were a shocking sight. She was so upset and kept asking how they were allowed to do that. wasn't some of that pile on our land. My husband told her that the neighbors might be misinformed, and that's why you should always have setbacks in place in case you're not sure where the property line is. She came back extremely upset and telling me about it. After finishing setting up, I went to see it. I naturally felt the same shock and frustration that my daughter did. We all did. The trucks had been tearing up our land and getting the back of the property and dump away from public view. I have watched the stress weigh on my husband's parents as they have tried to navigate this situation respectfully and calmly. My father-in-law tried to talk to the operators about the property line in a neighborly tone as possible and was rudely and aloofly told to go get a surveyor, which he did. After the surveyor finished, he found that our property line reached even further than we had originally thought and realized how much damage was happening to the land. My mother-in-law enjoys the quiet, and unfortunately, this was exactly the type of thing that she had been worrying about happening when our purchase offer of the property had been declined in favor, as we were told, of an industrial purchaser. It has been hard to watch her grapple with the frustration and safety concerns of the added traffic, the noise, and the stress of the situation in general. Living next to an industrial site is never fun, and when the scrapyard operation was forced by the RCMP to stop, you could visibly see the relief on my mother-in-law's face. It is my belief that this agricultural land was purchased with the sole intent of operating an industrial scrap site, ignoring the zoning and intent of the zoning process. This disregard for county laws, community respect, and ensuring safe communities, as seen by our experience with this company already, shows me that council approving this company's request will set the worst kind of precedent and send the worst kind of message to future investors. The precedent of business owners merely adopting the adage of it's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission, especially regarding zoning compliance, is a dangerous one. I believe it is imperative to set a healthy precedent, be consistent, and encourage business owners to acquire only appropriately zoned lands so that we may grow the community with responsible and forward-thinking planning and development. Rewarding a company with permission later attitude is a precedent I strongly urge council not to accept. I ask that the city council act in accordance with its commitment to serving the community and deny the zoning change request put forward in the bylaw amendment 007/2023. I hope that together we will preserve the integrity of our processes and well-being and beauty of our communities so that families and farms can continue to flourish in our agricultural areas. Sincerely, Kaylee Jenkins. Dear sirs, madams of Athabasca County Council, this letter is regarding the proposed bylaw amendment from agriculture to light industrial district. As you can see by our physical address, which is 171079 Township Road 704. We live close to the land in question and we are not in favor of the amendment. The proposed land designation would allow the landowner of the requested change to continue crushing large quantities of vehicles and hauling and holding pipe. The designated change to light industrial is a broad umbrella of County of Athabasca's accepted activities that the landowner is at their discretion to use said land for. Once changed, a myriad of activities could take place without any additional approvals necessary. The council has already voted 7-2 to accept the request for change without formal public input, and the environmental impact of this facility has not been published to my knowledge, as all the surrounding land is designated agriculture district. It is concerning to the neighboring farms how this change could potentially affect the land and the water table. We would like to see an environmental impact assessment report. We would like to see the safety rules and regulations of this company will be held accountable to clean up contaminated land due to spills and emissions. Right now, the piles of crushed vehicles are uphill from our properties. Any oils, fuels, carbon liquids, plastic, and refrigerant R410A for air conditioning units will be leaching into the water tables and into water wells and cattle wildlife dugouts. We would like to have this space cleaned up until this matter is settled to ensure our land is not exposed to contamination. We understand the leaching could take time, but as we are aware of the disposal of these items must be executed in an environmentally friendly manner. We are the caretakers, stewards of the land for our descendants. Justifying a vehicle crusher and a pipe yard is another hit in the struggle to live in harmony with Mother Earth. For 25 years, we have lived 30 meters from Range Road 172, which the trucks have started to haul the material for crushing and holding. The trucks travel 24/7. The scheduled maintenance for Range Road 172 will have to change to a more frequent basis as it is already starting to deteriorate. We have had the county dust abatement on that part of Range Road 172 on alternate years to mitigate the dust. Due to the size and the frequency of the heavy truck traffic, the abatement will no longer be effective, and request the owner of the southwest and north, or the south northwest 14 begin pay for the abatement on more frequent basis as long as their vehicles are using Range Road 172 at the frequency that they are. Bylaw changes affect a huge area. Not everyone in Athabasca County has access to a computer, internet, transport to a council meeting, especially elderly persons that do not have computer skills to access the files on your website. It is imperative that Athabasca County develop a strategy to ensure all residents in the area are provided a chance to participate in a formal public discussion. An environmental impact study is completed. All information is distributed to nearby residents, and Athabasca County ensure nearby residents any and all environmental impact to their land. The water table will be mitigated before the bylaw amendment is approved. Regards, Albert and Fred Malcolm. To whom it may concern. I just learned from a neighbor that the portion of land is being considered to be changed from agriculture to light industrial. As a very close neighbor to this land, we are at 247017 west of 4. We want to stand opposed to this change in zoning. This agricultural land with great water and using the land in manner suggested will disrupt the land and water. We grow food on our property to sell and have good water. There's a lot of wildlife such as bears, moose, deer, fox, coyotes, skunks, squirrels, grouse, birds of all kinds, including sandhill cranes that land on our property. The wildlife are free to roam here given the quiet. Introducing the noise and chaos of a recycling plant that drops off scrap metal and crushes it is a very bad idea. There are very few areas left that are pristine and undisturbed where we can all grow food and enjoy nature at its best. Being a scrapyard for Fort McMurray would be a disaster for this area. Leave this land agricultural. We feed many families in Fort McMurray and their food source is necessary. We have children and grandchildren that come down from the fort in order to enjoy a little country time. That would be destroyed. We are strongly opposed to this zoning change. Richard and Trudy Malone, southwest of 247017 west of 4. Dear Athabasca Council, I am writing to bring a matter of utmost importance to your attention regarding a proposed zoning change that directly affects me and my family. Our family farm owns or rents farmland surrounding and downstream from the proposed scrapyard. If approved, this would allow the permanent establishment of an industrial operation that began operating prior to zoning approval. For this reason, I feel I can comment on the experiences we have had on our opposition to this change being granted. As a father, I would like to inform you of safety concerns that arose with the establishment of this operation. Suddenly, I couldn't stay at the farm without the worry that there might be an excavator or haul truck working in an area that used to be safe for my family to enjoy. In addition to the dangers of industrial heavy machinery and traffic, scrap overflowed and drifted onto the land the family had set aside for recreational and farm use. As a result, our family has lost a beautiful and functional area, and I now must increasingly monitor my children's safety. When the land in question came up for sale, we put in a purchase offer. The realtor told me that our offer had been declined and the seller had someone else interested in buying it who planned to rezone it to industrial. On investigation, I found that the current owner of the property, Wyatt Stranewski, is also the owner of WIL Demolition and Salvage, an established company with 2 locations. In my opinion, this indicates that the land being used as an unzoned scrapyard was done so with full understanding that rezoning was required for this purpose. I believe that this application looks as if it's being pursued in bad faith. And it is my duty as a concerned citizen and landowner to bring this to the city council's attention. I believe the owners of this property have applied for this rezoning in bad faith, and their behavior has demonstrated a disregard for the well-being of the neighbors and the community. My reasons for this perceptions are as follows. It started as ag land before rezoning was granted. They neglected to survey property lines before beginning operations and told the neighbors to go get a survey done himself. They disrespected property lines even after their neighbor had paid for a surveyor to stake the property lines. While in operation, they failed to secure the work area to prevent children or animals from entering. They neglected to clean up and rectify damages they had caused to the neighbor's property. The timing of the application for rezoning was only put forth after they were shut down by the RCMP. We kindly request that the city council thoroughly reject the request for zoning change to this property. I urge you to consider this letter and accompanying community petition presented regarding the detrimental consequences that this operation has already had on us landowners in this county. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I am willing to provide any further information or assistance required to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the situation. We hope that together we can find a reasonable resolution that preserves the integrity and the well-being of our community. Sincerely, Joseph Jenkins. To the members of Athabasca Council. Hello, I hope you are doing well on whichever day you find yourselves reading this letter. My name is Andrew Jenkins, and I'm writing you in regards to the scrap steel yard that is proposed to be operated out of northwest of 147017, and the concern I have if such a site is established on that location. Concerns such as any negative environmental impact that may come from leaching of the steel that is being processed there, as well as the lack of environmental impact study that has been released to people of the community for review and consideration. Potential damage to secondary roads due to the influx of large trucks. Increase in noise pollution from the processing of steel. Negative impacts on the local wildlife. Potential rise in vandalism or theft from the increases of traffic in the area. Lack of any protective berms, barriers to ensure neighboring land is unaffected by any pollutants that may be on the steel. As a side note, I find the flagrant disregard for our bylaws by the owners of the site to be of utmost concern. They began operation of the site while it was still zoned for agriculture use, demonstrating a clear lack of respect for the rules of our community, and am concerned that due to its remote location, they may use the potential lack of oversight to begin breaking any regulations that have been set forth in the county or the province again. With these points in mind, I implore you to reconsider the approval of this site. Thank you for your attention and reading of this letter. Andrew Jenkins. Dear Athabasca County Councilors, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for taking the time to hear me out. My name is Theodore Jenkins. I am the second resident on the quarter section of land next to the potential scrapyard. There are many concerns I have with the scrapyard, including the environmental impact on the ecosystem and local wildlife, noise pollution, and too much heavy traffic with which the infrastructure cannot sustain. I ask that you please take the time to put yourselves in our shoes as fellow residents in the wonderful county of Athabasca. Picture a scrapyard being built and operated right next door to your house. Not so great, is it? While I believe that a scrapyard is a good business to have within the county of Athabasca, there are better locations available, including vacant lots within industrial parks. I thank you very much for your time, understanding, and consideration. Best regards, Theodore Jenkins. And that concludes the written submissions for this bylaw.
Director, I think given the time, that would be reasonable to declare a 7-minute recess until 10:30 and reconvene at that moment. Convene the Athabasca County Council meeting. Mr. DeHollick. We're reconvening. You're welcome to speak outside the council chamber. Before we begin verbal presentations, a couple of reminders on process, again, because of transition of folks that are in the room. Before you speak, please identify yourself, or so that we know who's speaking. Please direct presentations to the chair. Presentations are limited to 5 minutes as outlined in the bylaw. If you there's obviously lots of people wishing to speak, so please be concise, relevant, and on purpose, on point for the hearing. If you are on the speaking list, which I see there are many who have also sent letters, I'd ask you not to repeat what's in your letter. If you have something new to add, that would be excellent. Both council and administration may ask questions after the speaker for clarification of the presentation. However, again, this is not an opportunity for debate. And I would like to begin with the speakers list. We have Walter Strudninsky. If you would like to come up to the microphone, sir. Is Walter in the room?
Yeah.
There. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Hello, I'm Walter Strutinsky. Go by Wyatt also. This is my first name. I'm the owner of WIL Demolition and Salvage. I just want to start off by saying we picked this property just with the.
I apologize. If you're the applicant, you will speak last.
Okay, sure.
I apologize. Well, I didn't. That's not clear on my list. Theodore Jenkins.
Good morning. My name is Theodore Jenkins. I live on the property right next to the scrapyard. There's 2 residences there. My parents are right next to me, about 100 yards away, and I live in the place right next to them. So I did the petitioning for the signatures, and I did door-to-door knocking. I did over 121 homes in the county. I had 100% success rate. For the ones that were based out of Plamondon, those were not residents of Plamondon. That is just where they picked up their mail. There was no hesitation or delay. A lot of opinions and strong opinions. So it took some time door to door. But the general census from listening to everybody is that there's places for this and it's not there. That they support us entirely, and that's the people of the county that I visited with. So I just ask that you take that into consideration, that 121 people that I visited with personally all agreed that we come out here to get away from the noise and the pollution and the junk. And we come out here for our vacation, our quality time. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Please hang on just one moment. Council or administration, is there any questions for Mr. Jenkins? Seeing none. Thank you for being concise, but also for being direct. Appreciate that. Tyler Rosman. Good morning and welcome. The floor is yours.
Morning, my name is Tyler Rosman, and probably one of the largest concerns that I can see is that I've been in direct contact with the RCMP on multiple occasions due to theft in the area. And I can see it potentially getting worse due to the prices of people stealing scrap. And as well, I've spent the last 10 years in the oil industry, and I'm well aware of the contamination of process. And as the scrapyard is all uphill from multiple yard sites. And that and the process of recovery as well is very impacts the environment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Administration, do you have questions for Mr. Rosman? Thanks for being here. I know it's a big group of people. Suddenly you get to speak in front of them. It can, but it's a friendly group. Thanks for coming down and speaking. Alan Jenkins, welcome. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello, I'm Alan Jenkins. I'm right next door to the proposed rezoning. I also did some petitioning. I wasn't able to do as much as I wanted to. I went to the Boyle area. Boyle has a unique situation that they've had a couple of scrap yards in there. It's not left people very good taste in their mouth in the town. And it was found that they were negatively, they just didn't want to hear the word practically. But something to keep in consideration, where the scrapyard was located in Boyle is actually a good place for a scrapyard. Has rail, it has all the amenities that they need to do the operation. Now, I know that they're a small operation. I assume I don't know anything about them other than just the few minutes that I talked to one of their employees. But people are afraid to get burnt real bad. And I think that if they could talk to these people that want to come in and come up with a solution that would put some business into Boyle and reputable so that there's some checks and balances there, I think it'd be a win. The other thing is, at one time, I thought that there was and I haven't had time to look, but I thought there was rezoning for an industrial park at Wandering River. And I think it's already been zoned. I'm not sure. Gary, do you know?
I'm sorry, it's not a question and answer.
Oh,
and
that's
the
right.
council's
I'm
not
sorry
permitted to
about
answer
that. My
question.
apologies. That's something that needs to be looked into as an alternative place. These are things that I just thought I'd bring to your attention. I appreciate your time. Anybody have any questions?
So council or administration, Councilor Mins.
Thank you for coming in today. When's the first time that you noticed that the truck traffic and the equipment and everything moving in beside your place?
I can't remember the date in particular. I can remember hearing the first one going by at night. Well, at night, it was in the winter time. It was dark. I was in bed and I jumped up. What the heck? I sound like something. Well, we're close to the road. Cold night, the noise is there. That was the first time. And then later on, Lorraine would start hearing some noise and, you could hear the banging, clanging, and they would come in from the north a lot of times. And because there's two accesses off the highway. And so they come in from the north and come that way, or they would maybe go out the other way. So we would hear it periodically. Yeah. So, as it's going to pick up, well, there's going to be more truck traffic. And the other thing, I was really surprised that Lorraine actually said, well, what's going on over there? Because, she could hear the noise from it. And I worked around a pipe yard in the oil field, and when you bang a piece of pipe, the sound travels. So
So it was a winter time, like December, January?
yeah, I can't remember the date. It would probably be, well, it was when I talked to Gary, I believe it was the spring. Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions from Councilor Admin? Councilor Cromwell.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. You mentioned that your wife heard it. Was that just out in your yard?
Yes,
You could
that
hear
was
it, or
being
that in your home.
It was in the home in the yard, and if the windows were open, you could hear it in the house as well. Yes.
Thank you.
As a question, Alan, are there circumstances that this could make sense in your mind? Conditions that could be in place that would make this make sense?
I don't believe so. I don't want it there. Like I said, if the council decides to go forward with it, but there's got to be a lot of visitation between the two parties, like huge.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
I think there are no more questions. Thank you again for making the drive and for bringing your concerns. I have Lorraine Jenkins. Would the welcome. You tilt the mic
morning.
down a little bit and the floor is yours.
Right, thank you. Good morning. I'm Lorraine Jenkins. I live right next door to this and the questions about the sound, there didn't have to be wind. Like when I said, I actually was concerned because I'm like, well, what's going on over there? Because it was loud. You're talking really loud with no wind at all. And that was outside because yeah, it was just a lot. But my main concern is the contaminants. And I would like each of you that's voting on this, you think about it. They are just up from our well. Would you want the chance that those contaminants, which are many, to get into your water for you to consume? So before you vote on this, really think about the health safety that you would be wanting to put yourself in the dangers of this. And yeah, it can be over a period of time, whatever. How long do you plan on living? And how sick do you want to get? Before you vote yes or no, please consider, would this be something you would take the chance to put yourself in danger of? Just really, you have to consider that because this is our lives. This is our health that we're concerned about. And can you or the company guarantee that the contaminants, even if there were safeguards set, that it wouldn't leach, that it wouldn't, you know, if it's plastic, well, do you know what metal does to plastic? It tears it. And I just don't see how any of this can be a guarantee that the contaminants are going to be withheld. I just don't see it. So consider that when you're making your decision. Would you be willing to put yourself in that situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jenkins. Council or administration, do you have follow-up questions for Mrs. Jenkins? Seeing none, appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
And speaking. I have Joseph Jenkins next on the list. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Well, I'd just like to say, so as you can see, we're kind of a big family. We've been in Athabasca County for 4 generations. My great grandfather, Orville Jenkins, homesteaded Grassland. And that's our connection to the area. And we, you know, we all make it home. And so we're spread throughout Athabasca and we've seen it grow, the community grow to what it is today. And we understand the challenges that we need industry, but we need responsible industry. And as you've heard from my letter, just we need responsible industry, not people to come in and start throwing things around and then seek for the zoning approval afterwards. It's things aren't done properly. I've applied for zoning and subdivisions planning and stuff in the past, and done so before I built a house, or done so before I actually asked the permission and went through, because we care about Athabasca County. You care about the whole county. The whole family does. And so I think that's why you've heard so many letters, so much passion around this. Is we want to see Athabasca grow, but we want to see it grow responsibly. That's all I have.
Council or administration, do you have any questions for Mr. Jenkins? It looks like you've been thorough. Thank you again. Next, I have listed Andre. Do I have that right? Andre? Andrew? Is it Andrew?
It's Andrew, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that. Callie, did you want to speak?
Okay,
The floor is yours. Welcome and thank you for being here.
thank you for having me. Okay, so I wish I had brought a map because that was my biggest thing that I wanted to do, was I really wanted to bring a map, but as you can see, I have a little bit of chaos going on. I have kids in the car, I have toddlers everywhere. It's a mess, but it's good and it is what it is. So in the map, I would have shown you that at the end of our trail here, where the property line meets, right around the corner, we actually have cropland. And no joke, there's probably about 15 feet in between the biggest pile and the cropland. So that's where everybody's getting really frustrated about the contamination ideas and everything is it's literally where we're planting our seed is 15 feet away from your largest scrap pile. Okay, the other thing is like Joseph and I are from Fort McMurray. He's worked in the oil industry. We don't have a huge problem against oil and gas. We want oil and gas to grow actually, because honestly, he would lose his job otherwise, but we just want it to be put in responsible areas. We believe in people starting businesses. We've started businesses, we've started farms. We're trying to do this as a family. We're young, we're trying very hard, and it's very hard. It is very hard to become a farmer on your own. We have had parents that have helped us. We have had generations of farmers that have helped us get into it. But if you wanted to just start farming, it is nearly impossible. And trying to start a farm and then having something like this happen that close to you, like last fall, we were walking down the trail and my sister-in-law and I had all of our kids. At the very end of the trail is a large puddle. All of our kids like stripped down and played in the puddle and had a blast. That puddle is now 20 feet away from a large scrap pile. I think that there's a more responsible way to do this. And I'm not saying shut everything down completely. I'm not saying shut down a business, don't let them operate again. I am saying that what they did should be reconciled for, and that they should be going in a different direction away from somebody's property that has children. The other thing is crossing a property line isn't just crossing a property line. It's crossing a residential property line where there are children. My kids live there part-time when we are in the farming months. We have been trying to make it down here for 8 years and we can't because it is so hard to farm. We have 5 families that are trying to farm off of one wage, off of the farm's wage. And it is very, very, very difficult. And so us trying to get down here and quit his job just hasn't been an option. So what we've been doing is we've actually been living with his parents on and off the whole time. And I just want to stress to you how difficult it is to farm. And you're actually, by letting an industrial site come in to a farming area and take away agricultural land and up the price of other agricultural land around it, you are causing it harder for all of the other farmers that are trying to get into this. The other thing is, I also want to just note on the other side of this property line, they also had a massive area that was being unused. They chose to put it at the back on our property line, seemingly away from public view. They could have used the stuff right by the road, no problem. There was acres and acres of empty land there. There was a compound there with gravel and fencing. They could have used that, but they were using it for campers instead at the time. They could have taken the campers out. They could have put the scrap in there. Instead, they decided to do it at the back. My only question is that because they wanted it away from public view? Or is that because they thought that this was the best way to go through grass and not use the actual road? I don't know. That's up to you guys to decide. My problem with this whole thing is just the manner in which it was handled. Had they come to us and said, this is what's happening, we really want to rezone this area, we want to do a scrapyard, we would have said, okay, you're doing it in the compound though, right? You're doing it there? No, they're driving the trucks way past onto our property line to the very, very back in the forest beside our property and on the Crown land. The other thing is if they didn't respect our property line, are they going to respect the Crown land's property line? If we have very little RCMP activity out there. We have very little, we have very little authority out there. It's kind of Wild West sometimes. And if they don't respect our property line, I don't see them respecting the forest that is on the other side of them. They have 80 acres of Crown land there. They could easily just push things in the back there the way that they did in the back with us. There's forest entirely surrounding it. So that is all I have to say. Sorry for the long-windedness. I'm a little bit of a shaky speaker, but I can talk a lot.
Council, Erdman, thank you again for sharing that so passionately. Councillor Holland does have a question she'd like to follow up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I was just a bit confused. Is the Crown land being encroached on in your opinion, or?
It's not yet. I'm untrustworthy based on the fact that they crossed the other property line. They have no surveys, right? So they had no surveys. They would just go get one yourself. Crown land's not going to go get one itself.
Okay,
So.
thank you. And the encroachment on your land, has that been rectified?
It has been rectified, but it has not been repaired. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Other councillors or administration, are there any follow-up questions for Mrs. Jenkins? Seeing none, again, thank you for making the trip down, whether it's from Fort McMurray or from Wandering River. I have Trudy Malone. Would you like to speak? The floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My letter was read, and so I just wanted to add that we live one range road away from where the scrapyard is. We're on 171. The scrapyard is on 172. We didn't know what was happening. We could hear noise, but we didn't know what was happening. We thought it was maybe the highway, and it wasn't until a neighbor came to us and showed us pictures of the scrapyard. So then I started to keep my eyes open, and driving down Range Road 171, we can see it above the trees over in the bush, not far from on top of the hill near the MC, that network tower. And so it's bigger than what you might think. And that's just what I wanted to let you know, that it is bigger than what you might think. And I am concerned about the lifestyle choices. We chose to move to that area when we retired on purpose because we wanted a quiet place that our grandkids could come and play and be in the country. They're all in the city. And they do come almost every weekend and see us. And the noise and the pollution and the traffic is not down with us yet, but we can hear it and we can see the scrapyard, and I'm concerned about the pollution coming off, being on top of the hill, running down into the muskeg area, in the hunting area, just right on our range road. So it's all things to consider when you're considering changing agricultural land to industrial. It would make more sense to me to put an industrial thing like that on industrial land, or someplace close to where you can truck the scrap either by train or truck closer to where the roads are better. Our roads are not good, they're gravel, and they punch out really quickly, as was shown not just lately with some logging that was done not far from us. They had to do major repair on the road because it got all punched out with the heavy trucks coming on the road. So that's all things to consider. It'll really affect the infrastructure as well. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilor or administration, do you have questions for Ms. Malone? Councilor Holland, please go ahead.
Thank you. You mentioned noise pollution. You're a range road away. So how loud do you and how often do you hear the noise?
We are probably 2 miles away, I'm thinking, and we hear it when we're out in the yard. Not all the time, but you can hear it. You can hear stuff. At first we thought it was the trucks going by on the highway, because being we're 4 kilometers from the highway, so sometimes we can hear the highway if a big load goes by, but this noise is closer and it's louder.
Okay, thank you. And just to
Yeah, absolutely.
What times are you hearing the noise? If you average, I guess.
I'm thinking I'm in the house a lot of the day, so it must be evenings, late afternoon, evenings.
Okay.
When I'm outside, I can hear it.
Okay.
And I think my husband has made comment that he's heard things too.
All right. And is that into when you're saying evening 7-ish or later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, William Cochran. Welcome, William. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So to begin, I live just down the hill across the highway from this location. We have a creek going straight across our property. We've had people come there with children all the time. They play near the creek. We got a pond. We got a family business going on for the 3rd generation. We are Cochrane greenhouses. We have a well water that we use. We've had the ground tested for pH levels in the water, which is perfect for our plants. It's perfect for our crops. We got fields out in the back, all that. It's all been tested. Now, when you bring in a scrapyard like this, acids end up in the water, heavy metals, oils, everything, like depending on what they bring there, freon from whatever. It affects the pH levels. It affects the chemicals in the water. We have a neighbor who also uses well water. They've got sheep. There's an old man actually neighboring that property who has horses that drink from a pond. They're all affected by whatever contaminants end up in the soil into the water. Now, it would affect my family business if the pH levels went off even by just a couple of a little bit more acidic than it's supposed to. It would be damaging our property. It would be damaging our health. Any pollutants that would end up going into the soil and the waterway could very well lead to health issues. Our neighbor just had a kid. They could be planning on having another kid in the future. And anything that ends up being absorbed through their skin, through the well water that they use to have showers, baths, or anything, it could possibly harm their next child. It could cause skin irritation. It can cause multiple health concerns. I've worked over at that property before for the previous owner at his RV storage site. And I can say he took very good care of that place. He's done as much work as he can to try and prevent theft and everything there. There is a wide area for them to use for the scrap heap. There was no reason go into the back and trespass on their neighbor's land. There was no reason for them contaminate back there. It was all perfectly good soil. It was fertile land. There's absolutely no excuse to go and hide it back there. Whenever you're starting a business in this area, I believe there's a process that you have to go through. You're supposed to go the right way around it. You don't hide it. You don't sneak around it. I've lived here my entire life and I never heard about this little scrapyard until just over a week ago. And I live just across the highway from it. It is utter disregard and disrespect for any of the locals, especially to come out of nowhere and just start doing whatever you want without introducing yourself to the area. Anyways, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Council or administration, do you have follow-up questions for Mr. Cochrane?
All right.
Councillor Holland does.
Thank you. You mentioned that you just heard about it a week ago. So are you not experiencing the noise pollution that others are mentioning?
So for me, I hear it during winter. So you hear the semi trucks coming down. Whenever we go to use the excess road or anything, you see like we get heavy rainfall. Our service road is trash right now. And you can hear people going up and down it whenever. Coming down the highway, you can hear it too sometimes during winter. So we do experience it at times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Looks like there are no follow-up others. Thank you for being here, sir. Mr. Parent, I have is not wanting to speak. Mr. DeHollock, did you want to speak? It's unclear from the way my note is, but I see you brought notes. I wasn't sure if you want to.
No, thanks. No.
You're okay? Okay. Does council or administration have any additional points or questions of clarification from any speaker that is so far presented? CIO.
Just wanted to remind the chair that the applicant has not.
Hasn't spoken. That's coming up next.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Councilor Anderson? Yep. Yes, that would be fair.
I'd like to ask the director for clarification on one of the written submissions. Director, when you're reading the petition that was submitted with 181 signatures, you mentioned in there
reference to country residential zoning. Can you just reread that portion of the statement, please? And can you confirm what parcel is under country residential? Or if there was one?
Oh, your microphone's off.
I turned it off. Look at me. I thought I turned it on, but I turned it off. We believe that this is not proper nor appropriate fit in country residential, that it is not proper stewardship of the land and will have severe lasting negative impacts on our land and quality of life for many years to come. And so I'm not sure what they're referring to when it comes to country residential, as the land in that area is all zoned agriculture.
Thank you.
We still have one speaker left, Walter Strednitsky.
Mr. Chair. sorry.
Pardon
Sorry
me?
for that
Go ahead.
interruption. I also have a question for.
Absolutely, go
Director
ahead.
Wilkinson, please.
Walter, you're welcome to come up and take your seat, and then we'll get to you next.
Thank you. In your presentation or your reading of the petition, and in particular that I was curious about, you had listed all of the different areas and the different numbers. Sorry, thank you, to the areas that people had signed the petition. So I guess my question of clarity, I didn't get all the numbers. I did hear that the people from Plamondon actually live in the area but happen to get their mail there. Are we able to confirm from the petition that those addresses are mailing addresses or physical addresses, physical residential addresses?
Well, if I look through here, a lot of them are box numbers.
Okay.
There are some that have given their legal land descriptions as well.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a, I would say the majority have given a box number.
Okay.
Like a PO box number.
Okay.
And there are a handful that have given a legal land description, and then some of them have just been given, like, for instance, grassland.
Okay.
So there's name, address. Some people have put a rural Route 1. Some of them put a rural address. Majority of them are box numbers, and then a phone number, and then the signature.
Okay.
I will speak to the petition more later on.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Director Wilkinson, can you briefly share with us the clarification around, number one, the process to initiate a public hearing and how public input is gathered? And then also just clarify the timing of the application relative to the council process that's relevant to what we're doing today. Like the initially the definitions under discretionary use versus the ag land use classification and the transfer site versus scrap metal yard. If you're not, maybe that's a question for the discussion later.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah.
CAO, I think if you're okay, we'll.
Certainly, if the chair or council wanted the response to the process of public hearing, it's section 230 of the MGA, but we can certainly, when council concludes the public hearing and then starts debating the matter, it'd be appropriate to address those issues at that time.
And I think the key was just making sure everyone understood for me that in order to gather information, you have to pass first reading to get to a public hearing. Councillor Cromwell, you had your hand up for a question of clarification on something already said.
Yes, thank you. A clarification from the director as well. You had read a letter from Alberta Park and you said that they wanted something in the end, but I didn't get all that written down. Can you please repeat that? Thank you.
Alberta Forestry and Parks Land Delivery does not oppose the proposed bylaw, but would appreciate being referred if a development permit is applied for as public lands are directly adjacent to this property to the north.
So what does that mean? They wish to be referred?
So
Can you
that
explain
means that if this bylaw is passed and then the applicant can apply for a development permit for the development, they're asking that the department refer that development permit application to them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director. I think there are no further follow-up. We'll ask Mr. Strunitzky to. You have the floor. Thank you for your patience, and process-wise, you do get to make some final concluding comments.
Hello, thanks for having me here. Like I said before, my name is Walter Stratinsky. I own WIL Demolition and Salvage. We're a small recycling company that mainly deals with mines and other industrial clientele. This facility or property that we had acquired was specifically just due to its closeness to Fort McMurray. When our drivers are coming to Edmonton, we see a lot more driver fatigue, and this allowed us to have a little bit better balance with, time on, time off. There's no problem if we are to look at different hours of operations. We have no problems with that. If we were granted the permit, we would look at developing an area in the back within the trees, using about 100 to 150 foot of natural trees buffer around the whole area to ensure there's less sound and then no visible sights from the road or neighbors. We have a very strict environmental policy when we handle material from Fort McMurray. We don't buy from the public up there. We only deal with the 3 different vendors. So we get a consistent amount of clean product, and they have to uphold their environmental policies. And we wouldn't be looking at receiving material from the public here. It would just be for our few select vendors, unloading, compacting more, and then reshipping to one of our other facilities or a steel mill in the city. Yeah, and if we were approved, we would look at hiring employees from within the county just to offset rather than sending from Edmonton or one of our other branches. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. So on questions or points of clarification on the subjects that Mr. Strunitzky has brought up. Start with Councilor Wallach, Mins, and then Cromwell.
So when you mentioned the people you purchase from, they have to hold like a certain environmental standard. Can you expand on that?
So for example, there was mention of some vehicles that we had received right before we ceased operations there. There was a list of requirements that they ensured that all the hazardous materials have been evacuated before they're even allowed to sell the material to us.
Does that satisfy your question, Councilor Mins?
Good morning. Just wondering, you're established company in that, and when you decided to look at doing this new location, nothing jumped in your mind about possibly reaching out to the county and finding out if you could actually start that business there?
It's related only to the things he's brought up for clarification, so I think that's fair, but just.
Okay, when did you start this company?
This company was started in 2020.
In 2020, and
Or
when
2019, sorry.
when did you open up in Wandering River?
We started receiving some material in November of last year.
Okay, in November, and then okay. Started in 2020. Yeah. I was just wondering, like why didn't you come and look for the zoning then?
Well, with regards to compliance in Saskatchewan, where I originally grew up, we farmed about 3,000 acres, and on an agricultural property in Saskatchewan, we didn't have to get approval, which is no excuse. I should have come to you guys and make sure, but I didn't, so.
But your other locations in Alberta, did you start them yourselves, or were they already in progress?
No, so all of our other Alberta locations are, there was one grandfathered in, and our other location is similar to this. It's a transfer station. We don't buy from the public. So we just unload, compact, and reship out. And I thought that since we're not business open to the public, it wouldn't be as big of an issue.
Okay.
Any follow-up, Councillor Mins?
No, that's good.
We'll get you shut your mic off and then we'll go to Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you, and I'll have a few questions for you. Thank you very much. Following up on what Councillor Wallach mentioned, you said that all the vehicles, everything is clean prior to you getting it, so that is all brake fluid, oil, coolant, everything completely drained, nothing that could even potentially leak into the groundwater, into the ground?
Correct. We would not accept it if it had any hazardous materials at this site.
Okay, so just follow up and forgive me here. How do you ensure that an engine block is completely drained and cleaned prior to coming onto your property?
So if there was an engine block, we would visually inspect upon unloading. And most of these vehicles, the engine blocks have been removed.
Okay.
And if a spill did occur, say there was an engine block that did have some oil in it, for example, we would stop operations, do an internal report and clean up, remove the dirt that the spill had occurred on.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You mentioned driver fatigue. What are the hours of work for a commercial driver?
13 hours.
Okay, and just going on what you said, what then is the hours of work for them to drive from Fort McMurray to Wandering River opposed to Fort McMurray to Edmonton in the course of their day?
So the biggest, area we see where there's some driver fatigue is if we have to go to Edmonton, they have to start their trip to make it back to Fort McMurray for reload the next day. So they're maxing out constantly their 13-hour days. Whereas Wandering River, we can leave Wandering River, load in the morning, come back and either continue, and then they're working, that 10 hours, or they're not as pressured to leave in the morning to go back to Fort McMurray for reload, or that evening they can leave in the morning.
Okay, thank you very much. And one last question, Chair. You mentioned you began receiving materials in November.
I do believe it was November.
Where would you have stored them? I believe I helped the previous resident move out and he left on the 12th of December. So where did you keep your materials? For the
Okay,
month of November.
Then it might have been December. We received December, January. I would have to look back for an exact date. But
Okay.
if you helped them move out, it wouldn't have been November. It would have been early in 2023.
Okay.
Yep.
No more questions. Thank you.
Are there any further follow-up from council or administration? Mr. Strudnicki, I thank you for coming down and speaking to us today.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who has not spoken but wishes to speak? There's no one on Zoom, Mr. Jordan. Does council have any questions or points of clarification on any of the speakers that we've heard so far? Okay. At this time, is there anyone that does anyone feel that they have not been fairly heard? There being no further testimony, I'll close the public hearing and council can receive no further information in this matter on the close of the hearing. The matter will be considered by council as part of the July 27th, 2023 council agenda. Thank you for attending the public hearing. The hearing is closed at 18 minutes after 11. I would propose we take a 7-minute recess, convening promptly at 25 after council, and we will get ready. We have 2 delegations speaking to us next. Before we do that, we need a motion to reconvene the council meeting from Councillor Cromwell. Councillor Cromwell has moved that we reconvene the county council meeting. All those in favor? That is carried 8-0. We have in front of us Mr. Gilbert Duego as our 10:30 delegation. We appreciate your patience and the late start. You, sir, have the floor. Go ahead. Please turn your microphone on.
Okay, good morning, Athabasca County Councilors, Reeve, Pat Vincent, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to dispute a bill that was sent to me in April, I guess, after I had a fire. And I live 6 kilometers away from Grassland Fire Department, but there was no response, or they're dysfunctional at the time, I guess. So 911 dispatched 5 other fire departments, which was Wandering River, Plamondon, Lac La Biche, Boyle, and Athabasca. But by the time they got there, my fire was well underway. Maybe it was overkill by dispatching so many fire departments. I don't know how that is handled, but maybe bad communication between them. But anyway, I feel that I'm being overcharged. My insurance company paid $10,000 for firefighting. And the fire departments that were there, well, all they could do was control the fire because everything was gone by the time they got there. I have a letter. It's probably, you have a letter of my intent in front of you. What I have to say is all on there, but I guess what I'm asking for, if the county could dismiss this $4,000 and $4,050 bill. Once you've read the letter, you'll know a little bit more of my history, or yeah, like I said, my insurance paid $10,000, and well, when you buy insurance, they don't tell you anything that you should be carrying more than $10,000, but I thought $10,000 would have been sufficient, but I don't know where to go from here on. There's a $4,000 bill that's outstanding, and I can't afford to pay for it. I suppose that's about all I can say for now. After you've read the letter, you'll understand it more. And if there's any questions, I'll try and answer them.
So thank you for your presentation. Council does have a copy of the letter and some other documents that you've submitted in the agenda. Council, at this time, do you have any questions for Mr. Duego? Starting with Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, welcome and thank you for being here.
I'm very hard at hearing. I'm sorry about that.
Understood. Thank you very much for being here and welcome. And I appreciate your presentation. I was just looking for some clarity with regards to your letter, and it's with regards to the power pole. Is that a private power pole on your property, or is that owned by Fortis or another electrical?
If it's what?
The power pole that sheared,
Oh,
is that your personal power pole property?
my personal power pole. Yes.
Okay, so that had nothing to do with
It was
Fortis.
on the top of my building,
Okay,
and it was a big roof. And when that day was a warm winter day with snow melting, ice melting off my roof, and when that started to come down, it sheared off the post. It fell on the cement, or the tin roof, and shorted, and it actually stuck there. So it was a complete closed circuit, you could say. And that's where it started the fire above my pump house.
okay. And so shutting the breaker off
Well, it shut off automatically.
automatically.
And I turned it back on, not knowing where the fire was,
Okay,
and nothing stayed on. But then we started investigating where it's coming from, and there was a little fire that I could see from inside the pump house. But I took fire extinguishers, but it was a windy day, and there was just fuel for the fire.
I'm really sorry you had to have that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from council? Councillor Cromwell, you look like you want a question.
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, I saw your hand.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second. CAO, would you take the speaker that's on the desk in front of you and point that toward Mr. Diego?
Try to sit closer to.
Am I supposed to shut mine off when I'm not talking?
If you do, it makes the sound a little louder.
Thank you. Is that better? I noticed that your letter is quite critical of the Grassland Fire Department and it's run by volunteers, so I guess I don't agree there, but were the fire departments that responded able to save the remainder of the buildings in your yard? You only lost the shop and the pump house, correct?
All my buildings are covered with steel, tin. So, you know, they're not much in danger of fires from another building. They were far enough away that they were safe.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cromwell has a question. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, speaking of that, and as I'm trying to word how I wanted to question my question there, Councillor Anderson did help me out. Being an electrical issue and involving power pole and electricity, and how long did it take, if you recall, and this might be a question that the director can answer later, for Fortis to arrive on location? Because dealing with an electrical issue like that, fire services can't go and spray water automatically anyway. Do you know how long it took Fortis to be able to get out there to your property?
How long it took the fire department?
No, the electrical company, Fortis or whoever you.
Oh, well, they were there. They were there probably within half an hour. But the power breaker at the transformer pole was off, so there was no problem with spraying water on the fire by then.
Okay.
The gas company came shortly at the same time and shut the gas off because the gas meter is right beside my shop, but it was protected from tin outside the building, so it never burnt the gas meter. They
Okay.
replaced it, but it didn't burn it.
Okay, thank you very much. So just realizing that, yes, Fortis does have to attend to ensure that power is actually safe before water can be applied. But thank you
Yeah.
very much. That was my question.
Are there any additional questions from council? Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry, just for clarity in the discussion that was just raised. So it's my understanding that both the power company and the gas company arrived prior to any fire services.
I would say we're close. If we're there. I talk so loud, they probably all can hear me anyway. I would say that they arrived about the same time because the fire departments, you know, were from further away and it took close to an hour before anybody got there.
Okay. And is that including, you mentioned the Fortis may have been there within about half an hour, gas company
Yes,
approximately about.
yeah, about the
shortly
same
after,
time.
About the same time. And then. the fire
RCMP
services. Okay.
and Athabasca Fire Chief Brad
Mhm.
was there at the same time.
Okay.
Pretty well.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
that clarity.
You, in your letter, you mentioned that you decided to, you made a choice to change your insurance policy. Did the changes you make have an impact on what you would have been covered for?
Okay, I changed insurance company. My insurance was due on December 13th. But I had been with that company for several years. I've never had any claims. I've never had any claims in the past 30, 35 years, and maybe more. But anyway, I was not satisfied with the insurance company I was with. And I went across the street in La Claviche and I went and insured with Cooperators. Which I guess I'm satisfied with. But when Piquet sold me the insurance, I had a wood burning stove in my shop that I would only use when I was working in there. But that stove hadn't went for at least 2 months. I don't use it unless I'm working in there. So he would not insure my shop unless I took the stove right out. but I didn't do that. So I didn't have insurance on my shop. I had insurance on contents, and some of it was insurance from the house that paid for some of the replacement things, like for water that goes to the house. So it was like part of the house.
Thank you. Councillor Gerlich has a question.
So from the time the fire started, it was about an hour before any action was taken by anybody, fire department or.
Yeah,
So basically the building would have been pretty well gone.
yeah, it was.
So then it would have been just to cover and keep it from spreading, would have been
Say that again, please.
the fire department's job then would have been just to keep the fire from
Yeah,
spreading.
just to control it.
To control. it.
And they did that, and they did a good job. They stayed there until
All
it was
five fire
completely ignited.
All 5 fire departments stayed there for that period
No.
of time?
Actually, because it was winter, there was snowbanks all over the place, and I have a driveway that's probably 100 feet long. And well, the yard, there's snowbanks everywhere. Well, there was police, there was Fortis, there was the gas company, everybody's coming in. There was no room for all these trucks. And even if the yard would have been clear, there wouldn't have been room for all of these trucks. It was just too much. I felt that couldn't they communicate and not send everybody? It was, I think, overkill, but they did fight it good, but they weren't all needed there, I guess, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Councillor Mins has a question.
Just wondering, you said you changed insurance companies. Do you know what you would have been covered with the other insurance company?
I had full coverage. I guess you learn as you go along. It was a mistake doing that, but who knew that I was going to have a month later, almost to the day, I had to put in a claim. I sure in the heck didn't plan anything like that. Nobody would.
No, exactly. Nobody would have planned on having a fire or anything like that, I guess. And that's the same as I'll just make a quick remark here, that the reason that all the fire departments were sent out at that point in time was because the other people didn't know what they were kind of dealing with either. Plus it's a volunteer group.
Yeah.
And so the call goes out, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully you can get enough people there.
The 911 call, apparently it was Strathcona, someone in Strathcona, dispatchers or
Yeah.
911 that dispatched them.
Yeah.
I don't blame them for doing anything wrong, or, it was all right, but you'd think there would be a little bit more communication. Why send everybody to the same spot? To me, it was overkill.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in to talk to us. Council, do you have any final follow-up questions? Seeing none. So the process with the delegation is that it's a presentation from you to council. Council receives the information, and then this is coming up later on the agenda. That item is then administration will prepare some reports and provide some response, and council will discuss it later in the meeting, or I think in this case, it actually comes up on our next meeting in August. So there won't be a decision based on today, but council will take some time to reflect and ask administration some questions and then make a decision at an upcoming meeting.
Okay, if I can answer any more questions,
I think council has
I'd be
asked all they
available,
have.
and I thank you very much for listening to my case.
Thank you for your patience and waiting while the public hearing that was longer than anticipated went on, and we'll let you go.
Okay,
Have a good day.
thank you.
We have Ms. Farndon from Stars, and John, I've forgotten your last name, but Gogan. Sorry, John. Please have a seat and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to see all of you again. Bring you an annual update as well. First and foremost, I want to formally, John and I both want to formally thank you for everything that you've done to help us in order to place the fuel cache at the Athabasca Airport, and how that is the epitome of corporate and municipal and philanthropic partnership, and how that's really going to not only serve well your northernmost residents, but also your municipal neighbors. So, that's really a huge thing. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So with that, do you have any other things you'd like to add?
No, I just had the opportunity to thank many of you yesterday. I rarely, if ever, have anything to add after Glenda because she's so eloquent in her delivery. But again, on behalf of the entire organization and the patients we serve and the patients we'll serve in the future, just wanted to say thank you.
So with that, first and foremost, on the opening page, we want to draw your attention to the fact that after 38 years of serving Albertans, that STARS is going through a bit of a rebrand. So you notice just a slightly little different logo there. So, and as well, we've always been about saving lives. And now we want to take that one step further with all of the latest in technology and innovation that is available. So we want to enhance what we've already been doing for the last 38 years, and also look forward to providing critical care anywhere. Excellent. So of course, we are fueled by generosity. Previously, we had a 10-year affiliation agreement with Alberta Health Services starting in 2010 to 2020 for 20% government funding from Alberta Health Services for STARS. Then they did say that last year that they would look at moving to 50% government funding for STARS in Alberta, which would align them with what we were already receiving from Saskatchewan government, and an even higher rate from Manitoba government, where we have our 6 bases across Western Canada. So I'm very happy to announce that at the very end of the year, we did receive a top-up from Alberta Health Services to $15 million, which is basically half of operational cost, based on $10 million per base in Alberta, 3 bases in Alberta, Grand Prairie, Edmonton, Calgary, half operational cost being $15 million. With that, this does not include our dispatch center, the Emergency Link Center out of Calgary for our bases, as well as it does not include any education components, anything that was not operationally related. So we are in very high level discussions right now with Alberta Health Services in hopes of securing another 10-year affiliation agreement at the 50% funding. So more to come to your council at a future update as to what the results of that are. So currently we still don't know what we will receive in 2023. On the expenditure side now, that shows you that the orange and the blue, more than 80% of all expenditures are aviation and medically related. The smaller piece is the Emergency Link Center, the dispatch center, as well as the yellow is our administration costs. This is the 4th year in a row that we remain at 12% for administration costs. Now, it's important to remember that CRA allows charitable entities up to 35% for administration costs. So being the 4th year in a row at 12%, we very much feel we are doing our due diligence. Now, this is to show you our lovely little sea of green map across our entire province and into northeastern BC. Everything that you see green is a municipal supporter annually of STARS like yourselves. So we're very much starting to unite the entire province. There's just a few remaining, which we are very hopeful will come on board. We've recently added 5 more rural municipalities, as well as 5 more urban municipalities. So now we're really starting to build on regional partnerships. Regional partnerships are where towns and villages that lie within a county or municipal district's boundaries are also equal supporters of STARS annually. The majority across the entire province is contributing at a minimum $2 per capita rate. This runs as high as $90 per capita and everything in between. So there's a large mass of differentiation upon which municipalities may be contributing, at a much higher rate. Currently, we have 5 pending as well that are listed there of the white ones that remain. So I have asks in front of them right now as we speak, hopeful that they will come on board with their budget deliberations for 2024. With that, the ones in the red boxes that you see are our 9 municipal leaders that have actually received logo recognition as well. They have reached considerable contributions collectively over many years of contributing. So they've reached over $500,000 or more. Some are approaching $3 million now in 30 years of contributions. So those are represented on the helicopter with those 9 municipal leaders. Their contributions are the majority of them are a minimum $100,000 per year. We are recognized in their budgets and on a standing motion annually. We are a line item for a fixed amount of $100,000 or more, recognized in their emergency protective services budget. They recognize us as another option for their residents. So that is how that's been achieved. And as we move forward, the leadership that comes from all of you across the entire province is eminent. We thank you very much for your leadership and how many different ways that you've contributed to us in order to help enhance our health and safety network across our province. Together, this united municipal effort is definitely ensuring that all of us have access to a robust health and safety network. So currently we're generating over $2 million a year collectively to help offset ongoing and rising costs. Next slide, please. John, give us a bit of an overview. Now, this is a 5-year overview of statistics that for STARS missions within Athabasca County, including half of a year this year up to June 30th.
Thank you, Glenda. I hope you might have had an opportunity to review some of the data that's in front of you. But obviously, since 2018, we've targeted 128 missions in the region. Again, we wish it was 0, but that is just not the life we live day to day. We did see a bit of an uptick, certainly during COVID. Remarkably, about 1 in 4 of every missions we flew across Western Canada were directly related to us transporting someone with COVID. What we're finding now is we have about a 33% uptick in our current mission volume. And it's quite remarkable how much of that volume is directly related to the downstream effects of COVID. Violence, poverty, anger, frustration, you name it. We are seeing it. We started to see it in 2022, but it has certainly taken a spike this year. A number of our team members have also gone through a significant amount of kind of training to de-escalate because we're finding that the exterior situations we're running into, particularly when we arrive on scene calls, can often be more violent than we've seen in other years.
And wildfires.
Yeah, wildfires, absolutely. This year, we have been partnering with Alberta Health Services and Alberta Forestry SRD for all of the major fires, helping with evacuations in numerous communities. And we've been working hand in hand with Alberta Health Services to try and get ahead of some of these large scale evacuations. So that's been a bit of an uptick for us in this past couple of months as well. On the next slide, you'll see what we call neighbors helping neighbors. We've had some really great conversations around this in the communities that are on the boundaries and on the fringes of your community. We've had a total of 465 missions since 2018. And with that, we often say that unless you live in a bubble, you're likely traveling outside of your community. So Glenda will touch on a project that we've been working on for the last 10 years here in a few minutes. But what we want to kind of drive home with this particular slide is that if your constituents leave their communities, the gracious support that you're giving us, not only here in the neighboring communities, but right across Western Canada, we have 6 bases available 24 hours a day, 365, to be able to support your constituents and the people who live within your boundaries. So we're very grateful for everything that you've done for us.
Thank you. So this slide, now let's look at the left side first. This slide, it is 10 years in the making to gather this information and be able to bring this information to you now. So on the left-hand side, how we started, we went back to 2010, utilizing patient postal code. No other patient information other than the postal code where they lived at the time that they were flown by STARS. Now, please keep in mind that this is not a true, accurate account of every mission for every one of your residents. If we did not have their postal code on the patient information initially, they are not included in this data. So with that, now, this is encompassing all municipalities that lie within your boundaries. So to give you a true account of all of the different residents. So of course, it also will include all rural residents who may possess an Athabasca or a Boyle postal code, but they live in the rural areas. So this is a true account of all residents within your boundaries. So since 2010, 221 residents have been flown by STARS. And then you can see the breakdown. So 107, they were picked up in Athabascas. When we look on the right-hand side, the red dots represent all of these 221 residents. More importantly, the fact that these 221 residents were flown from 4 different STARS bases across 2 provinces, Alberta and Manitoba. Then 100 were picked up in Athabasca. 67 were picked up in Boyle, so in your local area. But another 54 residents were picked up in 20 other municipalities. This is the testament to our partnership. The fact that all of your residents have access to STARS across Western Canada, wherever they may travel. That's the importance of our partnership. By working together, we are ensuring that your residents have access to a robust health and safety network. I find it to be quite, on the right-hand side, quite intriguing when you see the outline of your boundaries, but all the red dots that are outside of that area. And each dot can replicate up to 10 or 15 different residents within one dot. So it's, again, you know, it's a true picture of what our partnership really means. Next slide, please.
So this is my counterpart, John Griffiths, down at the STARS Emergency Link Center in Calgary. Handsome fella. The STARS Emergency Link Center are our eyes and ears when we take on any mission. So long before we ever go airborne, there are our first responders, first people on scene, RCMP, sheriffs, you name it, a number of people that are taking care of these patients long before we ever go airborne. The STARS Emergency Link Center gathers all that information. For a scene call, they're doing coordination with all the first response agencies out there to make sure that the scene is secure. We have all the information we possibly can en route. They give us things like patient weight, how many patients, what their injuries are like, and they talk to the fire departments in advance of our arrival so we can talk to them on the appropriate frequencies. From an interfacility standpoint, they're able to coordinate up to 50 people together at the exact same time on one phone call, so the patient story is able to be told once. We have a STARS Emergency Link Center doctor that's actually in-house now in the STARS Emergency Link Center, and they're using virtual care vis-a-vis an iPad or an iPhone or some sort of device to be able to do real-time, secure, face-to-face information sharing with nurses and doctors at hospitals. And we're transitioning into being able to use that on scene calls. So if a first responder is able to just arrive on scene, they will now be able to talk to one of our doctors on their iPhone or Android device in real time to be able to provide that individual as much help as they possibly can before EMS arrives and then subsequent higher levels of care. So they are really our eyes and our ears. We've obviously dealt with a number of mass casualty incidents, Carberry, Manitoba being one of the latest ones. The STARS Emergency Link Center, given all the information they had in front of them, were able to coordinate 2 fixed wings out of Saskatchewan, 2 fixed wings out of Manitoba, and 2 rotary aircraft, one from Regina, one from Winnipeg. And we ended up having 19 STARS team members go and assist the various hospitals in the scene. Again, we can't do it without them behind the scenes, and they're an integral part of our program. We are happy to report that we have fundraised and paid off the 10 Airbus H145s. Of the 11 or 12 aircraft that we had previously, all but 2 have been sold, and one of them is in kind of the final stages of a company in British Columbia to be sold. The other one is in final stages with a company out of Florida to be sold, which leaves just one, we hope, as of next month. All of that money has gone back into the STARS organization to either complete payoff of the H145 system or fund operations moving forward through 23 and 24. On the aviation side, it's a state-of-the-art aircraft. It comes with an autopilot, the latest in synthetic vision, the latest in safety features, extraordinarily strong engines, a little bit faster, and an additional 40 minutes of fuel. On the backside, I'm going to let Glenda talk about all the amazing equipment. I know my place. I am a glorified bus driver up front, and I can own that. My wife will tell you that, but the magic really happens in the back. I'm grateful to be able to deliver these critical care men and women, but it's the critical care that happens in the back of the aircraft that really does make the difference for our patients we serve. This aircraft has Wi-Fi, it has cellular capability, heating, cooling, and it essentially has the ability to take all of the equipment in the back of the helicopter and in real time through Wi-Fi transport that information to an iPad or to a computer monitor at either the STARS transport doctor's home, the Link Center, and in the future to an actual hospital, so they can see everything in real time that's going on in the helicopter in advance of our arrival, thereby creating a more effective and efficient patient care transport system through the healthcare system when we get to the hospital. Glenda.
And I'd just like to say, I think we should commend John for being one of our STARS pilots for more than 20 years.
Appreciate that.
So, of course, we have the latest and greatest in new helicopters to take us forward for like the next 30 years at least. The other ones served us well for more than 35 years. But it's also important about the latest and greatest in the new medical equipment that is available. And this is a key aspect for your rural residents, being able to bring literally the intensive care unit environment in the back of the helicopter right to the side of the road or homestead, and have that is immense for your residents. So we're going to start with the handheld iStat lab. You see that it's the size of a cell phone, but it more importantly, with only a couple of drops of blood in less than 2 minutes, we can have results for hemoglobin, blood gases, even electrolytes. These are all vital test results that are necessary when our crews are managing multiple pain management drugs for a trauma patient. Next, thank you. The Hamilton T1 ventilator. Now, this is the same as what you'll find in the tertiary care centers, except it is made especially for transport systems, so very compact, but better yet, it accommodates all sizes of patients, adult, pediatric, even neonatal. We don't know until the call comes in, we get patient information, what we're actually going to be dealing with. 2 units of universal blood. This is blood that can be accepted by any one of us. We are very proud to have been an innovative leader in the universe as far as being one of the very first, or being the first helicopter EMS program in North America to bring this life-saving measure on board. And it literally has been the difference between life and death for thousands of patients since we've had universal blood on board. We work very closely with Canadian Blood Institute to ensure that there's no waste, so that, they bring us fresh blood each time if it needs to be recycled back into the system, so that we're ongoing and there is no waste. With that, the video laryngoscope. Now you can see that our crews can actually view the trachea right on the video screen. This is especially important when our crews are managing very difficult airways for either a trauma patient, possibly a burn victim, maybe someone that's been crushed on impact. You can understand that it's important that we can effectively and immediately intubate that patient that can no longer breathe for themselves. And of course, this particular piece of equipment was widely used during the COVID years when almost every patient had to be intubated. The EZ-IO drill. Now we've had this for quite a few years, but each year they seem to perfect it a little bit more. And so now this is only used in time-sensitive, life-threatening cases. But at the same time, you'd be quite surprised how many times we do need to use this piece of equipment. It's the size of just a little tiny handheld drill now, and it allows us to have immediate IV access. So when you're dealing with a massive trauma patient, now we can just use this, drill a hole into a shoulder bone or a leg bone and have an immediate IV access. Important for a trauma patient. Handheld ultrasound, again, the size of a cell phone now. Previously, we had this very cumbersome, big boxy unit that we had to have at the foot of the patient's on the stretcher. Now it's the size of a cell phone. It provides rapid test results so that we can detect collapsed lungs, internal bleeding, heart abnormalities, and even fetal compromise in ill or injured pregnant mothers. So now with the way the new helicopters are equipped, as John said, we have Bluetooth, integrated Wi-Fi, and satellite connectivity. So once we have these test results, while we're en route to the hospital, we can actually in real time transmit the test results to the doctors at the receiving hospitals. So now they know what's incoming. They can help to expedite their treatment plans. And of course, we have the transport physicians in the Emergency Link Center. So they're working on the back end in order to save time by coordinating all the logistical arrangements with the hospital. So once we arrive with this patient, that patient can go directly into trauma surgery, to cardiac cath lab, whatever the case may be for that particular patient. And of course, we always carry a plethora of pain management drugs, as well as the thrombolytics for stroke or query stroke patients. We have agreements with all of the hospitals across Western Canada that are on the stroke protocol. So now, once again, if we have a query stroke on board, our transport physicians, they can contact the nearest hospital that has the CAT scanner. We can go directly there, get that patient into the CAT scanner in order to determine if it is the type of stroke that would warrant giving the thrombolytic drugs. And in many cases, can completely reverse all effects. And in the course of a stroke victim's life, like it can actually represent more than $1 million in savings to our overall healthcare system if we can reverse all effects and have, no residual effects, no paralysis for a stroke patient. So we also, transport physicians will come along and assist our crews, mainly when we're dealing with a very, very sick patient at a rural hospital. So there's physician-to-physician consultation for that particular patient. So we also carry the physician's kit, and which also includes temporary pacemakers. Sometimes that needs to be inserted while we're en route to the cardiac cath lab for stabilization. But of course, it's always important. If you have all of this great medical equipment available, the latest in technology, but you must have the highest level of critical care expertise in your crew. And so this is where we're very proud to say that there is an Air Medical Transport Conference simulation competition each year. It's a very rigorous competition. This is international, from worldwide, from all other helicopter EMS programs around the world come to compete at this particular competition each year. STARS, we have always hosted our own internal competition, allowing only one team of 2 to have the honor to represent STARS internationally at this competition each year. We've participated for 20 years, In all 20 years, STARS has placed top 3 internationally. We're very proud of that. Last year, this is our crew from Saskatoon that won first place. This also marks the 7th time that STARS has won first place at this international competition. Thank you. We very much feel and are proud to bring your residents the highest level of critical care available in Alberta. So with that, in closing, we would just like to say thank you, Athabasca County. You can't know how much it means to have such a long-term ongoing partnership and continue to have these opportunities to work together to enhance healthcare throughout our province and with our municipal neighbors, you know, across the province. We thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your ongoing dedication to STARS over decades now. We thank you for your ongoing support. That's very important as well. We appreciate the fact that your current pledge, you are at $10,000 per year at a fixed rate. Would like to ask you if there is any consideration at all that you would consider moving to a fixed rate that would round up to at least meet the $2 per capita requirement that the majority of all municipalities in Alberta are contributing at. So that would be for your kind consideration. Other than that, we appreciate the fact that you're on standing motion, meaning that you recognize us each year. We're not getting forgotten as, you know, councils change and elections happen, that we are in your budget each year that is pertinent to our sustainability, especially when we have years like this year, when all of a sudden we have a 35% spike in missions. So either way, we appreciate your support. We appreciate you continuing to be a partner with STARS. A life is literally saved every day, but partnership has made it possible for 38 years. Thank you.
Glenda and John, thank you for being here and sharing this with us. And I'll apologize for not doing introductions as we normally would do at the beginning of a delegation. I realized I forgot that with the last delegation too. I think you met with most of us yesterday and certainly have been around enough that we can consider that you know everybody already. You know, access to healthcare in rural areas has obviously been on our agenda from the beginning of our term, and I want to, on behalf of council, thank you for what you do to deliver healthcare, critical care in rural Alberta. Your comments about the timing of service really highlight that need for certified helipads at our rural hospitals as well, and especially as it relates to stroke and when we're short ambulances, the ability to get your service in and out without the middleman is pretty powerful. I'm sure council may have some questions or comments, and so I'll open the floor to them. Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for all you do. Glenda, I'm pretty sure I asked you this a while ago when we were talking about your new helicopters. How does this change the distance you can go north, where for the residents of Wandering River and north, we're on that cutoff between Hero and STARS? John, you usually get up to, you know, not quite House River, kilometer 100, a little bit south of that. What's your availability now for helping out our residents up north on that highway?
I appreciate the question. So as I mentioned, we have about an additional 35 to 40 minutes of fuel. So from an aviation standpoint, those communities are no longer an issue. The strategic initiative that we've partnered with the county with reference to the fuel cache is very deliberate. We've always known that anything north of Athabasca, be it with the new helicopter or the old helicopter, it always came down to fuel. This decision was very deliberate. We know that there's a gap and we wanted to fill that gap strategically. And we've, you know, come to that conclusion with the fuel cache. We do not anticipate having fuel issues moving forward. Our goal will likely to be to get to the patient and then stop in Athabasca on the way back. That just kind of shaves off about 20-25 minutes for patient contact. And again, we continue to partner with SRD, Alberta Forestry, to make sure that the data and the information that we're getting about fuel caches is accurate. And that was our biggest concern, is we were arriving at fuel caches at 2 a.m. and they were empty. So we feel that we've rectified that issue with the partnership we've seen here in the last many months here in Athabasca.
Okay, follow up. Because if my memory recalled, you would have to stop in Josephburg.
Yeah.
Occasionally on some of the.
On the
trips
way
that you-
home, yeah,
Yeah,
and so
that you
that's how
did
tight the
throughout
fuel
that year.
margins were, is we
Yeah.
didn't have enough, because what we need to do is be able to get to patient, come back to the hospital, drop off, and then get back to the base and still have 20 to 30 minutes left on board. So that Josephburg fuel stop was a requirement anytime we'd be up in Mariana wandering any of those issues. That's been rectified with the new aircraft, but this fuel cache will allow us extra in the tank for weather and other.
So EMS shouldn't have to transport down to the DOT scale anymore.
No, they don't necessarily. Again,
Perfect.
with that being said, we call it Newton's cradle. It does make sense sometimes that if an EMS unit is going to be sitting on scene for 45 or 50 minutes and they look at a drive time that's appropriate, it makes sense to start them moving just from a triangle and speed standpoint, right? We're all in grade 3. If a train's moving this way and a train's moving this way. So our link center will often coordinate that. And that is very intentional. It's to minimize and mitigate patient care and patient time out of hospital.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You showed us a graph earlier about the emissions by county. Opportunity is quite low. Does that relate to access to fuel in that region? And now that you have the fuel cache in place, would you expect more service in that area?
Yeah, we had a great conversation with them yesterday. 3 things have happened in Opportunity. 1, we've lost our temporary landing zone at the south end of the hospital at the Wabasca Hospital. 2, fuel caches were a challenge and an issue. And 3, and it's twofold, we lost our fuel cache in Wabasca, which meant that we had to go fly to Slave Lake, stop, refuel, and then fly in the opposite direction to the northeast up to the Wabasca Opportunity area. In general, it would add 40 to 45 additional minutes of flight time. There is a chart of call that Alberta Health and the STARS Emergency Link Center use. And with that added time and that fuel stop, in many cases, fixed wing for the non-scene calls was the more appropriate response. Now our team has started to jump on to fixed wing when it is appropriate for critical care. Having said that, the fuel cache here, plus some conversations we're having with Opportunity, I think will continue to rectify that challenge and we'll see the numbers go up in the years to come.
Are there any other questions at the table? Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
Not so much a question, but gratitude. Thank you all so much for all you do to, bring this service, this essential service that has saved so many lives. Just so appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I did see the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee writing down notes when you made the request. So I have a suspicion that will come up in the future.
Thank you.
And we'll make sure that it's part of the discussion, at least. That's simple and easy to do. Thank you for being with us yesterday and today, and I appreciate your patience as we're running a little behind based on some delegations. Have a great afternoon.
Well, thank you. Well, I have,
Council,
may I just
absolutely.
brought a calendar for Pat's office, but the
You know.
2 latest newsletters, and you can also, a link will be sent to Pat or Leah so that you can actually just link on it and flip the pages and actually read them. But there's 2 really spectacular stories in here that I wanted to kind of just specify. This is one being that this is our first opportunity with virtual care, that we were able to save this patient's life using virtual care and no helicopter required. So this is the way of the future as well, so that we can provide that opportunity for critical care anywhere. And this that I believe Reeve Hall was interested in was after 37.5 years, STARS flew its record mission. They said, and this was from the Grand Prairie base as well. If you were to fly a total distance of this particular mission in a straight line, it was equal to flying from Calgary to Los Angeles. And all of the spectacular coordination through the Emergency Link Center to find all the different areas that we needed to fly to get fuel, having the patient on board. We were the only resource. This was in a so remote area that there was no other resource that could reach this patient. This patient needed that intensive care unit environment. He needed the blood. He needed everything that we had on board. And he even, a good news story, came back to be reunited with his crew in Grand Prairie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, before we break for lunch, I would like to, just to keep the agenda a little bit cleaner, we'll jump back to item 4.1, which is the minutes of the last council meeting. There is, that's on the agenda because there's a line on page 3 of 11 of the minutes that needs to be deleted under the Green Municipal Initiatives COW program. It refers to the item being dealt with as part of the resolution, but then there's a separate motion from Councillor Anderson, so it can't be both. On my agenda, it says page 8, but I think the page numbers you said don't line up. Motion number 23,360.
Okay.
So right above it, this item was not selected for debate and was dealt with as part of resolution 23,352. I think that needs to be deleted because we did debate it and we made a motion. With that amendment, I would look for a motion to approve the minutes as amended. Councillor Kapitanek has moved the approval of the minutes of the June 29th meeting as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That motion is adopted 8-0. Let's break for lunch. We have a.
Mr. Reeve, just, I'm confused. Item 4.2, the July 7th special council meeting minutes, do they not need to be adopted by resolution?
No, they were adopted in the consent agenda.
Okay. Thank you. I must have been
Now,
sleeping.
I'm not sure if my numbers match up with Leah's numbers, but this was the June 29th agenda. I'll show you my notes.
Thank you.
We have, folks, the choice is stay late or eat fast. I would propose to you that we are back ready to work at 35 minutes after.
20 minutes?
20 minutes?
Okay.
Okay, let's recess. Jeff. 5 minutes after, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. The next item of business on your agenda is 3.3, which is not scheduled until 1:30. So we will move on to 6.1 tax recovery. Councillor Holland, you asked for that to be on the agenda. Do you have a motion you'd like to make? Or anyone who wants to make a motion, I suppose.
And that would be, I believe our options here is to do nothing.
No, that. Is it?
Yes, that is one of the options. The motion is to do nothing.
Okay, so Councillor Holland has made a motion to do nothing related to the tax roll. Discussion. Councillor Wallach.
Could I ask Councillor Holland to explain why?
Well, in conversation and in looking at the reserve bid and realizing that that is not a value that you're going to be able to receive from that particular property. I think we need to revisit. So at this time, I would like to do nothing.
Any other comments? Councillor Gerlich.
I think once we, if we go with the other recommendation, it no longer accrues taxes, does it?
Director Chernich.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
Once the county takes possession of it, it no longer accrues taxes.
So if the county were to assume ownership of it, which is not the same as registering a tax notification on the property. So one of the options was that the county could essentially buy the property. So if the county were to buy the property, then county properties are not charged taxes. So that was one of the options that was presented, but if you registered a tax notification on the property, it changes what you're allowed to do with the property. So the county, once the notification is registered, could potentially sell the property and not necessarily for that reserve bid amount. So they could sell it for an amount lower than that reserve bid if that was what the market saw fit.
Other comments? Counselor Minns?
So to clarify that, if we did the tax
Registered tax forfeiture on title.
forfeiture, there we are. That means that we would own it and we could sell it. Or how does this work?
I think it's not quite as simple as we own it. It's that we registered tax forfeiture on the title. So the property owner still owns it. After a period of 15 years, the county can assume, remove the tax forfeiture and put it in the county's name. But that owner, up until that point, is still on that property.
And in that scenario, we also have the ability to list it.
Yes.
And sell it.
Yeah.
And if the proceeds are greater than the taxes outstanding, they roll to the owner. And if they're not, we write the difference off.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, Councilman, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Both. Thank you.
So it's a little complicated.
Yeah.
So going around, Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. So just for clarification, if we register the tax forfeiture on title for the tax roll in question, if that property were to sell even 10 years from now, we would at least have standing at that point to collect the unpaid taxes on the property, whereas by doing nothing, we would not have that necessarily.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think it's a mistake to do nothing personally. I would urge you to reject that motion and go in favor of the recommended motion and register tax forfeiture so the county can start to take action against a property like this. I don't know, do we need to speak twice on this one? Is it straightforward enough? We can just move around?
It's not straightforward to me.
Councillor Gerlach.
So-
Councillor Holland, you're next.
So there would not be any revenue or any taxes charged from this point forward? It would-
Mr. Reed, members
Sure.
council, just clarify, the process is very simple. To protect the county's interests and not take ownership, the correct procedure and process is to register a tax forfeiture. The people who own the property remain owners, they have the title, and they continue to be charged taxes.
Okay.
And so I think that is in the best interest of the county. As Councillor Hollins was maybe understanding, is that we would have to purchase the property for $51,000. We don't have to put any money, any county money into this or put the county at risk at this particular time. And if in 10 years' time that property sells, then we have the right to collect all of the outstanding taxes. And in 15 years' time, if the property doesn't sell, we can take ownership of that property and sell it for whatever price that we want to. We don't have to go with the minimum bid and collect all our taxes at that particular time. So
we have to wait 15 years in order to sell it for whatever price, or we can sell it for whatever price at any time.
it would be in 15 years, correct?
That wasn't my understanding.
Oh, okay.
No.
But my understanding was that we could sell it with the tax forfeiture title on the property anytime in that 15 years before the county
takes,
assumed ownership.
okay, sorry, confused.
Yep.
Yeah, we could, as the director said, once we registered tax forfeiture on the title, then we'd be in a position to sell it without having to put up the $51,000 to buy and take title of it at this particular time.
Yeah.
Does that answer? your
Yeah,
question or
I-
Follow up?
Yeah, I thought the taxes were paid on the one property.
They were. And so if a similar situation happened to this property where the taxes were paid, the tax forfeiture could be removed. So the only restriction on them paying the taxes and assuming the clear title would be if we sold the property prior to them paying the taxes in full.
Okay, but we're just talking about the one property, not.
We're just talking about the one property that taxes on the other property were paid in full and it's been removed.
Okay, just as long as taxes continue to accrue. That was my concern.
Counselor Holland?
What is currently outstanding?
For taxes,
I think we put it in the report.
I don't think I did. I'd have to check to give you an accurate number, but I want to say approximately $5,000 to $8,000.
So $5,000 to $8,000, and now you're saying, because I'm still confused
Okay.
with the 15-year timeline. What is this? Okay, so we can sell before the 15 years?
Yes.
So what was the 15-year timeline?
So at the 15-year mark, the county can obtain clear title on the property in the county's name.
Without putting the reserve bid
Without,
into an
yes.
account.
Understood.
So the
But
court would extinguish that title and grant us a new title.
If we were to do nothing now, we could revisit this in a year. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Anybody else want to speak? Ultimate. So on the question of the adoption of the motion to do nothing, all those in favor? 2, opposed, 3. And 5, the motion fails. Is there anybody willing to make a motion? Counselor Anderson,
Move to register tax forfeiture title on tax roll 4422 to 43242 as recommended.
Counselor Anderson has made a motion to register a tax forfeiture on the title on the tax roll ending in 3242. Discussion. I'll add then to the comment that I think a subsequent motion should be to get an independent valuation on this and list it for sale at the earliest opportunity. And clear this up and move on. But I am in support of that. Counselor Cromwell.
I'm still a little bit confused as some of my colleagues, the CAO and the director, having different opinions here. When I read from page 43 of your agenda, 15 years following the date of the public auction, the county can request that the registrar cancel the existing certificate of title, mark tax forfeiture, and issue a certificate of title in the name of the municipality. I don't understand where we're getting the fact that we can go and list it for sale tomorrow.
Well, I suspect there's more to the legislation than is listed in this one paragraph. The idea that you can take title, the option to grab title entirely right now means you have to put the reserve bid in aside for the landowner. By registering the tax forfeiture, you can force a sale at market value at whatever the market will bear, which, we may not all agree, but the reserve bid is nuts on this particular property. So you list it and drop the price until it sells. Once it's sold, taxes get paid and the owner gets what's left. And tax forfeitures are registered on titles all over the place as far as that I see in my day-to-day. It's part of the process that municipalities use to collect their taxes.
And Mr. Reeve, if I might just add, there are two separate ideas and two separate sentences. If you read the first sentence, that clearly states the county's ability. It's first, we don't purchase the property. we register the tax forfeiture. This allows municipality to rent, lease, or license, lease, dispose of the property at a price that close to as reasonable as possible as the market value of the property in an effort to recoup the taxes and tax arrears and taxes, period. That's the authority it gives us. If for some reason we choose not to list it, or we're unable to sell it, and 15 years down the road, following the date of the tax auction, which was held earlier this year, the county can then request the registrar to cancel the existing certificate of the title and mark tax forfeiture and issue a certificate of title in the name of the municipality. So that's a subsequent action in 15 years' time if we've been unable to sell the property or lease it or rent it or whatever we do. So it's the authority that is important in terms of the tax forfeiture by registering that on now to look after our interests.
Does that make more sense?
It does, thank you.
Perfect. For a follow-up question?
Please, thank you. Now, I'm confident I might know the answer to this already, but what communication has been done with the landowner? Has there been any reply to anything back and forth?
So the landowner is an estate, and there has been communications with people related to the estate in office over the phone, letters.
When you say related to the estate, Madam Director, are you saying the power of attorney over the estate? To the party that has control of that estate?
Yes, and anybody else that we could reach out to that were known to be relatives of members of the estate. We go to great lengths to try and collect the taxes or make sure that the people that would normally be interested in the property know that this is what's proceeding or this is what's going to happen. So it gives them an opportunity to either attend the sale, place a bid, pay the taxes, to delay the sale. Yeah.
And if this is happening properly, the estate, the title will actually, the name on the title will get converted to, instead of reading Mr. Deceased, it will read
To the estate
you know,
of.
it'll read, you know, somebody executor for the estate of Mr. Deceased, and the address will update. And like it's one property in 10,000, it's that we've got that we're dealing with this on, like there is ample reasons to have notification. And again, if they're not doing that, I don't know.
Well, that's where my question came in, because I couldn't imagine ignoring something like that for a $5,000 to $8,000 bill and the resulting loss of the property. That's why I wanted to clarify where that communication was going.
Other comments? Councilor Gerlich.
Yeah, my concern was that the assessed value that's been put on this is much too high, because there was interest in from some people in purchasing that property, but not at the assessed value.
You should make a motion to get an outside valuation and list it.
Yeah, and if you can list it right away for an appraised amount, then that would probably assist the people who were interested before. So it would be a positive thing. But my understanding was that we couldn't proceed. I was getting tied up in the 15 years and whatever. Okay, so.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to register tax forfeiture on tax roll ending in 3242. Seeing no further discussion on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? 7-1, the motion is adopted. Are there any subsequent motions? Councilor Gerlich.
I would move that we get an appraisal done and list the property for sale at the appraised value.
After tax notification has been registered on title.
Yes, Councilor Gerlich has
Yes.
moved that
I was about to add that.
that subsequent to the tax registration of the tax notification, the administration get the third-party appraisal and list at the appraised value. Is there further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Councillor Holland, go ahead.
Are there
Oops.
more than one third-party appraisers in town? Or in the area?
There are multiple third-party appraisers that serve the area. The
Thank you.
administration, I'm sure, will find.
Thank you.
On the question of the adoption of the motion to subsequent to tax forfeiture registration, get a third-party appraisal and list the property at the appraised price. All those in favor? That's opposed? No, 7, 8 and 0. The motion is adopted. 6.2, is there anybody willing to move a motion relating to that item? Councillor Cromwell.
Moved as recommended.
Councillor Cromwell has moved to accept the infrastructure report for information. Is there discussion on that motion? Councillor Mins.
Just regarding Bueller Pit, is there any, if I can ask this question, is there any indication of us doing reclamation on Bueller Pit yet?
The plan is in the works. We haven't seen it yet. We'll receive it sometime late this summer.
Okay, and we're gonna go to, or are we going out to a contract on it, you think, or?
I think it's likely.
Because the other thing I was thinking about is we do have some people that are more than capable of doing it in our midst of public works.
And Councillor, I'm aware of that, and I'm leaving that decision and recommendation to Roy, he knows what kind of work they can do and what they shouldn't, so I'll leave that decision to him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
Further questions or discussion? Councillor Holland.
Thank you. The one thing that caught my eye was the lease. And it continues till 2026. So are we still extracting gravel during that time?
No, we've depleted the pit. It's just that the schedule for payments was set up some time ago, and in order to have the landowner receive a constant stipend each year, that she knew for certain what she would get and when it would end.
And we have, since there is no more gravel to extract, do we have a way out of this lease or no?
No, the deal
It's
was,
what it
we'll take this, and with the minimum payment you'll get, or the exact payment you'll get is this $18,000 per year.
Or quarterly, was it? Quarterly payments.
Quarterly payments of 18, sorry, yes.
Okay, so I guess my last question is do we have an idea of what the cost per ton for gravel was out of this?
I think it is something in the order of $30, but I don't think that takes into account what our reclamation costs are, so I wouldn't put a figure on that just yet.
And that includes the lease cost as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gerlach.
So is the lease price based on the volume of gravel coming out, or is it just a flat rate? Like, are we way short of gravel to cover the actual cost of it?
I'm uncertain about that. With all the costs in, I don't think I can answer that.
So it's 18,000 quarterly, so that's 4 payments a year?
Correct. Yeah.
It's just my eyes, sorry.
Okay, anybody who has not spoken that wants to talk, I think once is enough, probably. This is like so for those who haven't spoken, if no one else, on the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the infrastructure report for information, all those in favor? Opposed? There's 0, so 8 and 0. 6.3. Is there anybody willing to move the recommended motion? Councillor Anderson.
I move the recommended motion.
Councillor Anderson has moved. We adopt municipal policy 4660 as presented. Discussion. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the policy. It is a lot of work to put together, so I appreciate that. I'm struggling, the only thing I'm struggling with is the ethics around receiving gifts, so therefore that's the only reason. The ethics around receiving gifts, I struggle with with that, so that would be the only reason why I would oppose. Yeah.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion to approve policy 4660 as presented, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 7-1. The motion is adopted. We now are moving on to 7.1. Seven point one is a bylaw respecting the CAO. And the recommendation is the council provide 3 readings to bylaw 0082023 and repeal 0022019, which should be part of the bylaw. Is there anybody willing to move first reading of that bylaw? Councillor Cromwell has moved first reading of bylaw 0082023. Is there discussion on that matter? Seeing none, all in on the question of the adoption of the motion to approve 0082023, all those in favor? The count is 8-0 and first reading has been adopted. Is there anyone willing to move second reading of Councillor Mins? Let's move second reading of 0082023. Is there any discussion on that matter? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion to approve second reading for 0082023, all those in favor? That is 8-0 and the second reading is adopted. Is someone willing to move third and final reading? Councillor Wallach has moved third reading. Sorry, I meant unanimous consent. Councillor Wallach has moved unanimous, that there is unanimous consent to move to third and final reading. There is no discussion on that motion. All those in favor? That is 8-0 and unanimous consent has been provided to move to third and final reading of 0082023. Is anyone willing to move third and final reading? Councillor Kapitanek has moved third and final reading of 0082023. Is there any discussion on that matter? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion to approve third and final reading of 0082023, all those in favor? That is 8-0 and the bylaw is adopted today. 7.2 is the cap levy bylaw. Is anyone willing to move second reading on that bylaw? Councillor Mins. Councillor Mins has moved second reading of bylaw 0032023. Discussion. Councillor Mins as the mover, you can speak to it first, then we'll go to Councillor.
I guess hearing the public hearing this morning, I understand what the people were saying about being small companies and that and that. And I think that's why this cap levy has been looked at before by Athabasca County, and that's why it was not put on there. They felt like, if I remember right, they felt like there was too much money was going to be spent and there wasn't enough big players in the midst of gaining money here. But I truly believe that we've missed out on quite a bit of money here already from other entities that we possibly could have got. So that's why I moved this motion.
Councillor Holland, you're next. Councillor Gerlich, you're on deck. I assume you want to speak.
Thank you. Exactly that, the previous council and previous council prior to that had this discussion, as far as I understand it to be, and it is bad for business is what they had determined. We heard today from a small business owner who felt that this would be detrimental to his business and may even so much as put him out of business. So I don't find that to be something that's good for our economic development. I don't believe we have no idea what the revenue is even going to be from this to go ahead and make such a drastic change to how our aggregate suppliers operate. I believe that, if this is in the name of Green Initiative, which, that's related to this particular bylaw, I'm very much looking at the idea that STARS has as $2 per capita. And that way, if we are actually considering our whole community as a region that's benefiting our community centers and our municipal owned infrastructure that this green initiative is going to, then our whole municipality should contribute rather than just a sector of people who purchase aggregates. So I am definitely against this cap. Although I do like the green initiative program, I just don't like how it's where it's coming from.
Councillor Gerlich, you're on deck. Next.
Okay, so if I was to own a gravel pit and extract gravel from it, crush it and sell it, what contribution tax wise would I be making to the municipality? Would I, like, what would I be taxed? It's a business. If I made cement blocks out of it, then all of a sudden I would be charged as a business making cement blocks. But if I just make raw gravel, there's no taxes paid in any way, shape or form as a business tax or and those trucks run back and forth up and down the road. I know I get 10,000 of them a year running past my gateway virtually for nothing. It just seems to me that there should be some way of them contributing in some way, shape or form. It would almost be like a GST. It's passed on to the consumer. Oh, and that was another thing I was going to ask is, does a municipality, like if it goes, because it's going to County of Thorold, County of Westlock, County of Strathcona, Parkland, City of Edmonton, do those entities have to pay the cap or are they considered?
Director Chernichuk, can you respond?
So I did some research into this specific question. As long as they do not rent the pit, we could charge them the cap levy. So if there was a gravel pit that was rented or leased by Thorhild County that was in Athabasca County borders, and they were using the gravel from that pit for their roads, they could not be charged. But if they were just purchasing gravel from a pit that was not owned by that municipality or leased by that municipality, they would have, we could charge them the cap levy.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think we should be somehow, that's a resource that's leaving the county and we're just watching it go. And there's no benefit to our taxpayers in any way, shape or form. We should be getting something.
Additional comments? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. Sand and gravel are a non-renewable resource, and thankfully we have some here in Athabasca County. And while previous councils may have considered similar levies, they were not sitting with the same situation that we currently are. We currently have companies looking and trying to develop aggregate extraction facilities within our borders. And I believe we should implement this cap levy now and not wait and miss out on revenues that could make a really positive impact in our community for the community.
I have also previously spoken in favor of this, and on the same lines as colleagues, this is a finite resource and we should, our ratepayers should be taking a benefit from it. I think we should not be bound by the decisions of prior councils. We need to make up our own minds based on the circumstances in front of us. And while I appreciate the comments of the business owner that spoke to us today, we're talking about between $500 and $1,500. And if that is what breaks the business, there's no business there to start with. I also don't feel like in that discussion, while I appreciate and respect his opinion and what he had to say, I think probably maybe, there wasn't a full information in his hands about the scale of gravel that leaves the county. So I speak in favor of this and urge everyone to vote in favor of this motion. Now we've got a couple of people who haven't spoken. Anybody else want to speak? Councillor Minns as a mover, do you want a final word? Okay. On the question of the adoption of the motion to move second reading of bylaw number 003-2023, all those in favor? Opposed? 7 and 1, second reading has been adopted. Is there anyone willing to move third reading? You don't have to. I'm just wondering if you want to.
I have to, and I want to.
Okay. Councillor Gerlich has moved third reading. I'll let your name in the minutes once in a while. Has moved third reading of bylaw 003-2023. Is there any discussion that needs to happen that you would like to have. On the question of the adoption of the motion to move third reading of 003-2023, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 7-1 and the motion is adopted.
Mr. Reeve, may I respectfully suggest that the next item 7.3 might take some time for discussion and in view of the
That's-
public hearing at
That is why I'm
1:30?
looking at the clock. Yeah, I,
Can we?
with council's consent, I think I would think we should, we'll jump over 7.3, 7.4 we need to jump over because we haven't had that public hearing. Let's move through a couple of these others quickly. Is there any objection to doing that? That way we can have a fulsome discussion together. The next item of business is 8.3. CIO, did you want to speak to that before?
Yes,
your agenda item? And-
thank you very much, Mr. Reeve. Members of council, when we received this particular invitation from the Alberta Summer Villages to attend, this is one of the first times I've seen them extend invitations to their rural neighbors. And usually their biggest partners that they depend upon in terms of both finance support and services. I thought it was an ideal opportunity. We have seem to have a very tough time in terms of breaking the ice with a couple of our summer villages on the west end. And if we can use this opportunity to meet with one or two of those individuals to convey our interest in working closely together. And you go right back to your strat plan in terms of what you've stated about developing regional relationships. It seems to me this would be the ideal opportunity to start bridging that relationship, showing that we're humans, we're not two-headed dragons over here at the Athabasca County. No, seriously, because that's the impression I get. And certainly, I think it would be a great strategic move by council to approve and authorize, the Reeve and or the deputy Reeve to attend to create that particular bridge, establish that relationship. So when we ask to meet with them as a whole council, they'll be warmer and more receptive to doing that. So that's why I bring it forward for your consideration.
Okay. Is there anybody that wants to deal with this? Councillor Cromwell, you waved your hand.
I'd like to make the recommended motion.
Councillor Cromwell has moved the recommended motion to authorize the Reeve and or Deputy Reeve to attend the Association of Summer Villages 65th. Can't believe they've been around that long conference scheduled on October 19th in Edmonton. Councillor Capitani, do you want to speak? And then Councillor Holland second.
Just in conversation, does the Reeve or Deputy Reeve want to attend?
I serve at your pleasure. So speaking for myself, if council feels that it's valuable, then I will attend.
Excellent.
Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
With regards to the motion that was made in the recommendation, it does say both Reeve and Deputy Reeve. Would you be willing to make a friendly amendment and or?
I read it out as and or.
Pardon me?
I read it out as and or.
I don't see the or. I just see the
No,
Reeve
what-
and Deputy Reeve.
When I read it out, I read it as and or.
Oh, pardon me. I missed that. Thank you.
So I hope Ms. Blair will pop that in because that's the way I repeated it. Because that's kind of what I sensed from Councillor Cromwell. Yeah. That's fair for you?
That is fair. I'd also like to make an amendment to my motion. Sorry, to authorize the Reeve and or Deputy Reeve or designate if unavailable to attend.
Is there anybody, is there any objection to just adding that to the main motion from the beginning at the table? Seeing that no one objects, we won't treat that as the amendment. We'll just add that into the original language, the language and or designate. Is there further discussion on this issue? Seeing none, there's a lot of noise in the hallway. On the question of the adoption of the motion to authorize the reeve and or deputy reeve and or designate to attend the Association of Summer Villages 65th conference scheduled on the 19th in Edmonton. All those in favor? Oh, that's 8-0. We have 15 minutes, so let's move on to number 8.4, Highway 63 Road Rescue Services. There is a recommendation. There's a recommended motion to authorize in your package. Councillor Mins. If you would put your mic on next time, please.
I'll make that recommended motion. Sorry.
Just because it records.
Yeah, yeah.
Councillor Mins has has made the motion that council authorize the administration to proceed and enter into a 1-year agreement with Transcare Rescue for Highway 63 Road Rescue Services. I'm sure there's some discussion on this one. Who wants to speak? Before we do that, I guess Councillor Mins, do you want to speak to your motion or?
I guess, yeah, I can do a little speaking here. I guess being it is only funded for another year, it only makes sense to just continue this agreement with them and until we find out what's going to happen years to come. So I know we've done this prior on other situations where there's been agreements with contractors and stuff like that we just continue on. And a lot of times is wrote right in the contract to be able to carry on with the same agreement. So that's why I made the motion.
Okay, Councillor Cromwell, you're on deck, or the floor is yours rather.
Though I appreciate the fact that it is only a year, I think that they've been given an extension at one point, re-contracted again without going back to tender, that it would be the appropriate thing to do to put it out to tender. Right now it's a year, it could end up being another decade of coverage. And I think we are responsible for being appropriate. We could end up saving cost and going to another contractor, putting it out to tender. I think that would be the appropriate thing to do. I'd like to ask the CAO, is there any information, any support, any complaints, anything about this contractor that have come in that might be useful for information that we can speak about? Because I really stick to the fact that we've spoken about that and that the consensus of the time was we should be retendering. I think that is still the appropriate thing to do.
Mr. Reeve, members council, and it was unfortunate that Councillor Cromwell wasn't here yesterday afternoon when we did the CEO council briefing, because we went through this particular matter, but I'm pleased to, I'm pleased to cover that again. Transcare currently has a 2-year agreement, so they had a renewal for a very short term based on the funding that we knew was available at that particular time, which expired at the end of August. So their contract coincided with the expiration of the funding. In that, we were anticipating the department might approve another 5-year funding agreement. I had made a commitment to Reeve and Council that we would go out for an RFP. In that, we only received 1-year funding to go out for an RFP right now for a company other than Transcare to make a commitment on a 1-year basis seems highly unlikely. So on that particular basis, it would be my recommendation that we simply extend the contract for the 1 year until we find out what the long-term funding future looks like. Those meetings are in the process of being set up now. And once we are aware of that, we could, upon getting that notice, put a provision in the 1-year contract that we can terminate that contract with Transcare upon receiving the confirmation from the province as to a longer funding arrangement. I am meeting with the owner next Tuesday to review the matter because there's a number of deficiencies, in my humble opinion, in the current contract that need to be addressed in this 1 year contract.
Councillor Gerlich.
I have to compliment CAO Vincent because he said exactly what I was going to say. In the explanation, so I'm done.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Over the past while, we've had conversations and concerns and questions and conversations with regards to this particular situation and the importance of the need for having a rescue on Highway 63. Are we able to discuss that with that contract, all relationships and whatnot that seem to have raised a bit of concerns have or will be addressed?
Certainly, it's my intent to put everything on the table. I think everybody on this table knows how straightforward and blunt I am. And I don't back away from any difficult situations. And I've got a list of things that have occurred just since I've been here, and that's only been 4 months, that need to be addressed. I think to my satisfaction, to ensure that the Highway 63 rescue service is exactly that, and that there isn't a blurring of the lines or any creep in what they're doing that would be in contravention of their agreement or would impinge upon what our local volunteer fire department does.
Follow up for sure.
Thank you. So in those contract discussions, will there be a clause that has grounds for cutting the contract should anything be breached, et cetera, et cetera?
Every contract should. The current one doesn't, I can tell you that much.
That's my
but
concern.
Those are the provisions. And I'm not sure if it was reviewed by legal counsel previously, but I can assure you it will be this time.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cromwell, you have something to say?
I was just saying, I did have a follow-up, Reeve.
Okay.
Just, I'll be quick there.
Please.
You made mention that an out clause based on funding. From what we were told from the previous director, that there was already a 30-day clause in the contract. Is that accurate or not?
Mr. Eve.
Is it relevant at this point? We're dealing with a very specific item going forward. And so I would argue that whether a previous director misspoke is irrelevant to the discussion in front of us. The question on the table is, do we extend this for 1 year? Is there anybody else who wants to speak to that motion? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. I think that the Highway 63 rescue service is an essential service that we provide in our community. And so I believe we have a duty to enter into a 1-year agreement here, just given the timelines and the funding. And hope that we will continue to advocate to the provincial government for a longer term commitment. Made a little bit more in advance of the deadline so that we can put things out to tender, get competitive pricing again, ensure that the service levels included in the contract meet our expectations. And but I don't see that happening in the next 30 days. And I would not want to see that service discontinue or lapse for a while we figure out things on our end. So I will speak in favor of the motion made.
So I will share with you that an upcoming agenda item is also on our agenda today to discuss strategy going forward related to this service. That's the item under number 12. And I also think that a 1-year RFP right now is a waste of time. I can't see anybody new wanting to tackle a contract on a 1-year basis until we know what the long-term future, or if there's a long-term future with this. And so there is no other decade. There's barely another 12 months. And so I think we've got work to do with the provincial government to look at what this looks like going forward, but that's a different topic. So I'm also in favor of just dealing with this while we sort out what that future looks like. Council, is there anybody that hasn't spoken that wants to speak? Councillor Minns, do you want to follow up? Final word? On the question of the adoption of the motion that council authorized administration to proceed and enter a one-year agreement with Transcare for the Highway 63 Road Rescue Services, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is It is 1:30. I'd like to reconvene the Athabasca County Council regular meeting. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I move to recess the county council meeting and proceed with the public hearing.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to recess the county council meeting and proceed with public hearing. Councillors, all those in favor? The motion is 8-0. The count is 8-0, and the motion is adopted. Good afternoon. It is nice to see so many people in attendance. As we begin, there's a couple of reminders regarding the operation of our meetings and conduct in council chambers. Council meetings are governed by our procedural bylaw. During a meeting, no one may address council without permission from the chair, which is, for practical purposes, should be arranged in advance. Please turn your cellular devices to silent, remain seated and quiet. If you do want to talk to your neighbor, I'm going to ask you to leave the room. You may not applaud or otherwise interrupt the speaker. There is no one may engage in improper conduct as defined by the bylaw. A reminder to remove your hats if they apply. Inside the council building, there are two exits in this room, one at the back, one at the side. From there, there are exits two ways outside and one back that way in the event of an emergency. Washrooms are outside those doors, and a hard left around the corner into the hallway. There's men's and women's washrooms there, should you need that. Because this could take a while. We will break throughout the public hearing based on the speakers list. We'll call some breaks along the way. I'd like to declare the public hearing open. I'm Brian Hall, the Reeve for Athabasca County, and I will be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of the council, I would like to welcome you here today. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss bylaw 005-2023. I'd like to begin with council introductions. Accepting one councillor who is unable to attend. All of council is here today. Beginning on my right.
Good afternoon and welcome, Gary Cromwell. I'm from the far north, Wandering River, Brainerd, Blue Jay area. Thank you all for coming out today.
Hello, I'm Natasha Kabataniak from Division 2, Collington, Minook, and New Pine Creek.
Good afternoon, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is Caslin, Boyle, Elscott area.
Good afternoon, Joe Gerlach, elected in Division 1, which is the Rochester Perryville area.
Camille Wallach, Division 9, north of the river.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming and welcome. I'm Tracy Holland from Division 5, which is east of Athabasca, Amber Valley South, Paxson, several subdivisions, Jumping Deer Lake, etc.
Afternoon, Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area.
And with us, we have our communications coordinator, Jordan Schenklenberg. Close. Recording secretary, Ms. Blair. The secretary for the public hearing is our interim CEO, Pat Vincent, and the director of infrastructure. Director of planning and development, Ms. Wilkinson. When it comes time for speaking, the speaker will sit at the empty chair at the desk and we'll use the microphones. The secretary of the hearing is Pat Vincent, who is our interim CAO. Any persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and wishing to be heard, should we like to get your full name. And when you speak, it'd be good if you would also speak about what municipality you're from and how you deem yourself affected. Is there anybody joining us via Zoom? No, okay. The public hearing for bylaw 005-2023 is now open. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Reeve, members of council. The purpose of this public hearing is for the council of Athabasca County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing, and the order of speaking will be: the Director of Planning and Development, Krista Wilkinson, will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of Land Use Bylaw 005-2023. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Director Wilkinson will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councilors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation. And the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before hearing from the public, I would ask Director Wilkinson to provide some background and explanation of the proposed bylaw.
This proposed bylaw amendment is for a zoning change from recreational commercial to campground commercial for portions of the northeast to 765-18 West 4. Applicant is looking to become compliant with an existing 37 stall RV campground. This bylaw amendment covers the areas currently utilized for the existing development of a campground. Property is located on the east side of Skeleton Lake, adjacent to the north side of the Summer Village of Bondis. First reading of this bylaw was approved on June 29th. For development of a campground to be considered, the land use bylaw will need to be amended. The general purpose of the campground commercial district is to provide for specific areas for commercial recreation, vehicle parks, and or campgrounds to be developed within the county. This parcel is in the Major Lakes Policy Area identified in the Athabasca County's Municipal Development Plan. The goal of this policy area is development at the lakes is designated to mitigate negative impacts on the water quality and riparian area health while ensuring public access and recreational opportunities for all. This parcel is within the Athabasca County Summer Village of Bondis IDP plan area. Its identified future land use in the IDP is commercial recreation area, which is appropriate and for this type of development.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mr. Reeve, if I just might add for
Please.
the record. Under section 230 of the Municipal Government Act, when this or another enactment requires council to hold a public hearing on a proposed bylaw or resolution, the public hearing must be held before second reading of the bylaw. As you have heard, council has given second reading, so we're meeting
Sorry, we have
that.
given first reading.
Pardon me?
First reading.
Council has given first reading to the bylaw, so we are at the appropriate juncture. And before council votes on the resolution, when this or another enactment requires a public hearing to be held on a proposed bylaw or resolution, council must give notice of the public hearing in accordance with section 606 and conduct the public hearing during a regular or special meeting of council. The council has complied with all the requirements of this particular section of the act.
Thank you. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Director Wilkinson on her first comments? Seeing none. Director Wilkinson, are there any written materials that have been submitted? And if so, would you read them and place them in the record?
Yes, there are many, so bear with me, please. First, I'll start with the referrals. So this application was referred out to Alberta Forestry Parks and Tourism, as well as the Summer Village of Bondis. And we did get responses from both. Summer Village of Bondis, to whom it may concern, Athabasca County Land Use Bylaw Amendment. The Summer Village of Bondus Council does not support the application to redistrict a portion of the above noted lands from recreational commercial to campground commercial. The redistricting would facilitate an expansion of an existing RV park. The following reasons are why we do not support the proposed redistricting. Number one, there is only one way into this property, and that is through a residential area within the Summer Village of Bondus on Old Timers Drive. A, there are safety concerns due to egress from the proposed development in the event of a wildfire. If there was a fire, all additional traffic would compromise the safe exit of all residents located along the evacuation route. The influx of more people will increase the risk of a fire. B, because there is only one way in through the Summer Village, it creates more traffic noise for our residents, in addition to policing and bylaw enforcement issues. C, when people are golfing and traffic drives into the establishment, they must take the gravel road that borders the golf course. This causes dust, distraction, and noise for the players. D, more traffic increases the risk of accidents with pedestrians walking or biking through the village. E, ATV usage is already high, including current ATVs coming and going from that property. An expansion will increase ATV traffic, which will also increase the noise and safety of the residents in the Summer Village. Number two, the emergency services in the area cannot support any more development. Increases in population puts a huge strain on all the services. The emergency services have not been assessed by the County of Athabasca to ensure acceptable response times will occur with the increase of population. A, the Boyle RCMP are beyond busy. The Summer Village of Bondus has requested regular drive-throughs by the RCMP. Currently, this does not occur due to the area and calls the RCMP manage. An increase of population will require the RCMP to routinely drive through the village. B, the area hospital in Boyle currently closes from 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. every night due to a lack of staffing. There have been times that the hospital has closed the emergency room, so patients are being diverted to other districts for medical assistance. The Mayor of Boyle stated in the September 2022 newsletter that the surrounding communities and the increased lake traffic has caused our doctors to be extremely busy with little or no notice. The Summer Village of Moatha had also sent a letter to the Ministry of Health regarding these same concerns, dated June 12th, 2023. C, the fire services in Boyle are volunteers. Number three, the Summer Village of Bondus road repairs are paid for by the residents of the village. There is no funding that comes from the county or the old Boy Scout camp owner for repairs. Our residents should not have to pay higher taxes to cover these costs. Number four, the Summer Village boat launch is already beyond max capacity. The old Boy Scout camp residents use our boat launch. There is no funding from the property owners or the county to pay for repairs. There's limited parking there, and if old Boy Scout residents take up spots, then our owners trying to use the lake have no place to park. More people trying to use this boat launch will create even longer wait times to launch and increase the frustration of residents. A, this also causes a concern for the beach goers with the increase of boat traffic. Since the boat launch is next to the beach, it causes a concern when boaters try to beach their boats to move their vehicles. Bondus had to purchase equipment to rope off the swimming area to mitigate any further issues with this for the safety of the families. Number five, there have been no impact assessments done in the area to see how this may affect the Summer Village or the amenities in the village of Boyle, including emergency services. Number six, this landowner was previously denied an application to permit 36 campers, and it was found that there was a lot of work done without permits, and they were already over the allowed campers on that property with their discretionary use permit. On June 28th, 2022, the following resolution was made by the MPC Council. Resolution MPC 22-43, moved by member Mins, that the Municipal Planning Commission refuse the development permit D 22031, a 40 by 42 accessory building, and change to private camp permit D 19-134 from allowing 20 recreational vehicles to 36 recreational vehicles within the northeast of 7, 65-18 west of 4. for the following reasons. Number one, the development does not conform with the use prescribed for that land in the land use bylaw. The zoning on this property, recreational commercial district, does not allow for a campground as a use. Motion carried. After such time, the property owner continue to still run the campsite. Number 7, how can this land be divided in 3 different areas? How will this land be reviewed to make sure that these 3 areas are not going over their boundaries? How can one small section with C4 be turned into C5? How can a campground still be in effect and running in a C4 when it's clearly not allowed as per the land use bylaw? Number 8, our residents and surrounding residents do not want this lake to have any further development, let alone another campground. Shoreline has previously been denied building expansion on a separate piece of land, so they expanded within their park. They are now up to 225 spots plus their overflow, daily booked spots, and there are 12 spots on a separate parcel. It is too much. Number 9, we all feel that any change in zoning will compromise public safety, including emergency services, aesthetics of the environment, noise control, littering, costs to the summer village of Bondus taxpayers, and the important wildlife and ecosystem. We, the undersigned, affected by the requested zoning change, are asking that appropriate Athabasca County authorities not approve the proposal as submitted by the applicant. And it is signed by the Summer Village of Bondus Council, April Clark, Mayor, Leah Wanek, Deputy Mayor, Lawrence Habiak, Councillor. And then there was a submission from the administrator, Ed Tomaszek. The Summer Village of Bondus Council wishes to go on record in opposition to the proposed bylaw amendment for the following reasons. Number 1, the Summer Village of Bondus and Athabasca County Intermunicipal Development Plan is to ensure that development and land policies are coordinated between municipalities. There are concerns that there was no prior consultation with the Summer Village on a proposed development that shares a common border as set out within the IDP. The zoning of the property northeast to 765, 18 west 4 on the IDP map A1, page 49 is C4. And at present, there is no provision for an amendment to the IDP. We would expect amendments to the county land use district map and the IDP to take place at the same time. This should involve prior consultation with the Summer Village. Number 2, the Summer Village of Bondus Council held their annual information meeting on July 15th, 2023 at the Senior Center in Boyle. There were 36 people in attendance with considerable discussion centered on the proposed amendment to the Athabasca County Land Use Bylaw. The extent of the public apprehension to the possible consequences of the proposed rezoning was virtually unanimous, with opposition being more extensive than anticipated. Number 3, the outcome of the annual information meeting is reflected in the attached petition containing additional reasons for opposition. Note that 31 signatures were obtained at the meeting, with volunteers subsequently obtaining an additional 138 for a total of 170. The informal petition is a measure of public opinion as it relates to the proposed development. Given current public sentiments, it may be expedient to hold any decision in abeyance pending further consultation. Please acknowledge receipt by return email. And it's signed Ed Tomaszek. And then, so this is the petition that, or the informal petition that was submitted with his submission and signed by the 180 people. We, the undersigned owners of property affected by the proposed redistricting, rezoning expressed in the above, proposed rezoning will almost certainly result in multiple applications for future development, including an RV park, which would be detrimental to the Summer Village for a variety of reasons. This property directly adjoins the northern boundary of the Summer Village of Bondus. There is only one way into the property, and that is through the residential area within the Summer Village, Old Timers Drive, as well as Bondus Drive. The additional traffic and safety of pedestrians are major areas of concerns, particularly in the vicinity of Skeleton Lake Golf Course and Heritage Park located on Old Timers Drive. There are safety concerns due to egress from the community in the event of evacuation due to emergencies such as wildfire. This is supported by the Summer Village Abundance Wildfire Mitigation Strategy and Wildfire Preparedness Guide 2016 that was prepared by CPP Environmental under the auspices of the Forestry Resource Improvement Association of Alberta. The report specifies a number of issues involving emergency evacuation via Old Timers Drive and Bondus Drive. As local population increases due to additional developments, policing and bylaw enforcement issues are exacerbated. Law enforcement response times will likely increase. Infrastructure improvements required to support an increase in local development are paid for by residents of the Summer Village. We consider improvements to supporting infrastructure as being critical to access by emergency vehicles, in addition to the general public. Summer Village residents should not have to absorb additional costs due to development outside the Summer Village's boundaries. Summer Village Boat Launch in Heritage Park is currently operating beyond its intended capacity. There is concern about surges and the use of facility during peak periods throughout the summer. This will likely increase wait times, leading to user frustration. The cost of expansion, repairs, parking would have to absorb by the Summer Village taxpayers. And so then the petition and the signatures are attached to that. And for council's information, there is a signature, printed name, and telephone number.
Counselor, there's room for questions at the end.
Just a point of clarification, I misheard the director. Did you say 180 or 108?
170, sorry. This is the referral comments from Alberta Forestry and Parks Lands Delivery opposes this proposed bylaw, as approval of this bylaw would allow for a subsequent development permit to be applied for, approved, that could potentially allow for negative impacts to be incurred on adjacent provincial properties and values that were previously stated in the initial development permit referral for this site, which was denied as per D-22-031 decision document, re-proposed Skelton Lake development. The department's position for opposing has not changed, and the reasons for opposition are restated below. If the county chooses to support the bylaw, the department asks that the department is referred at the development permit stage to restate the need for a noted impacts below to be mitigated and monitored as part of the approvals condition or the approval conditions. Potential impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat within the protective notation by the adjacent campground development may include increased access to Skelton Lake and corresponding boat traffic within or near the protective notation, increases the risk of damage, disturbance to floating nests of grebes, as well as nests of other species within emergent vegetation of lake shores due to wake created by nearby boaters. Later in the season, adults of some species carrying fledglings on their back, increased boating activity can force parents to dive, leaving fledglings vulnerable to predators. Increased access to the adjacent public land and any corresponding foot or ATV traffic within the protective notation can lead to the establishment of new or widening of existing trails. Vegetation disturbance associated with the creation of new or wider trails increases the risk of mortality of migratory birds or less mobile species, as well as increases the risk of destruction, disturbance, or abandonment of nests by migratory birds. Increased noise and light sensory disturbance from a lakeshore development can diminish the habitat suitability for many wildlife species for breeding, or lead to habitat avoidance, effectively decreasing the total area of suitable habitat available for wildlife species to use with the reservation. Increased waste, if not properly managed, can have a number of consequences for wildlife and wildlife habitat, including attracts predators, which can increase predation of nests or young of year. Attracts predators and scavengers, which consequently increase human wildlife conflict. Improperly stored, contained, dumped garbage and human waste entering the environment can cause illness, injury, or death to wildlife. Recommendations to mitigate integrity of the protective notation for current and future use of land, private land site. no new access to the lake and posted notice, education of the impacts of boat wake to nesting water birds. No new access directly to the protective notation. And just for council's information, the protective notation is directly north of this property. No new shoreline development or clearing of aquatic vegetation, noise and light limitations, particularly adjacent, advocacy for care and respect of the adjacent public land and wildlife, waste management plan with wildlife considerations. And then they attached a bunch of supporting information and, you know, describing some of the birds and habitat that potentially could be affected by this development. So that's the referrals for this one. And then I have a bunch of written submissions to read in as well. We have been on this lake for over 30 years and agree totally with Earl Secord's letter to you. We are in our 70s and plan to leave our property to our children who grew up around this beautiful place. If this is approved, feel.
May I interrupt you for 1 second? Would you state the author of the letter at the very beginning of the letter?
Sure.
And that way, for our notes, it would be easier.
I'm just going to finish this one. If this is approved, we feel our wonderful lake will be gone. Please listen to others who have taken the time to get involved. And do not approve this development. Rob and Kathy Smith, Harnaha. This one, Jeff and Jackie Hebner. Attention person or persons addressing the Skeleton Lake Boy Scout property. I am a property owner at Skeleton Lake and thus have the invested interest in stewardship of the lake. There are several glaring issues with respect to the 36 additional stalls added to this property. These spaces have already changed not only visually, but its eco diversity on the side of the lake. With every week, it becomes more obvious the impact it is having. I can't imagine if more were added. To begin, 3 years ago, the pelicans nested and congregated on the far northeast side, very close to where the 36 additional properties are now. This has since stopped, and if you have witnessed these birds, you know they don't like traffic around them. Traffic on that location has obviously scared them off, thus a fundamental change in the ecosystem directly because of the said additional persons and traffic which it has created. Last year, when there was a fire ban in effect, I drove past the Boy Scout camp and there was a massive fire on the beach which out a single person attending. This sort of action is and has been common on that property. This is obviously due to the lack of personal interest in the space, as it's not individually theirs to look after and just rent a rental type situation. The lake itself, in my opinion, and all other landowners I've talked to from every part of the lake feel extremely strongly that at the maximum it can handle with respects to the number of properties it can hold while still keeping wildlife the opportunity to use it with us. The wake boats and lake traffic will only increase the adding properties on the Boy Scout area along with environmental damage caused by said traffic. I have enclosed a photo of just a small part of the communal dock on the other side of the lake where campsites have been posted or positioned. The amount of traffic is staggering, and this will most certainly become the same on Boy Scout side. I implore you to seriously consider a retraction of to the 36 site currently added and concretely stop any further expansion of this area. If allowed to continue, it will without a doubt put all the wildlife and entire ecosystem at risk. Ken Harrynook, Old Timers Drive. I've been a very happy participant in the operations of the lake for over 50 years. My father purchased a property in the 60s. We have seen a steady decline in the enjoyment of the waterfront and general comfort of the activities on the lake. As additional people continue to put strains on the ecosystem of the lake, it transcends more and more to a slough status. The addition of 36 more lots could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. We must remember that we do not have a flow in and flow out lake. In reality, we are a slough which must protect its additional strain on its resources. As more people move in, the natural survival of the lake is in jeopardy. With this expansion, it is time to move to a different lake where controls are prevalent. Long Lake, Buck Lake, or Amisk. These all have natural flow in and out of the lake. Will our property taxes go up to accommodate 36 families? Will our taxes increase to accommodate the renters? Additional services to maintain more rental properties? It should be noted that pride of ownership does not always transcend to renters as it does to owners. I wish to make a stance against any further development on the lake that is already nearing a breaking point. Should you wish a personal attendance, yeah. This one is from Trudy Iwanek, 402 Mawatha Beach or Mawatha Drive. Dear members of council, as a co-property owner in the summer village of Mawatha Beach, I would like to express my strong opposition to the proposed bylaw redistricting. Strongly oppose any future permits allowing further development of RV stalls. Secondly, I would like to know details of how and why development has started and why RV stalls have been allowed to be rented to the general public without any engagement on the topic before today. I'm wondering if the county could provide the timeline of application permits for development and details on whether past applications were approved or refused leading up to 2023, and if there have been any stop orders issued for this property. I am deeply concerned about the possibility that lots are being developed and rented without permits, and the precedent set might mean other areas around Skeleton Lake could follow the same path. Skeleton Lake already has one of the highest populations, and I'm concerned continued development would not be suitable. Have there been any studies completed by the county to determine the sustainability or the impact of this further development on the water quality and health of the lake? Have there been environmental impact studies? All of these concerns should be addressed before consideration of any changes to land use in this area, commonly referred to as the former Boy Scout camp. As well, I'm opposed to the redistricting because of the increased fire concerns. Allowing more RV stalls will also increase the risk of fires, and the county may not have means to protect existing properties surrounding Skeleton Lake. The risk of fire has increased greatly in the past few years. I am also opposing further development and changes to the development plan to protect the health of Skeleton Lake. I want to protect the ecosystem and ensure Skeleton Lake is healthy and sustainable for now and for future use. Increasing the population density and further development will threaten this. I request to continue to be updated on the county's decisions and actions regarding further development, along with the county's response to existing development on this land without proper permits. Tina and Brian Harrison, Mawatha Drive. We are formally lodging an opposition complaint against this proposed bylaw due to many reasons. The county of Athabasca should deny this development and continue to do so for any other development applications that are received for Skeleton Lake. Firstly, Mr. Brown spoke to the residents of Skeleton Lake after he purchased the land. He said he would not develop the old Boy Scouts camp, but would be keeping it as a family lot. How things have changed. This tells us how trustworthy his family is. This leads to my next question. Current zoning of this location does not allow for campground lots, even though there are at least 36 lots there currently. How did this happen? Who approved this? If it was approved, why has nothing been done to reverse this? Have any penalties been assessed? A previous application by Shoreland Campground to expand was rejected, and so should this one. Skeleton Lake cannot support any further development. This lake has the highest population density in Alberta. The boat traffic is extremely heavy considering how small the lake is. Any further development applications must be denied. Alberta Environment and a study by the University of Alberta have indicated that this lake cannot sustain any further development. If you are considering moving forward, many additional studies need to be conducted, such as an environmental assessment, wetland assessment, stormwater management, etc., before any development permits are issued. There are so many issues and concerns with this application that it should be denied. The tax monies generated should not trump the many reasons why no further development should be approved. We want our children and grandchildren to enjoy the lake for many years to come. The health of the lake is fragile as it is, so everything we can do to keep it viable is what is most important. Please contact me if you have, Amanda Sherback. I'm writing this letter in regards to this bylaw. I am property owner at Summer Village of Bondis. Adding another campground on Skeleton Lake would absolutely kill the lake. The size of Skeleton Lake cannot handle the boat traffic that is already happening. It is destroying the lake already. The county has already added so many additional subdivisions around the Bondus area that has already put a massive strain on our roads, on the lake, on boat traffic, and not to mention our boat launch. Enough is enough. Please stop destroying our beautiful village and lake. The owner of the land that we call the Boy Scouts camp has already built this campground and is already renting out spots. Rumor even has it that he has sold some of the old Boy Scout cabins to people as well. This owner is already breaking the bylaws. Why should he be rewarded? There are bylaws to follow, but yet nobody to monitor them. It is becoming a free-for-all around that area and it needs to stop. By doing that, you need to stop further development. The area cannot handle any more people. Jamie Lynn DeZinkyu. Hearing my family are lake lot owners and have been enjoying Skeleton Lake for 4 decades. I have had the privilege to see this lake and enjoy this lake when the water levels were high and healthy. The fish population was healthy and Skeleton Lake did not have advisories of blue-green algae. Skeleton Lake is currently overstressed. The water level of the lake and the water quality has been an issue for several years. Many studies have been completed and shared with the county. The findings of these studies illustrate that the lake cannot sustain additional development. The current overpopulation of residential and recreational lots has already affected the imbalance of the lake. The increased boat traffic is affecting the quality and safety of our lake. Due to our water level, the large wake boats disturb the sediment on the bottom, which is affecting the quality of our lake. Our priority should be on ways to increase our water quality, ensuring it has a healthy ecosystem for our wildlife to thrive. Based on the current state of our lake water, the lake cannot sustain additional development. Additionally, this landowner has developed sites prior to any applications. It is disappointing that one believes it is to their advantage to decisively move forward with their project without seeking the appropriate level approvals to avoid the risk of delays or objections. Processes are put in place for a reason, and this landowner is showing clear disrespect for the system, other residents, and the well-being of the lake. Have they considered or completed their due diligence on how this project will affect fire and emergency services, waste management, waste and fresh water management or road and infrastructure services? Due to the current environmental concerns regarding water level, water quality, and fish habitat, I humbly suggest that the old Boy Scout camp not be approved for rezoning. Approving the addition of the campground will not have a positive impact on the lake. Our community, in conjunction with the county, need to work together to ensure we are preserving this asset. Again, any development will further compromise the balance of the health of our lake. Thank you for consideration. The health of the lake depends on your decision. Brent Young. Nope, I'm good. I am a property owner on Skeleton Lake, Mawatha Beach, and opposed to the request to change the bylaw. The lake is already overdeveloped and further development will lead to more negative consequences for Skeleton Lake, including increased traffic on the water, impact on the water quality, negative impact on the fishery, overall increase in traffic noise around the lake, potential negative impacts on property values if the lake continues to decline due to increased human activity and development. I've been coming to Skeleton Lake for over 40 years, and the current state of the lake is the worst I've seen, even with the water levels rising. This lake cannot take any more pressure, and I strongly oppose the request for the zoning change. As an aside, has the county or Summer Village completed inspections to ensure the numerous RV trailers are parked at the Boy Scout camp are complying with septic system regulations? Shannon and Scott Duhamel, Old Timers Drive. As a current property owner in the Summer Village of Bondus, we are opposed to the proposed bylaw amendment, which would rezone this property from C4 commercial property to C5 commercial campground. Millions of private dollars have been invested in the Skeleton Lake Stewardship Management Plan, which was adopted and approved by the County of Athabasca to ensure Skeleton Lake would remain a sustainable and sought after recreational body of water. The study clearly indicates the lake is overdeveloped and further developments will have negative impacts on the lake, fish, and animals in the surrounding areas. The province of Alberta was a key player in the management plan and took the stance that any future development should be highly scrutinized to ensure the lake's best interest is the foremost objective. This property is currently housing 30+ seasonal recreational lots. The impact of the current additional lots on surrounding villages are a concern. Has the county of Athabasca permitted the temporary rezoning of this property to allow increased density? The current infrastructure located in the village of Bondis is being used for additional vehicle access and lake access. Why should this burden the current landowners in this location financially? Has the county of Athabasca reviewed and approved increased burden on fire and emergency services? In the event of an emergency evacuation, has the additional volume of vehicles and people been considered? Has waste management been reviewed? Has the county reviewed the current watershed management plan to ensure their previous commitments to villages of Watha, Bondis, and Boyle are properly assessed? Has the province of Alberta Environmental Department been engaged to review the additional development as there is possible significant impacts on the lake? Was the waste and freshwater management reviewed? The lake has been undergoing significant environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. The continued development will, without a doubt, have negative impacts. The Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association has worked in partnership with the province of Alberta, Summer Village of Mewatha, Summer Village of Bondis, and Athabasca County to ensure the lake can thrive, albeit the higher level of development. Will the applicant of the rezoning be providing the following due diligence supported by science to back their development request? Vehicular impact assessment, recreational vehicle traffic assessment and impact on the environment, marine traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, stormwater management plan, lake quality assessment. In its current state, the lake has public safety concerns with the abundance of vehicle traffic assessing the lake and boat traffic on the water body. Many young families access Skeleton Lake, and the public safety needs to be properly reviewed. In the late 1970s, the provincial government completed a public sustainability study on the development in the Skeleton Lake area and made recommendations to limit any further development as the lake had already reached the high limit. In the last 10 years, the county of Athabasca has approved over 4 new developments with additional lots in the Summer Village of Bondis area, and this alone has led to this significant decrease in lake quality. When will the county of Athabasca fulfill its commitments to the previous agreements and science-based factual data and stop the future detrimental land development in the area? The county has already shown poor judgment in approving these new developments without proper consultation of the public, ignoring factual based data and review of actual impact assessments. Please consider this letter and use logic to deny this application. Skeleton Lake is enjoyed by many families and the additional development will have significant negative effects. The scientific evidence is already available and will support rejection of this application without much future due diligence. Dave Ball, Summer Village of Mewatha. I am against the proposed amendment of the land use bylaw. The reason is that there is very little public beach access, but Mewatha Beach does have such a beach. This beach is used by all the residents of Skeleton Lake, as well as overflow from Long Lake. At peak season, this beach is very busy, not only with local residents, but all of the residents of Skeleton Lake. There is no mechanism in place to limit the number of boats on the lake, and to add this campground would add that many more boats, lake users, etc. As others have stated, this lake is relatively small, and I feel that we have had enough users on the lake already and do not need to be adding any additional multi-campsite lake on the lake. Sean Michaelchuk. To whom it may concern, the regards to the above rezoning of the old Boy Scouts camp and similar to the recent proposed expansion of the existing shoreline campground on the lake, I am strongly opposed to this amendment. If this amendment were to proceed, the following negative impacts to myself and the lake are major decrease in my property values in the area and across the entire lake due to substantial increase in usage. This usage would come from more docks, boats, and clearing of the shoreline, which has already started. opens the door for future expansion of both the shoreline and this newly proposed campground, which will overwhelm the lake as it's very high density with full lake access. Most lots will have a boat and a dock. The shoreline campground has about 1/3 of the boats on the lake for small land parcel. The lake cannot sustain an increase in high density land usage. Erosion of the property values on that stretch of lake. It is noticeable that the owner is already leasing out lots for campers, as you can see dozens set up behind the tree line. There should be a hefty fine for this. If the owner were to subdivide the property into large frontage lots similar to the ones on Rosetta Road, I would not be opposed. Frontage width should be considered larger, considerably larger. Existing lots in Mawatha or Bondus, as this is heavily populated lake and environmentally sustainability should be taken into considerations. Aileen Campbell. As a 20+ year property owner at Mawatha on Skeleton Lake, I'm sending this email to voice my concerns about further development on the lake. Even though the water level has gone up a bit, the quality of the water is at its worst ever. 2 weekends ago, we were out on our boat traveling near the proposed site for the campground. The level of sewer stench was so strong, we couldn't enjoy a slow, peaceful ride. We picked up a garbage bag with candy bar wrappers and other trash, a pamper, and a piece of plastic handle from a water toy floating in the middle of the lake. This is the first time I've ever seen this in all the years we've been there. Adding more people and trailers will only increase the sewer smell and garbage. The county doesn't appear to enforce any restrictions with sewer. Too many homeowners with septic fields where tanks are what should be used. I'm hoping everyone's concerns are addressed and taken into consideration. Bob and Sharon Julian, Mawatha. We are submitting this letter to voice our concerns we have with regards to the rezoning. As a property owner for the last 10 years, we have seen what we deem to be considerable changes that we find to be quite concerning. The water quality has appeared to be deteriorating due to the increase in algae year after year. With global warming as a possible stressor, it doesn't make any sense to increase this stress even more by allowing further development, thereby increasing the population density of a lake that is already over capacity. Being a small lake, there is only so much surface area for recreational uses. It is already congested now to a level where safety on the water is highly concerning. Finally, we are baffled as to how there are currently 36 camping stalls in operation when the current zoning bylaw prohibits this. Gary and Heather Olson, Boyle. We have owned our property for 27 years and have enjoyed the lake with our family. We have noticed a lot of development, and with that, the lake has got busy. We noticed the boats are bigger and faster, and the lake is much more busy. Since we have all these boats on the lake, we now have blue-green algae, which the lake has never had. If we had more development, we won't have a lake for our family to enjoy or your family to enjoy. There's also more road maintenance, environmental damage to the lake, the upkeep for boat launch, and much more. So these are some of our concerns. Warren Brown. I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the bylaw amendment. We have owned a cottage at Skeleton Lake, Mawatha Beach since the late 1970s. We have witnessed firsthand the development on the lake over the last 5 decades and the impact it has had on the environment and surrounding infrastructure. There are currently more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots in the area, making Skeleton Lake one of, if not the highest population density recreation lake in Alberta. For this reason, and given the considerable environmental concerns about the lake, further development around the lake has been largely prohibited for many years. Whenever larger parcels have become available for sale, including the old Boy Scout camp, purchasers were advised that further development would not be considered. As such, I was shocked to learn that the county is considering this rezoning application. Such a development would be an affront to the countless hours invested by dozens of dedicated volunteers over many years who have worked hard to save this stressed lake. In short, this small lake is already overdeveloped, and further development of the kind proposed will only lead to further degradation of the lake and surrounding environment. I urge the Council of Athabasca County in the strongest sense possible to reject this rezoning application. Finally, I understand the current owner may already be operating a 36 stall campground on this site, which contravenes the current C4 zoning. How has this been allowed to occur? What steps are being taken to ensure that this illegal use is stopped?
I'm going to take a break at 20 minutes past, Director. Do you want to do one more letter and then?
One more?
we'll have a
Okay.
recess?
Kelly. It's spaced out. Yeah. Kelly and Dallas Roberts, Pickerel Point. I want to bring forward concerns regarding the LUB changes proposed. Adjusting agricultural areas to campground commercial or crown land to campground commercial is the county equivalent of adding high density housing in an urban center. Campground commercial areas will significantly increase the area population during high use times like weekends and holidays when current infrastructure is not sufficient enough for the current residents already. I dispute these changes due to the impacts of increased traffic on rural gravel roads, degrading their quality, lack of public infrastructure on Skeleton Lake, resulting in increased use of hamlet spaces that were designated for local residents, environmental impact of additional people using OHVs in the area. Currently, there are more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots. For the lake this size, 7.89 kilometers squared. This is an incredible number of lots and users. This is considered the highest population density for a recreational lake in Alberta. This taxes current lake infrastructure such as fire and emergency services, waste management, waste and freshwater management, roads and infrastructure services. Campground density in C5 is at the development officer's discretion. 36 stalls is very small compared to the land size. What are the total potential impacts or maximum capacity? The lake has been undergoing considerable environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. At the Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association works with the county to mitigate these issues. They have been asked to provide a lot of technical data to support the issues and find solutions. Has the applicant for the rezone been asked to provide similar technical data to ensure the lake can withstand the additional development on an already stressed lake? Such technical support could or should include traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, and or stormwater assessment, or any other information or study deemed necessary for the consideration of the application. On lake safety, many of us have had concerns over the abundance of lake traffic. Increased density will increase the lake traffic on what is already a small amount of surface area that is broken into two basins. Any firsthand experience of on-lake congestion would be a valuable discussion point. Traditionally, additional development at the lake has not been encouraged. Recent 2022 Shoreline Campground looked for additional space or stalls and was rejected in their request by County of Athabasca. As well, the few larger parcels of land that have come for sale, including the Boy Scout camp, were advised that rezoning to allow for residential or campground development would not be considered when reviewed during due diligence. How are they permitted to operate the existing 36 stalls if it is outside the current zoning? What is being done to stop this while the amendment is reviewed? Are there any penalties for the development that would be considered?
Typically at our council, we break about every hour, and given that the director has been speaking nonstop, I'm going to propose we take a 7-minute break. We will reconvene promptly at past. Please. It is 1:30 and we will reconvene. Sorry, it's 2:30. Sorry. It's already been that long. We'll reconvene the public hearing on bylaw 005-2023. Director Wilkinson, You were reading some letters. Please carry on.
I have some more. Robert and Barbara Chanazik. My wife and I are not in favor of this amendment proceeding. Skeleton Lake has an extensive developed shore with well over 1,000 lots developed in the summer village of Moatha, Bondis, and around the lake on the north and west shores. We have not seen nor has it been communicated to us any studies pertaining to the land, lake traffic impacts, environmental impacts, and lake impact studies, capacity assessments, etc. We recall that the county, in conjunction with the Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association and Alberta government consultations, there was to be no further developments within 400 meters of the shoreline. We believe the Boy Scout land was specifically part of this. We believe this was enacted around 2002. We recall the shoreline campground in Bondis was refused enlargement in the past years to keep overdevelopment at bay. In all of Skeleton Lake's state of watershed reports and Skeleton Lake stewardship reports, we have read, indicate, and support that the lake is overdeveloped already for the size of the lake. Impacts to the water quality, water level, fish and wildlife, shoreline, lake and land traffic, etc. We have heard that the owner of the Boy Scout camp land in question has already started using the land similar to a campground and do not understand how this can be allowed or continue to be allowed without any approvals. If this is true, it should be stopped immediately. Wendy Hebner, Moatha Beach. Our priorities are all about water quality and safety, protecting the environment and wildlife around our lake, and enjoying cottage life without impacting our neighbors and their investments. Clearly, the preservation of our lake and surrounding ecosystem is key to us all. The future of our children are counting on us to ensure the stress on Lake Skeleton is not extended any further by rezoning the old Boy Scout camp. Susan Amiot. I am a permanent resident on Moatha Beach. I am overly concerned about the development of a campground on the old Scout camp. I strongly believe that Skeleton Lake cannot accommodate any more boat traffic. It is already very busy with boats, and adding traffic to it would make it quite dangerous. When the land was sold, it was on a condition of no public development to be done. Why has it changed? We want to be able to enjoy Skeleton Lake for many years to come and keep our water quality on the upper level. Devang Kiomanivong and Sarah Alstrom. I live at 136 Canary Drive, Moatha Beach, and we are against bylaw 005 and want to keep the zoning. Original zoning is cost appropriate for the land. Terry Edwards. I would like to add my 2 cents and tell you that I oppose the proposal to allow this to become a campground. Ken McNamara. I'm writing to oppose another attempt to develop this property. The lake nor the community can support additional population. Summer Village of Bondis. Jason Edwards. I am just writing to express my concern for the amendment to these policies. Skeleton Lake is extremely busy and already overpopulated. The change suggested is to allow the old Boy Scouts camp to build a campground and allow more people to use the lake for boating. Mike Merrigan. As a year-round resident of Skeleton Lake, I'm strongly opposed to the bylaw. Our lake is already overdeveloped and cannot sustain the additional strain this development would place on the ecosystem. Brian Heasley. I'm writing in opposition to the upcoming amendments to the land use bylaw. I'm a year-round resident of Skeleton Lake and feel the lake is overpopulated as it is, and adding more people direct access to the lake would greatly impact the lake's ecosystem. Ron and Val Whitson, Moatha Beach. We have lived at the lake for the past 28 years and over the past 3 decades have witnessed the ups and downs of living here. In the late 90s, the lake level was so high that some people were actually wanting the lake to be drained as they had lost their beaches. Over the next decade or more, development increased dramatically around the lake probably increasing the number of dwellings in proximity of 1 kilometer or less from the lake by at least 50%. A large number of properties were developed around the North Basin, and for the past number of years, that portion of our lake has had so much aquatic plant growth that it was impossible to see more than half meter under the water. This is what happens when development is left unchecked. At the same time, the lake level dropped drastically to the point where people were actively pursuing an arrangement with the government to transfer water from another lake to fill Skeleton Lake. Concerning the old Boy Scout camp, if the applicant is already operating an illegal 36 stall campground, and this application is approved to legitimize its illegal use, then what's to stop him applying for another permit later to increase the size yet again? After all, precedents would have then been set. With the lake level coming back to an acceptable level this past 5 years, we don't believe the lake can withstand any more new development, as this little body of water is already tapped out. Increased boat traffic, vehicle traffic, and people traffic will only put more pressure on the ecosystem of the lake. We would like to see the illegal 36 stall campground shut down and the county come up with a designation or rezoning for that area so that all loopholes are eliminated and this stays as it was meant to be when the Boy Scouts sold it. We are against any further new development at this site. Scott and Gail Stanton. We have had the privilege of growing up with a cottage on beautiful Skeleton Lake. Over the years, the development has increased at an alarming rate, as well as the boat traffic. Skeleton Lake is a small lake and is already overdeveloped, and additional development will push the limit of what this lake can handle. We totally oppose the development of the campground proposal. Shirley Ellis. As a property owner 47 years at Skeleton Lake, I am strongly opposed to the change of recreational commercial to campground commercial. This lake is so overdeveloped and is already having difficulties maintaining its balance. The last thing this lake needs is more development. When the Boy Scout camp was sold, there was no development condition included as to our understanding. Cecile and Norm Amiot, Miwatha Beach. This is to inform you that we are absolutely against developing the land where the Boy Scout camp was. Our family has had a cottage on Miwatha Beach since 1974. We have noticed a significant higher number of boats on the lake each year. Quality of the water is already declining. The size of Skeleton Lake does not support more development. It would be sad and detrimental to develop this land. Terry Kondratiuk. Please do not consider any further development of any kind on Skeleton Lake. We have been property owners at Skeleton Lake for many years and have seen a decline in the lake from the already overdevelopment. Our once beautiful lake is now overrun with boats. Fishing is practically non-existent and the water is not the pristine, clear quality it once was. Again, please do not allow any more development on Skeleton Lake. Let's let the next generation enjoy what we have had. Once it is lost, it never can be brought back. Lori Lothar and Jana Yost. Our families have been enjoying our property at Skeleton Lake for almost 50 years. Over the past few years, we've had growing concerns regarding environmental and safety issues. Water level and water quality has been troubling. The number of boats on the lake most weekends is dangerous. We strongly oppose any additional development on Skeleton Lake. This lake cannot handle any more stress. It is our responsibility to protect it. Jackie Mindus. I'm writing in opposition to the upcoming amendment to the land use bylaw. As a property owner of Skeleton Lake, these proposed amendments are of great concern. The current overpopulation of the lake has already shown signs of deterioration to the environment. Also, Skeleton Lake has so much activity on the water. We do not feel safe being on the lake at times. Adding another campground will add to this problem and make for a very dangerous lake to recreate on. Richard Friesen. The application to revise the LUB refers to this parcel. I am opposed to this application because of two very serious safety concerns, because such revision would likely result in the establishment of RV park or similar high density usage. Number one, on the very likely event of a wildfire causing evacuation of the area, we have only one road out, and I am afraid that it would quickly become blocked with traffic that could result in unspeakable suffering. Number two, the traffic on the lake is already high and speed is a popular component of that activity. Additional congestion is unwise. Maryland and Stewart ends, ratepayers of Athabasca County. I would like to voice my concern over further development in the Skeleton Lake area. Their lake is already experiencing stress. The last 2 summers have seen blue-green algae warnings. The lake levels were at concerning lows this spring. Adding additional strain to the lake with a proposed campground development would be negligent on the part of Athabasca County and detrimental to the sustainability of our lake for years to come. I strongly urge council to vote down the proposed development. Jean Archer. I live year-round on Park Drive in the Summer Village of Ondas. I am opposed to the amendment of the bylaw for numerous reasons. The lake is already being overused throughout the summer. It is getting dangerous to be on the water on weekends. It also has been dangerous to walk on the roads due to an already high traffic volume. With more traffic, with the development, it will get worse. Also, we will be responsible for the upkeep of the road while the campers will not pay any taxes to Bondus. The water in the lake is not great shape due to green algae today, and it will only get worse due to higher people using it. The boat launch is already overused and it will get worse. John Kirk. Good afternoon. As a landowner near the vicinity of the above bylaw change regarding the rezoning, I am voicing my strong objection. Overdevelopment stress on Skeleton Lake has been documented for 2 decades or so by the work of Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association in concert with the county, Alberta Environment, and local municipalities. Along with technical information SLSA has provided, I remind you of the current worldwide prudent trend towards protecting the environment. Please do the responsible thing and turn down the applicant's rezoning application. Ron and Lorraine Kennedy. We are property owners on Skeleton Lake in Moatha Beach. We have been owners here since the early 70s. The changes to the lake we have seen have been great over the years. As it is right now, with all the development that has taken place, the number of permanent residents and the weekend campsite that have been developed have taken its toll on the lake's ability to purify itself. We feel there must be a stop put on any more development of access lots of any kind to the Skeleton Lake area. The nature areas are shrinking around the lake and human contaminants are taking their toll on the lake. Please help Skeleton Lake survive for many generations after we are gone to enjoy. Sean and June Cotton. We live at Summer Village of Moatha Beach and oppose the bylaw. We are concerned about the environmental impact on the lake due to increased traffic that would result from the conversion of this land to use to a campground. Our existing population around the lake is already stressing the waterway, causing risk to the existing fish population and increased instances of blue-green algae. In addition, increased number of recreational vehicles on the lake raises concerns to safety of kayakers and canoeists who are already experiencing overcrowding on this smaller body of water. We want to keep the land use bylaw as the original zoning as cost appropriate use of the land. Jeanette Drozdiak. If this bylaw is passed, these are my concerns. The ratio of lots around Skeleton Lake as compared to the lake size appears to be out of balance for an already environmentally stressed lake. Increased lake traffic will result in safety issues. Bird and wildlife habitats around the lake will be destroyed. Pressure will be put on services, road maintenance, waste management, fire and emergency services, to mention but a few. We all should be more mindful of the preservation of nature and the environment. Thank you for your consideration regarding the preservation of Skeleton Lake and the surrounding habitat, and refuse to pass this amendment. Renee Bochelin. Hi there, I'm writing to hopefully shed some light and have a pause or denial put on rezoning of the Boy Scout camp at Skeleton Lake. Main reasons are, of course, population density and safety on the water, as well as environmental concerns. This is already a very populated lake, and I think we need to consider the impact it is having on the following: traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, and or stormwater management plan. As a permanent resident on Old Timers Drive, this is very concerning. I think we also need to evaluate the garbage situation with no disposal or pickup options, as well as wildlife impact. This next email, sorry, was the exact, so we have a bunch of situations where people sent the same thing. So I'm just going to tell you the names and then read the email just once. So this exact same email was sent by Julie French as well as Deanna Baudet. I am writing in opposition to the upcoming amendment to the land use bylaw. As a year-round resident of Skeleton Lake, these proposed amendments are of great concern. I would like any and all environmental studies to be provided regarding the impact on the lake's ecosystem and surrounding wildlife. If environmental studies have not been considered, it is peril that these be completed prior to any amendments are even considered. The current overpopulation of the lake has already shown signs of deterioration to the environment. The past 2 years, there has been blue-green algae warnings. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to receiving copies of any and all environmental studies that have been completed. Frank Kellogg. This letter is in regards to the permit to allow the old Boy Scout camp at Skeleton Lake to be developed into a campground. As a permanent resident, I am totally against this to be allowed. The lake is overpopulated as it sits right now. It seems to all the county of Athabasca is concerned with is tax monies and not the environment. The property owners from around the lake have raised thousands of dollars over the years. They have done and paid for many, many environmental studies on the lake in the past at their own expense. The county of Athabasca has done nothing. So as a voting landowner and taxpayer of the county of Athabasca, I'm against and do not want this campground to go ahead. I will also be contacting the Alberta government on this issue. Brian Bychuk. There is no possible way that this lake can handle another 36 stalls. We are already over capacity, as you can clearly see when long weekends come about. It is dangerous with the activity of ATVs, boats, golf carts, and other activities on this less than suitable sized lake for the population. The roads are not made to handle nonstop heavy RV traffic either. Over the last 35 years I've been there, I've seen the lake change, and I know bringing in a campsite will bring anyone in who can book a spot, making the risks for many things very possible, and I hate to say almost definite. There are not enough beach spaces or really any space to support this many people as at what has turned into most densely populated lake in the province. Please do not make this mistake. You will be letting many of the long-term residents and supporters even more uncomfortable than we have gotten from what we had once. Wes and Valerie Witherspoon, Summer Village of Bondus. We are against this bylaw amendment for the following reasons. Skeleton Lake has more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots. Skeleton Lake size of 7.89 square kilometers in conjunction with the above number of lake is already considered the highest population density for the recreational lake in Alberta. Additional campsites would impact fire and emergency services, waste management, freshwater management, and road and infrastructure services. Skeleton Lake has already been impacted by low water levels, fish habitat, and water quality. Has the applicant been asked to supply tech data to ensure the lake can withstand additional development, i.e. traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, storage waterman planning, management plan? Skeleton Lake has already one large campground and an already stressed lake and infrastructure. We can't add a second one. Past applications have been turned down, i.e. Shoreline Campground in 2022. How is the applicant currently allowed to operate 36 sites if it's outside of current zoning? As landowners and taxpayers, we are in opposition to this proposal for the above stated reasons. Please deny applicant and consider dealing with the current bylaw infraction of the existing campsites currently operating. Dennis and Colleen Demeray. Please be advised that we are against the rezoning to allow a 36 stall count RV campground. Development at Skeleton Lake is pushing the limits of what it can handle. We are concerned with the already 1,000 lake adjacent lots for a lake this size. Services such as fire and emergency, waste management, freshwater management, and road and infrastructure services are operating at near maximum efficiency. Additionally, we have the following assessments being provided. Traffic impact, environmental impact, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, stormwater management plan. Thank you for the time you take to review our concerns. Brian and Janet Staden. We are property owners at Bondis on Skeleton Lake. We understand there's a rezoning application from C4 to C5 and object to such further development on the lake. Skeleton is overdeveloped as is, and a large development like this will have serious impact on vehicle traffic, water traffic, and safety, infrastructure, environmental concerns, stormwater management, wetland assessment, emergency services, and just too much density and congestion. We respectfully request approval for rezoning be denied, including the 36 stalls that apparently are active and outside the current zoning bylaws. Is Alberta Environment aware of what's happening? Considerable effort was done by the Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association to address water level and quality and restoration of fish habitat and other issues while always working with Alberta Environment. Thank you and trust your agreement with our position. Jerry and Glenda Best, Somerville, Jabondis. We have been landowners on Skeleton Lake for over 20 years and are concerned with the overdevelopment and population growth on the lake. Over 20 years, we have seen the high water, low water, extremely low water, and then water levels restored. But in those 20 years, never have we seen the algae growth like has happened in the last several years. Last year, the blue-green algae was prevalent for almost a month. Extra nutrients in the water are the main cause. More people, more lake use adds nutrients to the water. The increase in people leads to more watercraft on the lake. On our small lake, this is an accident waiting to happen. We cannot allow more campsites to add to the downturn of our lake. It is time to say no to more development. The pelicans, geese, ducks, and herons that call Skeleton Lake home need to be protected from the increased people pollution. I believe that the majority of people who own property on the lake take pride and look after the lake's health. People who come to camp for the weekend or a season have no invested interest or ownership and do not always protect the lake's future sustainability. Please say no to this development and keep Skeleton Lake viable. Tiana Lacey. I'm providing this letter to advise that I'm strongly against the proposal to change land use on this property. Another campground would increase traffic on the roads around the lake. The access roads into Skeleton Lake are already in poor condition this year. This would only continue to get worse with increased traffic. Some spots are so bad you have to drive around them. There are many teens driving around on golf carts irresponsibly already. This will likely go up with additional campground in the area. The golf course is already busy to the point it's hard some days to get a tee time. This will only get worse with more people camping in the area. Part of the reason we bought at Skeleton Lake was there's always that there was a golf course. We can't even use it on long weekends as it is now it is always full. There will likely be more traffic on the lake with boats and jet skis. The lake quality is already deteriorating and not even fit for swimming by the time the weather gets warm. This will get worse. The additional traffic on the lake could pose more risk for boating accidents. Dallas Jennings, Mawatha Beach. It has come to my attention that there is a request for a bylaw amendment to change the zoning to this property. This would take place at the old abandoned Boy Scout camp. The lake has been experiencing some negative changes over the last few years, and it's very concerning. I do not like the idea of a commercial campground being constructed at any location on the lake. These campgrounds bring transient weekend campers out to enjoy our lake with no regards to the health of the lake, and then they pack up and go home. I believe the lake has already surpassed its capacity to support any more development. Unless, of course, you want the lake to become regularly polluted, thus bringing already established property owners' property values down and become a place we no longer want to even spend time at. So put me down for a big no. Hans and Penny Lamnick. I've been coming to Skeleton Lake as a child to my parents' lake cottage at Summer Village in Moatha Beach. My husband and I moved here in 1989 and raised our family here. My 93-year-old father lives here, still as he loves this place, and so our family makes this possible for him. Our children and now grandchildren also love this place, and I know growing up healthier for it. Unfortunately, we have also seen the slow decline of Skeleton Lake, drop in water levels and fish population, and now the rise of blue-green algae. We know rising population levels on the lake has a direct impact on these issues. Intensive environmental studies were done a few years ago, sponsored by the residents of the Summer Village and Moatha Beach, outlining these factors. The further development of the area known as the old Boy Scout camp is in direct contradiction of these reports. Skeleton Lake is already overdeveloped and is in crisis. We are begging the County of Athabasca to do the right thing, not let greed get in the way of turn down the development permit. Ward and Heidi St. Pierre. Please be advised that we are not in favor of this location being developed into a campsite. We reside year-round on Old Timers Drive. I have been a resident for over 45 years at Skeleton Lake. 45 years ago, it was a peaceful place to be, but not so much anymore in the summer months. Steady traffic, noise, no availability at the boat launch, as well as safety are now major issues. People that come up to the lake for the weekends are inconsiderate of the noise factor, using their quads, dirt bikes, and ATVs until all hours of the night, not to mention reckless driving of them. Don't even try to launch your boat on a weekend, as there's no availability for parking down there. Traffic is so heavy as well as reckless on Old Timers Drive that our family doesn't even feel safe going for bike rides or walks. Now you are allowing a campsite to be developed at the Old Boy Scouts location, which is going to greatly add to an existing problem. This lake is already overpopulated and overdeveloped. This is unfair to the people who live here, pay taxes, and contribute and invest in this community. Please reconsider. Gordon Hare. I'm writing this letter in regards to the proposed bylaw change for commercial rec to commercial campground at the Old Boy Scouts camp located in the northeastern side of Skeleton Lake in the Summer Village of Bondas. I, for one, am against this proposed change. When I purchased my property years ago, I was told by the county office that there would be no more development around Skeleton Lake, as the lake health could not sustain it. I have watched in my years on this lake the health of the lake deteriorate. We now have algae blooms every year for the past 3 years. The color of the lake water at the shoreline is disgusting. Since we have arrived here, the shoreline campground has expanded. A subdivision has been added behind the golf course, and a campground has been being created at the Old Boy Scouts camp. How is it that we are having a hearing to change the bylaw after campground is already completed and has active campers in place? Seems this is backward process. With all of these new additions to the subdivision, the traffic on the lake has increased immensely, to the point that some weekends it's almost hazardous to be on the water. We've had several close calls in regards to collisions so far this summer already. Does the council look at this when approval is granted? I do not want to see any more development on this lake that results in damage to the lake or injury to the people of this lake community. Thank you for letting me have my say. Ole and Barb Thompson, Summer Village of Bondas. We are against this application for rezoning. Skeleton Lake is already overdeveloped for its size. We are concerned about the added stress of more development would put on the lake, the road infrastructure, the boat dock, and the overall environmental impact. If this amendment to rezone is approved, it would open a floodgate of issues and there would be no turning back. All of the tax dollars collected from this development will not compensate for the negative impacts it will create now and in the future. Hopefully, with good management and decisions, Skeleton Lake will be around for future generations to enjoy. These decisions must be taken seriously now before it's too late. We trust that denying the amendment from C4 to C5 zoning will be a step in the right direction for preserving and protecting the integrity of the lake, the infrastructure around the lake, the environment, and overall safety within the lake community. Wally and Risa Skarpinski, Summer Village of Bondis. We are a second generation family which owns a cabin within the Summer Village of Bondis. We have now made this our primary residence, and we will hopefully continue the tradition to leave the cabin to our family. Over the last 55 plus years, we have seen many changes to the Summer Village of Bondis and Skeleton Lake. Some have been good, some have been bad. While Skeleton Lake is a small lake by some standards, our population using Skeleton Lake and Summer Village has grown to a point where the lake and Summer Village is being impacted. The lake is seeing more blue-green algae, which has not been a problem in the past, but has become a problem for the last few years. The increased amount of boat traffic, quad traffic, and traffic in general has become a problem. The amount of people using the Summer Village roads, boat launch, etc. has increased. With all of the people, boats, quads, etc., this now becomes a Summer Village and Skeleton Lake problem, as it's up to the Summer Village residents to maintain roads, boat launches, etc. for all the areas of the lake to use. It is Summer Village taxes paying for all of this, while others are reaping the benefits. We believe that allowing more campgrounds in the Summer Village will affect the entire lake and environment. It will create more boats, quads, people, etc. in an already small lake being overcrowded. We think you should look at who benefits from adding more development around the lake. It is not the Summer Village, as we do not receive taxes from anywhere, any of the benefits, except for more boats, people, quads, etc. using the Summer Village facilities. We are asking the County of Athabasca to stop developing areas around the Skeleton Lake. It was also always known as a jewel of the north. If development continues, this will no longer will be the true. Tim Hergott, Bondis Drive. In regards to the requested amendment for the land use bylaw, I am most definitely opposed to this request. Skeleton Lake is already a very busy lake. Adding more boats to this lake from a public campsite would undoubtedly have a negative impact on not only the water quality, but also the quality of life for permanent residents. The three main access roads to Bondis are already heavily pressured, and adding to that pressure with a public campsite is not only a major nuisance, but it could also prove to be a safety concern. Newcomers who are unfamiliar with the roadways and speed limits could pose a risk to safety, as they are unlikely to respect the rules in the same way that we all do respectful residents and neighbors. As residents of this area, we take pride in our properties and the public areas that surround them. I am very concerned that patrons of public campground will not exhibit the same respect for our beautiful lake and surrounding areas that we all do. Skeleton Lake is healthy and beautiful, and Bondis is a family-friendly community, and that is the way it should remain. Why should we consider risking the potential negative outcomes of a public campground for the financial gain of one or several individuals? I feel that the negative impact greatly outweighs any positive benefits of allowing a public campground to be built in the proposed location. Bill and Marilyn Parslow, Bondis. We are writing this letter to express our concerns about the proposed zoning of this area. Currently, there are more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots on Skeleton Lake. This is already considered the highest population density for a recreational lake in Alberta. This taxes current infrastructure such as fire and emergency services, waste management, waste and freshwater management, and road and infrastructure services. The lake has been undergoing considerable environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. We are concerned that additional development on the lake will have an additional negative impact on the lake environment. In addition, regarding lake safety, there is an overabundance of lake traffic, and increased density will increase lake traffic on what already is a small amount of lake service. Also, traditionally, further development on lake has been discouraged. Just last year, Shoreline Campground looked for additional space stalls and was rejected in their request by County of Athabasca. And furthermore, how is this area of land being permitted to operate the existing 36 stalls if outside of the current zoning? Just one. Merlin and Lynn Coates, Bondis. We have recently been informed of the proposal to change a portion of the northeast to 7 from rec commercial to campground commercial. We are writing this letter to express our concerns regarding this amendment and the effects it could have on the Summer Village of Bondis and Skeleton Lake. For the past number of years, there has been substantial work done to raise the water levels in the lake to ensure the waterway can sustain a healthy environment for fish and wildlife in the area. With the added stress from the increasing number of recreational vehicles that will no doubt be introduced to Skeleton Lake by adding a new campground, the concerns for future of the lake will be compromised. Currently, our lake can be extremely busy on the weekends, and including the lake traffic from public campgrounds. The safety of full-time and seasonal residents must be considered. These people have been enjoying the lake safely for many years and should not be expected to adjust to meet the needs of weekend campers. Furthermore, the Summer Village of Bondis, who does not have the infrastructure to support the increasing number of people and traffic that will come with a new public campground. Our roads are not designed to accommodate the accumulating traffic and large units going in and out of the Summer Village. In addition, areas such as our boat launch and beaches will be affected negatively with overcrowding and misuse. We are also concerned that the cleanliness and beauty of our village will be affected by the increasing number of people using these facilities. It is not feasible to add this stress to our infrastructure. As concerned residents, we are asking that you reconsider this amendment and work to preserve the current situation of the lake. There is value in keeping the Summer Village small and intimate, and we feel like it would be detrimental to add such a facility to our area. Larry Bacon, Bondis. The lake has been studied and all previous reports do not support any more development to stress the lake and the local habitat any further. Has an officer gone and inspected what the property owner has on this present site presently? If it is not abiding by the current zoning laws, what are the penalties and consequences? If an officer has not inspected the current assets, one should be sent out immediately before this meeting and present their findings publicly before this request goes any further. I oppose any more approval of further development of Skeleton Lake. Renee Tardif. In response to the proposed land use bylaw amendment, as a longtime user and resident with a recreational property on Skeleton Lake, Summer Village of Bondis, I have seen what was once a pristine lake decline to what now a lake bordering on a slough. It is riddled each year with water quality issues, which are largely due to an overused and overcrowded body of water. Allowing further development on the lake by adding lots or an existing plot of land, formerly the Boy Scout camp, would only exacerbate what is already a very real problem at Skeleton Lake. The focus should be on restoring the water quality at Skeleton Lake to what it once was, not further harming it by adding more lots and hence more traffic on the water. Strongly oppose this application. Sincerely hope it's swiftly rejected. Marcy Cooper, Mewatha Beach. We have been watching the old Boy Scout camp develop over the years. It started with no trailers or boats to several trailers and boats, and even another beach has been added. From my understanding, that property was sold for a small price with the condition that no development be made. It was sold with the intention for family use only. We have met people who have already paid to stay there that were not family. Reading the proposal terrifies me as a resident. I have been on top of proposals, environmental studies done by SALSA, and watching the lake development grow. Skeleton Lake has become very populated over the last 15 years that we have owned a property. Back lots have grown, lakefront development has grown, lake levels up and down, and the vegetation flourish more and more every year. The SALSA report has all the information as well. The wildlife and fish population are dwindling. In comparison, Baptist Lake has 800 residential lots and Skeleton over 1,000 residential lots and is far smaller. Please, as a council, I would hope you take all factors into account. As well, I would encourage Alberta Environment to be contacted for their opinion on this matter: wildlife, lake quality, and boat traffic. We are opposed to any more development to Skeleton Lake. This lake cannot handle any more houses, residents, nor boats. Matt Hart. My name is Matt Hart. I am currently a tax-paying landowner at Skeleton Lake. I've been at Skeleton for 10+ years. I've seen a lot in this time, not all good. I see a lot of issues with population at Skeleton Lake currently, and adding proverbial fuel to the fire by adding another campsite certainly won't help. Our beautiful little lake just can't take the strain of another campsite and the added watercraft infrastructure pressure that will follow. It also cannot handle lots with 4, 5, 6 RVs, trailers parked on them either, all with accompanying boats, watercraft, quads, vehicles, etc. These go untaxed, and the benefit from all the amenities taxpayers funded. As the county, your #1 priority should be protecting our natural habitats, not pushing through under-researched projects. I feel like this campground application is trying to be pushed through, as there is a monetary gain for the county, with a total disregard for the negative impact or pressure this will surely have on the already suffering lake. I have friends from all over the lake, from North Skeleton to Harnahar, Bondis, and Miwatha, and not once have I heard someone say, I think a campground's a good idea. And I think if you were to poll the tax-paying property owners, you would find the general consensus to be the same. In ending, I am against the campground. Kim Bailey, Old Timers Drive. I'm appealing the decision to allow a campground to be opened up. Currently, there is already the shoreline campsite, and I believe if another campsite were to open up, the lake would not be able to sustain that amount of people. Majority of the lake is already developed. On weekends especially, the lake is full of boaters, and it is almost to the point that you can't really enjoy the lake for what it is. As a full-time resident and a professional real estate agent for the last 27 years, currently with Remax Fort McMurray, I personally and professionally feel having another campground will lessen the value of all the properties and deter new people from wanting to buy in the Skeleton Lake area. As more and more people are using this small lake, the water quality has dropped. In the last 3 years, we have had blue-green algae, and the previous years, I was told that Skeleton Lake was clean enough to drink directly from the lake. Not now. For example, Island Lake next to Athabasca does not even have a public beach, which deters newcomers in the area, let alone allowing a public campsite, and their market value continues to stay strong and viable for folks that have purchased property in that area. Their lake continues to be healthy, clean, and no blue-green algae. This is not the first attempt for someone of this magnitude to try and promote a new campsite. It needs to stop. Thank you for your time and reading my appeal. Please do not hesitate to contact me. Larry and Donna Street, Miwatha Beach. As a longtime lakefront property owner, my family and I are very concerned about this situation. For many years, we have been led to believe that further development on this lake was not going to be allowed due to many factors, including reports from Alberta Environment. These factors are in no particular order: the environment, health of the lake itself, overpopulation, pollution levels, and recreational activities, including all types of boating. We avoid using the lake as it is now on busy weekends. The lake used to stay clear for much of the summer when my parents originally bought the property, but now we have algae blooms and warnings in the spring and dead fish floating up every year. As I understand it, the original auction of the Scout Camp had some sort of restriction as to any potential buyer for future development. From what I've read and heard from our village council members, is that the owners have already been renting out trailer sites in contravention of the rules, and that they are only now asking for the rezoning so that they are compliant. If I were to openly break a bylaw anywhere that I have property and especially for profit, I'm sure that I would be hearing from the elected representatives and their officials and would have to pay fines and remove the offending structures. I also worry that if they get approved for the current 36 sites, what's going to stop them from adding many more, and then begging for forgiveness down the road? Apparently, Athabasca County has already denied shoreline camping approval for their expansion, and we thank you for that. Please don't allow any more development around an already stressed lake. David and Beverly Embry. We are writing to express our concerns regarding the hearing to discuss the proposed campground. We are residents of Mawatha Beach and have been there since 1998 and have seen far too much development on the lake, including shoreline campground. In reference to the proposed campground, we understand they are currently operating a 36 stall campground, which was not supposed to be allowed and apparently is. Questions regarding this are: who approved it? Why was it allowed? And can anyone set up a campground if they want to? It has been proven many times over. Skeleton Lake has one of the highest density of cabins of over 1,000 lots to date, with many of those lots having numerous trailers on them, which could lead to 3 or 4 families per lot in some instances. To say that an additional 36 camping lots doesn't seem like much, but to an extremely overpopulated lake, it is extremely unnecessary. Additional population is extremely taxing on the current infrastructure, i.e. fire protection, medical services, and so on. The lake is always extremely busy with boat traffic, and any additional watercraft will make it much more dangerous and crowded. Considering the fragile condition of the water quality and levels, this will lead to just more damage. We strongly oppose to any additional residential or commercial development on the lake. Jesse Riddle. I'm taking the time to write this letter to voice my concerns about the proposed bylaw amendment and its effects on our lake. I have been spending my weekends at this lake for the past 10 years, winters and summers alike. I feel like it should not have to be said that our small lake is already above capacity with the amount of traffic and development it already has. Adding further campsites will only exacerbate strain on the existing infrastructure, including but not limited to our roads, boat launch, parking, and general condition of the lake. Year after year, I have seen the decline in the health of our little lake due to the increased traffic it sees year after year. Then comes the matter of who actually are and will be paying for the upkeep of the said infrastructure. The addition of these campsites will only serve to increase the tax payout to the county and do nothing for the upkeep of our lake and facilities. The proposed increased strain should not fall on those already paying their fair share, and in fact should not happen at all. It has already been observed that the property in question has already undergone campsite additions without approval. We should definitely not allow liberties to a person who is not willing to go through the proper channels and get a prior approval before performing such actions. This kind of blatant disregard should not be rewarded and shows you the kind of character they are. What kind of respect do you think a person like this would have for our little lake and the people that inhabit it? I feel like safety and the health of our lake and its residents should carefully be examined before going through this proposed bylaw. So I implore you to say no and dismiss this ludicrous proposal. Paul Kip Boyle. I'm writing this letter to express my concern and objection to the land use bylaw amendment rezoning of the Boy Scout camp. At this time, I understand there is a 36 stall RV campground there, and the current zoning of C4 does not allow this. Due to the C4 zoning, why is this campground allowed to operate? This should be shut down. Also, the rezoning to C5 should not be allowed. My family has allowed property at Mawatha Beach since 1981. We moved from St. Albert and built our home there in 1989. My family has recreated, lived, went to school, built businesses, and worked in the Boyle and Skeleton Lake area for 47 years. In this time, we have seen many changes to the lake, some good and many bad. The increased population through the development of new lots, residential areas, and campgrounds has had various negative environmental impacts on the lake and surrounding area, such as the following: diverting tributary creeks that have had devastating effects on the lake water levels, blue-green algae blooms, increased boat traffic on the water and on the roads and trails, decline of fish populations, decline of waterfowl populations using the lake to raise young, elimination of birds of prey from the area such as bald eagles and osprey. I would like to encourage council to consider the effects that further development around the lake will have in regards to waste management, freshwater management, roads and infrastructure, fire and emergency services, fisheries resources, and water quality and quantity in the lake. With this in mind, council needs to stop all rezoning and new development around and on the lake. Michelle and Joe Kraus, Bondis. Regarding bylaw amendment proposal to change current zoning bylaws to allow for a multi-stall campground on Skeleton Lake, we would like to add our voices to the list of property owners who are opposed to the approval of this request. How this campground has been able to run despite breaking the current bylaw is also a concern, but the greater concern for us is the potential for unsuitable pressure on the health of the lake and the infrastructure in the area that supports the current population. It was determined many years ago by environmental groups that the population of residents around the lake is already very high for the size of the lake itself. We have been coming to the lake for more than 50 years and have seen for ourselves the water level drop significantly, the fish decline, and more recently, poor water quality and reports of blue-green algae increase. Has the applicant been asked to provide an environmental impact assessment to support their request? Added to this, the sheer abundance of recreational traffic this could add to the lake itself poses a safety concern. We already experience traffic levels on the lake some weekends, which makes boating difficult and dangerous as users try to stay out of each other's way and keep skiers safe. It is our hope that a proper assessment of potential negative impacts this development could have on the lake and surrounding watershed will be considered in this matter.
Director. I think it's appropriate to take another recess for 7 minutes, reconvening at 3:30. So. It's 35 minutes after 3. I'd like to reconvene the public hearing on bylaw 005-2023. We will continue with the reading of submissions of written materials. Ms. Blair, I think you're going to do some reading.
This one is from Jaylene, Chris, and Patrick Black. As longtime owners carried forth from generation to generation for the last 60 years, we, the owners of 1335 Old Timers Drive, Bondis, completely oppose bylaw. I believe they have the wrong bylaw number. It's bylaw 007-2023. The development of any additional campsites that would allow access for hundreds more visitors to Skeleton Lake and provide them access to the lake for use of our boat launch and the use without any current proper monitoring of additional motorized watercrafts. Having this access is negligent and not in the best interest of the longevity of Skeleton Lake. The lake is in poor state regardless of the effects of climate change. Human behaviors are the major cause of concern, such as the use of fertilizers that do not support the ecosystem of the lake, overuse of wake boats in shallow areas with no enforcement of said wake boats being forced to move into deeper areas of the lake to avoid the churn the wake boats cause in shallow areas. Oversaturation of vehicles being parked along the roadways is already on the Bondis side, and no proper parking at the boat launch. People who camp at this proposed site will migrate over and be invited by the current Bondis residents. Improper use of quads and side-by-sides, having witnessed numerous times individuals loading watercraft into the lake as well as parking their quads in the lake, creating oil slicks and adding dirt and debris from properties into the lake. If we are to allow this bylaw, we might as well prevent all use of any motorized small engine equipment and watercrafts in and around the lake, or risk the end of a useful, beautiful lake, possibly one of the last beautiful Alberta lakes. Simply put, allowing 200 campsites allows access to hundreds more visitors to a lake that is currently improperly cared for. We strongly oppose this bylaw and will have a hard time justifying the taxes we pay to such irresponsibility. The next one is from Curtis and Anita Towell to Athabasca Council. I am writing to ask that this bylaw does not pass mainly due to high numbers of lots and users currently on Skeleton Lake. Skeleton Lake cannot support the increased users. The lake has been undergoing considerable environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. As Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association works with the county to mitigate these issues, they have been asked to provide a lot of technical data to support the issues and find solutions. Has the applicant for the rezone been asked to provide similar technical data to ensure the lake can withstand the additional development on an already stressed lake? Such technical support should include traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, and or stormwater management plan, and or any other information or study determined necessary for consideration of the application. On lake safety, many of us have had concerns over the abundance of lake traffic. Increased density will increase the lake traffic on what is already a small amount of surface area that is further broken into two basins. Any firsthand experience of on-lake congestion would be a valuable discussion point. Traditionally, additional development at the lake has not been encouraged. Recently, 2022, Shoreline Campground looked for additional space stalls and was rejected in their request by County of Athabasca. As well, the few larger parcels of land that have come for sale, including the Boy Scout camp, were advertised that rezoning to allow for residential or campground development would not be considered when reviewed during due diligence. How are they permitted to operate the existing 36 stalls if it is outside the current zoning? What is being done to stop this while the amendment is reviewed? Are there any penalties for the development that would be considered? Thank you for taking this time to review. Bob Bailey from Old Timers Drive. I appeal the campsite. My name is Bob Bailey. I'm writing this email to appeal the decision to allow a new campsite to be opened. I am a resident in Bondas on Old Timers Drive. Currently, there is already the Shoreline campsite, and we have already appealed the other campsite for Shoreline to expand and want. So why should this one be any different? I believe that if another campsite were to open up, the lake would not be able to sustain it, which has already shown stress in the last 3 years with new development behind the golf course. Already on weekends, especially long weekends, the lake is insanely busy and the cell phone reception cuts in and out during those times. The road in front of us is like a 401 highway with vehicles, quads, and motorbikes going up and down. Not to mention the amount of dump trucks and hauling trucks that have already been going through the Summer Village Bondas roads for Athabasca County's new development behind the golf course road. On top of it all, the majority of the lake is already developed. On weekends especially, the lake is full of boaters. It's busy and almost dangerous at times for the amount of folks utilizing the water. Then there is the boat launch. Local people in Bondas have no room to drop off their boats because the boat launch gets full from outsiders and congested so fast. We pay taxes for our roads and upkeep, yet the surrounding Athabasca County folks use them with no added cost or contribution to maintaining or upkeep to our current roads. As a full-time resident, I don't think that the campsite will add any benefit to this area and only present a negative outcome. Thank you for taking the time to read my appeal. Corey Fogged, President of Mewatha Beach Community Association. Dear Council, as a longtime resident of Mewatha Beach and President of the Mewatha Beach Community Association, we are opposed to the rezoning of Northeast 76518 west of the 4th, formerly known as the Boy Scout Camp, from C4 Recreation recreational commercial to C5 campground commercial. When the Boy Scout camp was brought by Brown and Associates, many were concerned that it would turn into a large campground impacting an already overdeveloped lake. Fortunately, throughout the years, the numbers have been small and the impact has been minimal. With this rezone, the fear has been awakened. The land is in the major lake policy area, and the area that houses the land is already on a lake which has been identified as overdeveloped by Environment Canada and Athabasca County itself. Moving to a C5 zoning allows development of the site, which will increase traffic to get to the campsite on the Bondus side of the lake, increasing boat traffic on an already crowded lake. Look at shoreline and the numerous boats parked there, and have an impact on the wildlife despite all the regulations that are written into the zoning document. As per Athabasca County regulations, if there are to be any changes to the zoning, an environmental impact assessment needs to be conducted before anything is approved on this specific lot. Has this been done yet? What is the guarantee that the campsite will not be expanded to house more than 36 stalls? Who is to say that this sale is just one of many for this site that will yield huge profits for the developers, but leave us with a lake that is even more overcrowded with wake boats and people, which in turn impact the environment? I would ask Athabasca Council to consider the legacy that will create by approving this rezoning and aspire to loftier goals than the old mighty coin. Preserve the camp the way it is and ensure that it cannot be developed in the future. Terry and Sandra Duhamel, Old Timers Drive, Bondus. Attention, Athabasca County. We would like to voice our opinion of the above amendments. We are opposed to this. The current status the lake is in cannot sustain any more development. Back in the late 70s, the provincial government did a public sustainability study of Skeleton Lake developments and expansions and recommended at that time the lake was max for development. Since that time, the county has approved numerous subdivisions around the lake. So what happened? As a load owner in the summer village of Bondus for the last 24 years, I have watched the lake traffic, road traffic, and our boat launch overused. The folks from the outside village use our boat launch with no regard to where they park, and it's only a matter of time when something serious is going to happen. The boat launch is always busy with public swimming area beside it. We do know kids wander beyond the swimming area. Has the area for this amendment done any studies on the effects they will add by bringing in more boats, trailers, traffic, etc.? Not to mention ongoing fire hazards. Old Timers Drive on summer weekends has nonstop traffic. Our concern is all the grandchildren up and down the road who sometimes forget to look both ways when crossing it. Speed is also an ongoing problem within the area, and it's not village people that are speeding. Our understanding is there are 36 lots already in place without any county approval. How can this be? Has the applicant for the amendment had to provide any current studies, their due diligence on wetlands assessment, environmental impacts, traffic impacts, to name a few? Have they given a plan on sewage and garbage disposal? And do we have the space at our current dump site? It's time to say no to any more expansions and let the lake be. The town of Boyle is the main beneficiary of the lake and is dependent of the spinoffs we provide in business to merchants, schools, seniors, etc. If the lake were to ever collapse, this would be the end of the town. We all know how big companies have already left town. As you know, there are other lakes in the area which are underused. Maybe it's time to utilize them and not put any more pressure on this lake. Please use your conscience and stop the development once and for all. Thank you for your time. Carrie and Randy Hassanek. To whom it may concern, I am writing to address our concerns for your request for rezoning the Old Boy Scout region located in our Skeleton Lake area. Our family has had a cabin out in the area for many years dating back to the 70s. and have experienced campgrounds and the effects it has taken on the community around and the lake itself. The ecosystem is always affected by these changes in the area as well. The Shoreline Resort adds more than enough traffic to the area we reside in with our cabin, and the road we are located on is frequented by speeding ATVs in all seasons. It is enough already with the traffic being crazy than to have to add another campground into the scenario and make it much worse. The condition of the road itself is bad enough, and can only imagine if you add another campground on and increase the traffic volume, it will only get worse. The road is not maintained well enough as it is, and there is insufficient lighting. The other concern is the lake itself, which is no longer a fun place to go as it is so crowded with people with boats and sea-doos, and in the winter is loaded with fishing shacks. The quality of water is affected by all the traffic that exists there already. Sometimes we have to go to Amisk Lake, Cricket Lake, or Buck Lake to be able to enjoy a day out on the water because Skeleton Lake is too busy. It shouldn't have to be that way. Also, the development of other subdivisions located nearby, the traffic has increased immensely. The lake is at full capacity at times. We are totally against any further development of a campground in the Skeleton Lake area, as it is already at full capacity with traffic and volume in our area. Please do not proceed with this development. Taya Northrup. My name is Taya Northrup, and my family owns a lake lot at Skeleton Lake in the Bondus area. I have been going there ever since I was a child, and before that, my parents used to go there when they were children shortly after my great-grandfather built our cabin. This lake has brought significant amounts of happiness and memories to so many friends and family, including my own. With this being said, though, there is something we all have to come to notice over the last few years. The overpopulation has accumulated. With significant amounts of lake lots, campsites, and storage space, the population just keeps growing. It has gotten to the point where it's unsafe at times to even be operating a boat on the water during long weekends or busier hours of the day. I am creating an opposition with many others that the county of Athabasca should not build another campground next to the Boy Scout beach. This is not only increasing the number of people that will be attending Skeleton Lake, but it will also decrease the safety of those who operate watercraft or anything for that matter on the water. Not only will it impact the water, but it will also impact the traffic around any area as well, which can oppose many dangers. There are often times we have found ourselves wanting to go out onto the water for a tube, surf, wakeboard, or any water sport and simply make the decision not to because of the busyness of the lake. This is our personal and safe decision, but is everyone capable of making this decision? Adding yet another campground is just more of a way to make this place more packed. Having Bondus, Miwatha, and Shoreline is plenty of space and is already very large. And Shoreline is still growing continuously at a rapid rate, which is just another increase. This is not to mention the ongoing construction that would have to occur in Boy Scout Beach for this campground to be initiated. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, we have all been trying so hard to continue to keep the lake safe and clean. Adding more people to the already continuing problem will just worsen it all. For safety of our people, let's avoid this at all costs. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I appreciate you taking into consideration the opinions of others. Paul Dubois. My name is Paul Dubois, and I have been an owner of the lot on Skeleton Lake for the last 23 years. I am not in favor of the zoning the old Boy Scout camp to campground commercial C5. Skeleton Lake is already overcongested, with lake lots being one of the highest population density for a recreational lake in Alberta. Any additional lots will just increase the already busy waterways. We already have to look out onto the lake to see how many boaters are on the water to see if it is safe before going out every time. We have left the water on many occasions because of too many boats on the water, and many of them seem to be newcomers to boating because they have no common sense out on the water with no experience and lack of proper boating etiquette. Just 2 weeks ago, we had a very close call with a serious accident from a boater who almost hit us and had no idea what they were doing out there. More camp spaces will just invite more inexperienced people trying out their boat for the first time. The additional 36 stall RV campground spots, which are operating now, that are contradictory to the current zoning, should be disbanded immediately. With a high number of boats on the lake being given illegal access to the lake, it is just a matter of time before some tragic incident will occur. Skeleton Lake has been undergoing the considerable environmental changes regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. Adding more campsites will not help this situation. Currently, I feel that the existing infrastructure such as fire and emergency services, waste and freshwater management, and road and infrastructure around the lake is already maxed out. I think it would be very short-sighted of the county to add to the load of all these plus many others that I have not mentioned. As part of the Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association, we have been working for many years to try to improve the quality of the lake and the life around it. We have spent many dollars on environmental reports and others to try to achieve this. Has this new applicant been asked to provide similar data to ensure that the lake can withstand this additional development? In closing, I just want to reiterate that I and my family are not in favor of this rezoning, and that the county will turn it down and close down the already 36 permitted stalls. Thank you. Wayne Germain, 406 Cottonwood. I am a cottage owner at Skeleton Lake and I've been for 12 years. I would like to state at the start that I find the land use bylaw 005/2023 to be completely unacceptable. The lake's current status is overcrowded, and to allow more campsites to be added is irresponsible. As I am sure your tax roll will confirm, there are over 1,800 properties with a direct connection to the lake, which far exceeds its capacity. You have received letters citing the degrading water quality, declining fish populations, as well as a decrease in certain bird populations, such as the American white pelican. Skeleton Lake is home to the western grebe, which is listed as a species of special concern and a species at risk. There is an area of crown land on Skeleton Lake, northeast, southwest, and southeast 1865-18 west of the 4th, that is designated with a protective notion. The planned development is just south of the designated area, and the major concern is that the floating nests of these birds are compromised by waves creating water traffic. Nowhere in this bylaw proposal is there any real mention of steps that would be taken protecting the existing population of these birds. In effect, you would be opening the door to greater damage, as I've been told in the past that the county does not have control over the shoreline. 36 new lots would equate to 36 more docks and 36 more watercraft, all within arm's length of an important nesting area for both the white pelican and the western grebe, plus many, many more other lake-specific wildlife. If you want more detail, I can send you a copy of the communication that I received from Alberta Environment. As I said in the start, there are others that have sent letters relating to other issues of this bylaw. That in itself should tell you that this is a bad plan. I just want to draw your attention to one area that is very important and has not been addressed. I know that your response would be that the county only has control over the land. The lake does not fall under your jurisdiction, but the one impacts the other. And so it would be completely irresponsible to blindly make changes without researching the long-term impacts this would have to the surrounding area, the lake. Therefore, I ask that you treat this email as my letter to council and have them presented with it. Ellis and Catherine Muse, Bondus. As a current landowner and resident of Poplar Ave in Bondus, we do not support this change in classification. Furthermore, we would also recommend that further action be taken to shut down the current campground that has been allowed to operate until the appropriate rezoning and the appropriate reviews and development restrictions are approved. The following points should be considered prior to potentially changing the current zoning and restrictions for the land use: emergency services within the wildfire plan, freshwater management plan, and potential impacts on current aquifers, waste and sewage management plan and impact on current Boyle infrastructure, road use and maintenance, including impact to entrances of Bondas, recreational land usage and wildlife impacts from motorized vehicles, quads, etc. Lake impacts from storm water runoff, additional boats, potential boat launches, etc. As a current landowner, there have been many significant changes to the lake in the last few years, including algae blooms, increased shoreline churn, and vegetation from larger boat wakes impacts, increased noise, and fish stock decline. All of these potentially caused by increased issues and keep the lake in a condition that it can be used for many years to come and not required high cost interventions or restrictions in the future. There are many examples of this in Alberta where lessons learned could be used to ensure responsible development. Some examples that come to mind: Pigeon Lake, Lac St. Anne, Wabamun, Lake Isle, etc. Further points to consider: expansion to lake shore camping area was rejected due to lake impacts. Persons requesting small bunkhouses above garages have been rejected due to lake and service impacts. Consistency in the bylaw enforcement and approach is more important for longevity of the lake, the infrastructure for both permanent residents and recreational users. In conclusion, development increase risks and stress to the environment and can be done with thoughtful planning, mitigation measures, and community consultation, which this planning and development group has done in the past. Please consider the points noted above in your deliberations and decisions. Thank you for taking the time to review these concerns. I hope we will be able to enjoy the lake for years to come by your thoughtful planning and enforcement. Last thought, once approved, it is hard to go back.
This next email was submitted, it was an identical email submitted by two parties. One is Haley Cooper and the other one is Glenn and Bonnie Davis. I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to express my deep concern and vehement opposition to the proposed rezoning of land at Skeleton Lake for the development of a campground. As a concerned citizen and an advocate for environmental preservation, I firmly believe that this decision will have severe detrimental effects on the lake's fragile ecosystem, which is already struggling due to overuse and pollution. Skeleton Lake has been a cherished natural resource for generations, providing a serene retreat for families, hikers, and natural enthusiasts alike. However, the increasing number of visitors over the years has led to significant stress on its delicate ecosystem. The current pollution levels and the visible strain on the lake's water quality are undeniable signs that the existing capacity for recreational activities has been exceeded. By rezoning the land for a campground, we risk exacerbating the already pressuring issues of overuse and pollution. Campgrounds inherently attract larger crowds, resulting in a surge of visitors who will likely engage in various water activities, fishing, and waste generation. This could lead to a catastrophic impact on the fragile ecosystem of Skeleton Lake, including the disturbance of wildlife habitats, the introduction of invasive species, and the acceleration of nutrient loading, causing harmful algae blooms. Instead of permitting the construction of a campground, I implore the relevant authorities to prioritize sustainable and responsible measures to protect Skeleton Lake. I advocate for increased monitoring and enforcement of existing regulations to mitigate pollution, a comprehensive environmental impact assessment before any new developments, and a focus on educating the public about responsible outdoor practices. I urge you to take a stand against the rezoning proposal and work with the community and environmental organizations to devise a comprehensive conservation plan that preserves the beauty and ecological integrity of Skeleton Lake for future generations. Together, we can ensure that this cherished natural gem remains a sanctuary of tranquility and an exemplar of environmental stewardship. Thank you for considering my concerns. I am available for further discussion and willing to collaborate on finding alternative solutions that align with the shared goal of protecting Skeleton Lake. This one, there's 5 parties that sent an identical email. Kathy Yakimick, Fred Hardemaze, Annette Harmonides, Brian and Sylvia Lestius, and Curtis Yakimuk. The following are my concerns and objections to this application due to safety issues, road and infrastructure implications, current non-compliance by the landowner, and environmental concerns with respect to the application for this bylaw amendment. The current road infrastructure through the Summer Village of Bondis could not support the increase of vehicular traffic. The current Athabasca County road infrastructure to Summer Village of Bondis, which is required for access to this parcel, is not adequate and could not support the increase in vehicular traffic. Increased vehicular traffic through Summer Village of Bondis imposes increased hazards to residents and pedestrians. Should an emergency egress be required and the Summer Village of Bondis, the current road infrastructure could not support such emergency egress as per the Summer Village of Bondis Wildfire Mitigation Strategy 2016 report. This lack of road infrastructure could cause risk or death to residents. The current Summer Village of Bondis boat launch and boat launch parking lot would not be able to support increased traffic usage. This causes hazards to users. Currently, Skeleton Lake has the highest population density for a recreational lake in Alberta. Contrary to previous recommendations, Skeleton Lake continues to be developed, which has and will have a negative environmental impact on Skeleton Lake's ecosystem. Reports supporting this statement are Skeleton Lake State of Watershed 2007 report, and the Skeleton Lake Management Study and Skeleton Lake Area Plan developed by Municipal Affairs in 1980. Property at this location is currently developed beyond its current Athabasca County approval, but actions have not been taken to stop unapproved development. Therefore, as an Alberta resident of Summer Village of Bondis and concerned citizen, I do not support the application for this bylaw amendment and respectfully request council to deny this application. Should council entertain granting this application, I request that council obtain additional reports and information from the applicant at their expense as to how their development will not have a negative impact on Skeleton Lake and will not cause safety issues and will not cause increased financial implications on the Summer Village of Bondis to improve road infrastructure and the boat launch facilities for the betterment of the applicant. Donna and Clarence Berzeka. Once again, we are writing regarding development at Skeleton Lake, specifically this bylaw change from commercial to commercial campground. We have been opposing further development at the lake since the early 1980s. It seems council is more concerned about tax revenue than the health of the lake. Skeleton Lake is currently overstressed. Water quality has been an issue for several years, as has the water level of the lake. Many studies have been done, which have been provided to the county, which have shown the lake cannot sustain any further growth. The lake cannot sustain additional development. Safety on the water is already a concern for paddlers, boaters, and swimmers alike. Additional development will only add to this. Does the council take into consideration any of the past studies performed by groups such as Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association, who has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, most of which are by donation of the residents around the lake, at all when considering additional development? It seems with the studies provided, the county requests further information or further studies. The optics of these additional requests seems to be that the county is delaying while further development approvals are being granted. In addition, it seems very offside when the SLASA's group's intention is to improve the lake quality of the lake. The county's response is that every request must be supported by expensive environmental studies and professional opinion and support. Conversely, it would only seem fair that James Brown, as the landowner, would provide evidence of the same level of rigor and professional study to prove that his proposed development will not cause any harm to the lake, watershed, or environment. There are several boats and personal watercraft that have added to the traffic on the lake, and there is most likely be a much larger number if this change is approved. County has an excellent article on their website concerning the negative impact of wake boats on the lake. Approving this zoning request will likely mean additional wake boats, more docks and lifts set along the shoreline. There is a major issue arising with backlot owners being able to gain lake access for their docks and boats, as well as the anticipated increase in boats, docks, and lifts along the property under discussion are a number of beaches where the lake shore has been modified by the addition of sand. The provincial guidelines are very clear about modifying lake shores, deterring such activities, and the required approvals. Certainly, the county has a level of responsibility to ensure this land development application is supported with compliance to provincial and federal lake management requirements. It is so very important that such regulations are managed on a proactive rather than reactive basis. Has anyone on council even looked at the physical state of the lake? Does anyone care? If the owner of the land cared as much about the environment as he claims to, he would not have done what he has. Development of 36 sites now requests zone designation change with support from the county. That is just wrong. So other areas which requested additional campgrounds or addition of campsites have been rejected in the past few years. Why would this be one be any different? He has developed sites prior to any applications, which is a total disrespect for the county and the residents of Skeleton Lake, in our opinion. How about all the buildings and dwellings, which the county granted permits this last spring? Were they all in place prior to the permitting? What stops the development of additional sites and then applying for additional development permits? Please take all of the above into consideration when voting as to whether this change should be approved. We have several concerns over the possible addition of another campground and totally oppose it. Please do not allow this bylaw to be approved. Greg Secord. We have several concerns over the possible addition of another campground. Sorry, it's Greg and Gail Secord. Please do not allow this bylaw to be approved. Skeleton Lake is currently overstressed as it is. Water quality has been an issue for several years, as has the water level of the lake. Many studies have been completed, which have been provided to the county, which have shown the lake cannot sustain any further growth. The lake cannot sustain additional development. Safety on the water is already a concern for paddlers, boaters, and swimmers alike. Additional development will only add to this. Has the council taken into consideration any of the past studies performed by groups such as Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association, who has spent a large sum of money, most of which are donation by the residents around the lake, at all when considering additional development? The shores of the area were once inhabited by the pelicans, but over the last few years, due to an increase of trailers and campers on the northeast side of the property, they no longer reside there. There are several more boats and personal watercraft that have added to the traffic on the lake, and there's most likely to be a much larger number if this change is approved. More docks and lifts set along the shore. Has anyone on council even looked at the physical state of the lake? If not, someone certainly should. If the owner of the property cares as much about the environment as he claims to, he would not have completed what he has. To proceed with the development of 36 sites prior to requesting a zone change, who does he think he is? How much of a fine does he receive for proceeding without a permit? Is he above the rules of the county? Other areas which requested additional campgrounds or addition of campsite has been rejected over the past few years. Why would this be any different? What stops him from developing additional sites and then applying for additional development permits? Please take note of the above consideration when voting as to whether this change should be approved. Vote no. Liz Schwaga. The link above it is follow-up from Town and Country Today, which gives a description of the meeting held on September 14th, 2021, to go over rezoning of the old Boy Scout camp to make it a campground, as well as adding more sites to shoreline, which were both denied. The reasons stated for people being opposed that are listed in the article have not changed, but again, we are asked to write letters as to why we oppose a new expansion to the area. We do not understand why this is even being reconsidered. It also states that the developer says one of the benefits is that it would bring more tax money to the county of Athabasca, but Bondus is not in the county. These campers would be using the only boat launch available in Bondis, and the main road coming into Bondis is like a washboard as it is not paved and is overused. The road is on county land, but we don't see any tax dollars being spent there except for occasional grading that doesn't really solve the problem. Roads are dangerous at times because of the ridiculous amount of traffic, mostly ATVs and dirt bikes on the weekends that do not abide by the posted speed limits. There's never any RCMP around to enforce regulations. We have owned a cabin for 20 years in Bondis, have seen major expansion happen in that period of time. Shoreline was a small campground prior to expansion. Boulder Creek did not exist, and there are 2 more subdivisions past Boulder Creek that were allowed. On the Range Road past the old Boy Scout camp, there's a new subdivision there as well that we were not aware of until recently. There are campsites approved and in use at the old Scout camp currently, and residents of Bondis are saying that it's more than 10 sites that the article in 2021 states. Many lake residents didn't know that any development had started at the campsite, Scout camp, including myself. The article also says that in 1979, a survey was conducted for Athabasca County, and at that time residents thought the lake was being overused, but yet that didn't stop any development. The amount of fish has definitely gone down in the lake. And as far as biodiversity that the article speaks to, I don't believe the bald eagles would continue to remain nesting by the Scouts camp if it's developed. Blue-green algae was never a problem until recent years, and that can be attributed to overuse and overdevelopments as well. The Respect Our Lakes website says lakes are one of the most treasured aspects of the Alberta landscape. They have become an integral part of many lives, whether you are a longtime lake resident or someone who visits lakes occasionally for boating, fishing, or wildlife watching. Unfortunately, many lakes and watersheds in Alberta have seen extensive land clearing and development, resulting in large amounts of nutrients entering the lake and lake sediments. Years of reduced rainfall coupled with excess nutrients has resulted in lakes that have many water quality issues such as excess aquatic vegetation growth or extensive blue-green algae blooms. The article from 2021 has more concern listed, and I would hope that the county will look at the big picture as this lake has been overcrowded for years, but yet it keeps getting worse. This development impacts residents around the whole lake, not only Bondis. So I would hope that this is something that all the residents of Skeleton Lake are made aware of. Please take into consideration the health and safety of the lake and not how this will benefit the county when making decisions. Thank you. William Reed, Bondis. I am writing to express my strong opposition to any further development plan for the area around Skeleton Lake, particularly the area once owned by the Scouts of Canada. Myself and my family have been 3 seasoned residents at the summer village of Bondis for over 60 years. Over this time, anecdotally, we have seen a direct correlation between increased development and the deterioration of the lake. The fishery has declined, offensive noise levels have significantly increased, the ability to safely use the lake for recreation purposes has been jeopardized, especially for non-motorized craft, and the quality of lake water has seriously deteriorated. Future development naturally will bring more people to an area which has long since exceeded carrying capacity. When the Scout camp was sold to private interests, the new owners pledged to the residents of Summer Village that the camp would never be developed. Attempts to develop now indicate deception and furthermore an attempt to increase county tax revenue at the expense of those who have supported the county through taxation for many years. In a report entitled Skeleton Lake State of the Watershed 2007, prepared by Aqua Quality Environmental Consulting Limited, the following was noted. As a result of the Skeleton Lake Management Study, a Skeleton Lake Area Structure Plan was developed by Alberta Municipal Affairs in 1980. The purpose of the plan was to provide goals, objectives, and policies which would ensure responsible future management of the Skeleton Lake and surrounding shoreland. The philosophy adopted in the area structure plan was to allow additional lake development, but only within the biophysical capabilities of the lake environment. In an attempt to balance development demands with concerns over the limitations of the lake, the plan proposed that no more than 40 additional residential lots be permitted at the lake. Since 1980, approximately 600 additional lots have been approved on the lake. Additional documented studies have indicated the direct relationship between water quality in shallow lakes and the use of jet skis and lake boats. These crafts direct their water flow downward, disrupting the lake bottom ecology, cycling pollutants, contaminants, and trap nutrients to the water surface where they promote algae blooms. This year in particular has seen Skeleton Lake become a cesspool for much of the summer season, making water recreation dangerous and very unpleasant. Since jet skis and wake boats appear to be the craft of choice now, additional development will only bring more of these damaging crafts to the lake already in peril. Please respect the quality of this environment and do not approve any further development in the Skeleton Lake area. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I have an email here that was sent by a number of folks. And this email was sent by all of these folks. And then the last one that I'm going to list sent that email, plus there's some highlighted things that was added to it. So I'll try and work my way through that. So this particular email was sent by Jason and Carrie Loy and family of Bondus, April and Stephen Braun, Sue Wheeler, Ashley Prokop, Vanessa Slaney, Willis Whelan, Cole Barnes, Rhonda Vogel, Sarah Van Heck, Debbie Jacobs, Maxine Archer, Dakota Hodgson and family, Travis Metzler, Daniel Loy, Dustin Loy, Mackenzie Whelan, Brianna Bailey, Chrissy Evely, Fraser Jacobs, Cassie Singer, Leslie and John Critchley. Upon review of the requests for the amendments of the land use bylaw, we cannot agree with this. We feel changing the land use from rec commercial to campground commercial will open the door for further expansion on the lake, which would have negative effects on the area and on the lake itself. The lake is currently quite populated due to the existing resort and homes. There are many docks, lifts, and boats in this area, which lead to high traffic on the lake itself. The lake is already overworked and stressed. To add more stress to the lake has been a critically low level, would be very irresponsible to allow. The amount of development around Skeleton Lake for the last 15 years has a major effect on stormwater drainage. While operating a boat as driving any vehicle requires the driver's attention, on weekends, there are so many boats on the lake, you must be extra careful due to the traffic and number of families enjoying the lake on tubes, skiing, waterboarding, or wakeboarding, and other water sports. When you're trying to fish or just sit in your boat or relax on the lake, it's tough to enjoy because of all the waves from the boat traffic. We often stay off the lake during the day due to the amount of boating activity. Increasing the campground capacity would lead to the increased number of boating activity on the lake and make it even worse. There are only 3 entrances to Summer Village Bondus, and these can get congested during the weekends. If there was a fire, it would cause a bottleneck getting people out of the Summer Village. Adding more campers would add to that stress. We're very proud of the amount of wildlife, waterfowl, and migratory bird activity we have on and around our lake, and would not want to see this change due to additional development on or around the lake. I believe in 2021, requests for this same type of bylaw to be changed were denied. I trust you will ensure this in your decision process. As stated above, we cannot and will not support the amendment to the current bylaw. Thank you for your time. And then that same email with some additional things from Warren and Debbie Bychek. As Skeleton Lake is not situated in a valley, it has very modest groundwater collection system and is supplied by underground springs. Further population into the community would place additional demand on the underground aquifer, which would further reduce the flow in the lake. Approving the rezoning and allowing the further development of the area to a public campground would also have a negative impact on all the work that has been done by all the volunteers of SLSA, who have been relentlessly attempting for years to find solutions to the declining lake level and to restore the lake level at Skeleton Lake. Further increase in population using the lake would certainly impact their efforts. Increased boat traffic on the lake would result in further lake level decline due to the effect of boat spray evaporation, as well as the spray created by water sports equipment wakes. The boat launch in Summer Village of Bondis is already being overstressed due to increased usage from boaters from outside of Bondis, and adding additional users would create longer delays for existing residents who would like to use the facility that their taxes paid for to develop and also paid to maintain. Campground development in a heavy wooded area could significantly increase the risk of wildfire in the area, which would pose a real threat to the lives and properties of the existing cottage owners in Bondis and the surrounding communities. Fire damage in this populated area would likely be extensive by the time Boyle Fire Department could respond. There is only one road, Old Timers Drive, heading towards the entrance to the golf course and the entrance to the property that has been put forth the rezoning application, and there are many cottages situated further down this road beyond those entrances. There are already a significant amount of traffic through and around the roads within Bondis from golf carts and side-by-sides and quads. Additional campers in the area will only worsen an already annoying problem for the existing cottage owners, as there would be likely more ATV generated from the additional campers. The other existing campground in the area has banned the use of ATVs inside their community, as ATV traffic had become a problem and issue there. In an extensive government lake management study that was prepared for the County of Athabasca in August of 1979 by the Regional Services Division of Alberta Municipal Affairs, there was mention of a concern for fish and waterfowl habits and also future water quality due to phosphorus loading. In the three recommended management alternative plans listed, all three recommended that there should be no further expansion of commercial, public, or institutional developments. The study also recommends in the three management alternative plans listed that the lease or rent of any property for either seasonal or permanent recreational residential uses should be prohibited. On November 24th, 1988, the County of Athabasca adopted bylaw 25-1988 Skeleton Lake Area Structure Plan, which addressed lake development capacity and lake planning strategy. In part 4 of the future land lake use concept section, the use of what was at the time Boy Scout camp states in the bylaw, no commercial camping of any type shall be permitted. It is my understanding that this bylaw may have since been rescinded, but even so, one cannot ignore the fact that in 1979 and again in 1988, it was recognized that future commercial development, campground development should not be allowed, and this recommendation has been brought forward and has been adopted by Athabasca County Council members. It was also evident in 1979 Municipal Affairs Lake Management Study that the recommendation was there should be no further commercial, public, or institutional development on the lake. Even back then, it was acknowledged that further commercial campground development would be extremely detrimental to fish, waterfowl, residents, and especially to the health and sustainability of the lake itself. Before the County of Athabasca should consider any further development permits around Skeleton Lake, or before any amendments to the current land use bylaws are considered, the county should review their bylaw 25-1988 and update the previous government land lake use studies, which would undoubtedly reveal that this lake is already overpopulated and cannot sustain any additional development or any additional increase in permanent or weekend population at this lake. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Director. It's been an hour. I'm going to recess for 5 minutes. Has been our pattern. And then I would like to talk to council briefly about the path forward.
So, Mr. Chair and members of council, I'm happy to report that we have only 31 more written submissions to present. So if you want to take that under advisement,
Thank you.
sir.
Yeah, council's just going to quickly talk about a couple options. Look at the process, and certainly the length of submissions has surprised us all. So we're going to carry on with the hearing to its conclusion and then and go. I think out of respect for the folks that have taken the time to drive here and be here, we'll carry on till it's done. The other option that we have discarded is actually to reconvene tomorrow. So the director is going to read the final 36 or so submissions. And then we'll get into the verbal presentations.
Chris and Rebecca Scoreko. Upon reviewing of the requests for the amendments to the land use bylaw, we do not agree with this. We feel changing land use from rec commercial to campground commercial will open the door for further expansion on the lake, which would have many negative effects on the area and the lake itself. There are two main areas that will be affected by adding more lots on the already overpopulated lake. Firstly, the lake is currently quite busy due to the existing resort and homes, and there are many docks, dock lifts, and boats in the area, leading to high traffic on the lake itself. With the addition of more lots, there is a real possibility of overfishing this lake and causing irreversible damage to the ecosystem. There is no boat launch located in the proposed camping area and will cause the new members to use the Bondis launch. This launch is already being used by many members of the lake and is overflowing with vehicles and trailers on the weekend. Adding more sites will only make this worse. Secondly, there is land aspect to consider. There are only 3 entrances into Summer Village of Bondis, and these can get congested during the weekends. If there was a fire, it would cause a bottleneck getting people out of the Summer Village. Adding more campers would add to the stress. The proposed development would require trees being cut down and roads being added to accommodate the new sites. This would increase heavy vehicle traffic on the existing Summer Village roads, increasing the likelihood of base failure and could lead to costly repairs. The removal of trees and the addition of roads will also increase the water runoff into the lake. Was stormwater assessment conducted? The new sites would also likely require power and water. Where will this power come from? Can the existing infrastructure handle this increased demand? If not, do all us taxpayers have to foot the bill for the upgrades? Will the sites draw water from the lake or will they use a well? Will adding more sites to cause existing wells to dry up? Were there any assessments done to ensure that the addition of these sites won't have a drastic consequences for the existing residents? We are the original family to own our property and we are very proud of it. We would hate to see 3 generations of hard work be spoiled by this proposed overpopulation of the lake. In 2021, for the same type of bylaw to be changed, were denied. I trust you would consider this in your decision process. As stated above, we cannot and will not support the amendment to the current bylaw. Leah Awanek. A little background, we purchased our property approximately 20 years ago. We chose Skeleton Lake as it was a clean lake with very little development on it. At that time, our research indicated the lake was protected from further development. In the past 20 years, we have seen a lot of development primarily on the County of Athabasca land. For example, Shoreline expanded their sites. The County of Athabasca allowed lots to be developed and the old Boy Scout camp. The property this letter is about has leased rented campsites against the current land use bylaw. This extra development has stressed Skeleton Lake. In 1980, a Skeleton Lake area structure plan was developed by Alberta Municipal Affairs. The purpose of the plan was to provide goals, objectives, and policies which would ensure responsible future management of Skeleton Lake and surrounding shoreland area. The philosophy adopted in the area structure plan was to allow additional lake development, but only within the biophysical capabilities of the lake environment. In an attempt to balance development demands with concerns over the limitations of the lake, the plan proposed that no more than 40 additional residential lots be permitted at the lake. Since 1980, approximately 600 additional lots have been approved on the lake. This information was published in the Skeleton Lake State of the Watershed Report 2007. From the perspective of a landowner in Summer Village of Bondis, we have the following concerns. The boat launch is already beyond max capacity. It was repaired in 2022 and more repairs will be required in 2024. This is entirely funded by the Summer Village of Bondis taxpayers. Another issue is parking. The parking was designated for the Summer Village of Bondis residents. There's not enough parking to handle extra use from campground users. Fire, in the case of fire, our only way out would be blocked by all the people leaving the old Boy Scout camp, as their only way in and out is Old Timers Drive, a road in Bondis. We would be trapped. Emergency services cannot support more development. The Boyle Hospital is presently closed from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. or 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. The Boyle Fire Department is volunteer. The Summer Village of Bondis road repairs are paid for by the residents of the village. No road repair funding comes from the County of Athabasca or the old Boy Scout camp. Property owners for repairs. Our residents should not have to pay higher taxes to cover road repairs for extra traffic, including the increase of heavier vehicles such as trucks and trailers. Garbage, the Summer Village Bondis pays for garbage pickup from our public garbage cans. The amount budgeted was based on the use by our residents only. Funding is paid by our Summer Village Bondis taxpayers. You think if a person at the campground launching a boat or at a playground will take their garbage with them or use our garbage bins? Outhouses. The outhouses are paid for, maintained, and cleaned by the Summer Village of Bondis taxpayers. There will be extra stress and costs on these facilities by more development. Now to circle back to the wildlife. The area has fish, birds, beaver, deer, moose, bears, fox, skunks, and porcupines. I am only listing the wildlife I have seen personally. This is their home. We as humans should not take up more space in their home. More people will fish, pick berries, litter, disturb the natural area with quads, side-by-sides, and dirt bikes. We need to protect the wildlife and the lake. Declining this application will help to protect the environment. I am asking Athabasca County to not approve the application for increase of RV lots on this lot. Leah, I'm gonna have to give you a couple. I have to go.
Ms. Blair.
Lawrence and Debbie Haviuk. Please be advised that we oppose the rezoning of land use bylaw 004/2019 recreational commercial district C4 to campground commercial C5 district. Listed below are the concerns and questions regarding the rezoning of the above mentioned land. Rezoning the land will likely promote the request for further development of the property, which will in turn lead to added stress to an already overpopulated lake. Has there been any recent environmental impact assessment done to determine the impact to Skeleton Lake of adding another campground? What positive effects will this have on Skeleton Lake, or are they all negative? The County of Athabasca and the Summer Village of Mewatha Beach commissioned a Skeleton Lake management study back in August 1979. And even at that time, the sustainability of the lake was reaching its maximum stress levels. Since then, Skeleton Lake and the surrounding area have gone far beyond the recommended development levels, and we continue developing. When do we decide to start caring for the lake itself? Skeleton Lake is already showing signs of stress. All the boat traffic and the size of boats on the lake are contributing to the blooming of the blue-green algae by churning the bottom of the lake, which encourage toxic cyanobacteria blooms that make people sick and pets sick. The amount of people that already use the above mentioned land are adding stress to the village of Bondis roads, as this is only access to the property. Bondis residences are having a hard time using their boat launch already. Extra wait times and no parking to mention just a couple. Extra stress on the village of Bondis roads and the boat launch are causing extra maintenance to upkeep them, which in turn is increasing village of Bondis property taxes. Why should Bondis residents be negatively impacted because of this zoning change? Range Road 185 from Highway 663 to the CN tracks and entrance to Shoreline Campground, Boulder Creek Road and Township Road 651 are in terrible condition. Does the County of Athabasca have plans to upgrade these roads and provide extra snow plowing in the winter to accommodate the extra traffic? Will the owners of the above mentioned land be developing their own access from the highway to their campground and provide their own boat launch facilities to their campers to relieve some of the current and future stress? What would the landowners of the above mentioned land do if the summer village of Bondis redistricted the use of the boat launch to only village residents? How would the rest of the area residents feel if they no longer had access to the Bondis boat launch if it was closed to them because of the increase of campers from above mentioned land? The only usable and maintained county boat launch is at the present time are on the North Basin, which is quite a distance from the South Basin. The added increase of ATVs, OHVs, golf carts, motorcycles up and down the summer village of Bondis roads are causing additional noise and disturbances to village residents. This will only increase the additional camping sites. There has been an increase in underage driving with these types of vehicles as well, which has increased concerns with the summer village residents. There already is a big number of campgrounds on Skeleton Lake shoreline, and they were denied a permit for developing additional campsites a couple of years ago. So why would the County of Athabasca approve another campground on Skeleton Lake, especially since they would both be on the South Basin, not far from each other? There is only one road in and out for people to use on Old Timers Drive in the Summer Village of Bondis for residences of the Summer Village of Bondis. The County of Athabasca residents on Old Timers Drive, the development east of the above mentioned land, as well as the above mentioned land. In the case of a wildfire in the Summer Village of Bondis and area, how do you suggest all of these people make it out of the area in a timely manner? Does the County of Athabasca have an evacuation plan in order? How would emergency vehicles access these areas? We have owned our property in the Summer Village of Bondis for 26 years, and we have loved it, but we really noticed the changes in the lake. At one time, Skeleton Lake was nice and clear, but now no longer we want to swim in it because of the blue-green algae. See pictures attached. We refuse to go boating on the weekend because there are too many boats on the lake, and some of the drivers don't pay attention to where they are going, and it's very scary. The amount of development in the vicinity of the Summer Village has been significant. To name a few, Boulder Creek, East Skeleton Lake Estates, Dominic Creek Estates, Athabasca County lots on Old Timers Drive in Bondis, and the lots developed east of the above mentioned land, as well as the development on the above mentioned property. Skeleton Lake is not big. Why is it imperative to the County of Athabasca to overdevelop this particular lake and area? With the list of concerns and questions, please deny the amendment application 005-2023. Dustin and Tammy Gaida. Dear Athabasca County Planning and Development Department, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to express my deep concerns regarding any proposed further development around the beautiful Summer Village Bondus. As an active member of the local community and a passionate advocate for environmental preservation, I strongly believe that the land in this area cannot withstand any additional stress. The Summer Village of Bondus and its surrounding lake have been long cherished by residents and visitors alike for their natural beauty, serene ambience, and recreational opportunities. However, recent developments and an increasing demand for expansion have raised serious apprehensions among concerned citizens. The fragile ecosystem of the lake is already under considerable strain due to various factors, including pollution, runoff, and overcrowding during peak tourist seasons. Allowing further development such as another overcrowded campground, additional construction projects, or increased tourism infrastructure would exacerbate these issues and put tremendous pressure on the delicate balance of the local environment. The lake's capacity to handle additional stress is already at its limit, and any further burden could lead to irreversible damage to its aquatic life, water quality, and overall ecological health. Preserving the natural heritage and ensuring the sustainability of our environment should be top priority. It is imperative that we prioritize the long-term well-being of the Summer Village of Bondus and its surrounding ecosystem over short-term gains. I respectfully urge you to reconsider and cease any plans for any further campground development. Instead, focus on conservation efforts, including initiatives to mitigate pollution, protect wildlife habitat, and implement responsible tourism practices. I believe that by working together, we can strike a balance between development and environmental preservation, ensuring a prosperous and sustainable future for the Summer Village of Bondus and its natural surroundings. I am more than willing to contribute my time and efforts to support any initiatives aimed at safeguarding our shared natural heritage. To be clear, we are strongly opposed to this proposed amendment to change a portion of the Northeast 76518 west of the 4th from recreational commercial district C4 to campground commercial C5 district. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I trust that you will consider the concerns expressed in this letter and take appropriate action to protect the Summer Village of Bondus and its pristine lake for generations to come. Tricia and Aaron McGregor. We are writing to you to express our opposition to the above bylaw amendment. We do not support the proposed change from recreational commercial to campground commercial. As a cottage owners / taxpayer at Summer Village of Mewatha Beach since 2018, we already have concerns about the existing number of lake lots, lakefront as well as back lots, and the ability of the lake to sustain this population. A further increase in the amount of residential / camping lots, as is proposed in this amendment, would serve to further stress on the lake. The size of Skeleton Lake is 7.89 kilometers squared. This is not a large lake. It cannot support or sustain the environmental impacts of a further increase in population. In addition, the increase in boat traffic on the lake would present significant safety challenges that we are already concerned about. As concerned landowners and responsible lake users, we ask that you please deny the request for amendment to land use bylaw 004/2019 that allows for the change from recreational commercial to campground commercial. Thank you for your time and consideration. So the next one is from Crystal Pertula, and the same one was also sent by Kelly Wetzel. Please consider this email my voice and opinion that no further development should be had on Skeleton Lake. Development has already gone too far. There simply isn't enough lake for the amount of people. The lake is clearly being destroyed more and more year after year and has now become almost unusable. I fully support and agree with the Salsa stance below. I feel the additional development at Skeleton Lake is pushing the limits of what the lake can handle on a number of fronts. Currently, there is more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots. For a lake of this size, this is an incredible number of lots and users. This is considered the highest population density for a recreational lake in Alberta. The taxes current lake infrastructure such as fire and emergency services, waste management, waste and freshwater management, road and infrastructure services. Campground density in C5 is at the development officer's discretion. 36 stalls is very small compared to the land size. What are the total potential impacts for maximum capacity? The lake has been undergoing considerable environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. As the Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association works with the county to mitigate these issues, they have been asked to provide a lot of technical data to support the issues and find solutions. Has the applicant for the rezone been asked to provide similar technical data to ensure the lake can withstand the additional development on an already stressed lake? Such technical support should include traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, and or stormwater management plan, and or any other information or study determined necessary for consideration of the application. On lake safety, many of us have had concerns over the abundance of lake traffic. Increased density will increase the lake traffic on what is already a small amount of surface area that is further broken into two basins. Any firsthand experience of on-lake congestion would be a valuable discussion point. Traditionally, additional development at the lake has not been encouraged. Recently, in 2022, Shoreline Campground looked for an additional space/stalls and was rejected in their request by the county of Athabasca. As well, the fewer larger parcels of land that have come for sale, including the Boy Scout camp, were advised that rezoning to allow for residential or campground development would not be considered when reviewed during due diligence. How are they permitted to operate the existing 36 stalls if it is outside the current zoning? What is being done to stop this while the amendment is reviewed? Are there any penalties for the development that would be considered?
James Donald. I'm writing as a concerned member of the community to express my deep reservations about this bylaw, which proposes a change to land from commercial recreational to commercial campground at Skeleton Lake. While I understand the need for economic development and the value of tourism to our community, I firmly believe that this particular bylaw is not in the best interest of our community, nor our precious natural resources. Skeleton Lake is our cherished local lake treasure, appreciated by residents and visitors alike for its natural beauty, serene environment, and diverse recreational opportunities. The proposed conversion to a commercial campground raises significant concerns about the potential negative impact on the already stressed conditions and services in the area. Some of the key concerns I have are follows. Environmental impact. The conversion of land to a commercial campground may lead to increased pollution, habitat disruption, and worsening water quality that is already suffering. The lake's delicate ecosystem could suffer irreparable damage, jeopardizing the various plant and animal species that they call it home. Strain on infrastructure. Skeleton Lake and its surrounding area are already facing challenges in terms of infrastructure, including waste management, water supply, and road maintenance. Introducing a commercial campground without adequate planning and resources could exacerbate these issues and negatively affect the quality of life for both residents and tourists. Overcrowding and noise. The proposed commercial campground could attract large numbers of visitors, potentially leading to overcrowding and noise pollution. This could diminish the peaceful ambience of the lake and negatively impact the overall experience for those seeking tranquility and solitude. Safety concerns. An influx of tourists and campers may put a strain on emergency services and first responders in the area. Ensuring the safety and well-being of all individuals should be a top priority and in any decision concerning land use changes. I kindly request the Community Council takes into account the sentiments of concerned community members like myself and conducts a thorough assessment of the potential impacts of this bylaw. Inclusive public consultations environmental studies, and an evaluation of the infrastructure's capacity to support a commercial campground should be undertaken before reaching any conclusions. Please leave the land designation as it is. I trust that you, as dedicated members of our community council, will prioritize the well-being and sustainable growth of our community when making decisions that can significantly impact the place we call home. I look forward to your response and hope that together we can work towards preserving the natural beauty and unique character of Skeleton Lake for generations to come. Anya and Derwin Pine. We, as property owners of 60015 Range Road 185 Boyle, are in opposition of the above development plans for amendment of this parcel of land. The development of infrastructure, housing, and roads within this area is going against everything this piece of heaven is. With continued development, the rising price of land and construction of cottages in these areas, wetland habitat loss continues. Pollution, invasive species, unsuitable drainage ditches, peat extraction, and severe damage to the ecosystem of all habitats within the area. These ecosystems provide habitat for many unique plants and animals. They act as spawning grounds for many fish species and offer great nesting, foraging, and concealment opportunities for moose, deer, waterfowl, and many other birds, insects, and small and large mammals alike. Skeleton Lake is a serene area, perfect for enjoying nature, bird watching, hunting, fishing, canoeing, quadding, or kayaking. These activities help float local economies too. Adding to the list of reasons to keep the area small is important. We feel a lot of local businesses will not be able to manage the amount of foot traffic this development will bring. We need to keep in mind water levels, surface water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, and wetlands to provide healthy habitats for our wildlife. Consider the value of canoeing silently through the reeds on a misty spring morning, or the sight of Canada geese splashing on a marsh during a crisp fall sunset. If more infrastructure keeps building up around the lake, the plans of retirees in this area no longer will feel the comforts they once enjoyed or feel pleasures this area brought to their lives. People chose this area because it's not busy. It's great for bringing the family out to enjoy family time together. It's not too overcrowded now. It's busy, yes, but busy enough. Imagine the place you once bought to enjoy the silence of the outdoors is now become like city noise. Even with the best laid out development plan, there will be challenges in Bondis and surrounding, ready for tractors going all hours, dump trucks speeding up through the already busy zones. Kids and citizens will no longer feel safe. We need to protect and respect the local heritage and character of the region. Seasonal population increases significantly during the summer months when non-permanent residents return to the lake for summer entertainment. This development of the Boys and Girls Club will have a negative impact on the lake and surrounding areas and existing community members. The hospital already cannot keep staff. Can you imagine if we add another 250 plus lots of non-permanent residents? Imagine the strain it would have on the healthcare system. I work as a casual at the local hospital when I'm on my lake time and work with AHS. The strain on the system already is very evident within the community. Skeleton Lake is valued by its residents and visitors for its recreational opportunities it provides. There have already been documented decreases in water levels in the early 2000s. The drop in the water levels, along with the increase in development around the lake and residents clearing the land to the lake, has already created many problems and cause for concern amongst community members at large and seasonal residents. For one, there is one boat launch for the area, and which is super busy and extremely small for the amount of seasonal people that use the lake. The beach is extremely unusable due to the docks being put right around on the public land and not improperly cleared for beach. Another point is how the local fire department will keep up with the demand of this development in case of an emergency and local infrastructure of the roads and highways. There are many things to consider, and there are many strains of stress that come with a development of this magnitude. Please consider all the above. Well, we as full-time residents, seasonal residents, 7 days on, 7 days off, we spend at our lake lot with future plans to retire and build next year. Truly against the development, we could go into future details of many more reasons we don't want to go ahead with this. But we will leave it as this and hopefully join a future community meeting on this development. Joel Herod, Skeleton Lake. I have been a homeowner on the lake since 2005 and have seen a significant development on the lake, including several new sites at the Shoreline Campground. The density at this lake is already a concern for us for the health of the lake. I do not feel that this lake can support additional campsites and traffic at this time. While water levels have come up over the last 5 years, it appears the health of the lake has deteriorated. Adding campsites and lake traffic would likely further negatively impact the lake restoration efforts. The lake is not a large lake and the current density is already one of the highest in Alberta. I'm concerned about the deterioration of riparian areas, fish spawning, and waterfowl nesting impacts with current density increases. The motor boat traffic on weekends, especially long weekends with additional non-resident volumes, has become quite dangerous. In addition, the roads around the lake to support increased traffic is simply not viable. An example is the county road coming into Mewatha, Range Road 190. This road has not been properly maintained by the county, and the ruts and potholes in the road make it dangerous. There is also the increased pressure on waste management, sewage, and police and emergency services to address. All these things left unchecked will further erode the health of this lake and lead to further safety issues. I would be interested to understand what impact studies have been done on your end to address these issues and ensure no negative impact will be incurred. Whilst I don't understand how the proposed landowner has been allowed to set up 30+ campsites without the required permits and authorizations, I trust that you will consider the above concerns in your deliberations in this proposed change. Candace and Russell Deely, Bondus. As landowner in Bondus on Skeleton Lake, I strongly oppose the rezoning of the above mentioned parcel to permit a commercial campground, as it will have negative impact on the lake and area and directly impact my family's safety and enjoyment of our lake property. I have outlined my main concerns below. Infrastructure. Skeleton Lake has a very high population density with more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots. This population requires adequate supports and lake infrastructure such as fire and emergency services, waste management, waste and freshwater management, road and infrastructure services. Any additional development will require additional infrastructure to support the area and further tax already limited resources. Environmental impacts. The lake has been undergoing considerable environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, migratory bird activity, and water quality. An increased population on the lake will add additional stress to the lake and the fish and the wildlife habits. I request that Athabasca County share the technical data on the environmental impact of this proposed development to ensure the lake can withstand the additional development on an already stressed lake. Surely, the applicant has been asked to provide technical data regarding environmental impacts of this development. Data may include environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, stormwater drainage plan, and any other information or study determined necessary for consideration of the application. Lake and traffic safety. One of my major concerns is about the lake safety, including boating and swimming. An increase in residents and visitors to the lake will create a dangerous amount of boat traffic on already busy lake. The addition of another campground on the lake will increase the risk of danger to the residents and other users due to the increase in traffic volume on the lake, especially at peak times. This will directly impact the current residents' use and enjoyment of the lake. Road traffic and safety. There are only 3 entrances into the summer village of Bondus, which can be congested on summer weekends. Permitting the development of a campground will create more traffic issues with campers using the Bondus main roads to access the campground and other areas of the lake. For myself and my children's safety who enjoy walking and biking along the road, I'm quite concerned about this increase in traffic on the roads and risk to our safety. Current operations. I've been advised that the area mentioned above is currently operating a 36 stall RV campground, which is contradictory to the current zoning, which has already placed an additional stress on the lake and current and surrounding communities. I am concerned why they have been permitted to operate this existing campground outside the current zoning. What has been done to stop this activity, and are there any penalties being considered? Thank you for your considerations. This one. This says Richard. I am 43 years old and I have been coming to Skeleton Lake my whole life. The lot I have has been in the family since the early 70s and it has
I'm
always
sorry,
been.
Director. If you can't identify who it is by two names, I would suggest that it doesn't qualify. We have a policy against anonymous letters.
Okay. Darren and Darlene Giacobo, Miwatha Beach. The number of current stalls exceeds the allowable density of 6 noted. Oh, I better. Current zoning C4 does not allow for campgrounds. Through the application of rezone, it has been noted that the landowner is currently operating a 36 stall RV campground, which is contradictory to the current zoning. The number of current stalls exceeds the allowable density of 6 units noted in Table 9, Schedule B of Bylaw 004/2021. I do not support the discretionary determination of the development officer, considering this lake has a very large amount of residential lots already. Developing the property outside the limitations of the county's land use bylaw does not show an intent of goodwill. Allowing rezoning may introduce the land to further development, which would increase the residential density further. What benefit to the community would come from allowing this application to be approved? I also added these points which were presented by the Skeleton Lake Stewardship Society in a separate letter to the county. These volunteer community efforts have provided much needed insight into surrounding development of the lake to maintain the quality of the resource, and I support the points below. So all of these points, I'm not going to reread these points because they have been pointed out by other folks, and then there's a letter later on from the Stewardship Association. Neil Dubois. I would like to register comments against the proposed land use bylaw amendment. Proposed zoning change to allow for commercial campground is what formerly known as the Boy Scout camp only benefits the landowner, while it negatively affects the current residents of the lake and the lake environment. Some of these effects would include lake congestion. Additional recreational users will increase the amount of lake traffic, which is already seeing unsafe conditions on busy days. We have very small lake surface versus populations, highest among Alberta lakes, and adding to that density would make conditions more dangerous. Infrastructure issues, servicing, roads, and fire safety all need to be considered. A large increase in residents at the end of the single road does not seem reasonable. Environmental issues, additional load to the lake will affect fish habitat, fish management, and lake quality as noted by SLASA. This lake is already stressed and there is considerable work to be done to recover the environmental asset. I would also suggest it seems premature to even consider the approval of a zoning change, considering it does not appear that any technical data has been provided to support the density increase. In typical zoning and development applications, a number of consultant reports would be required to validate or quantify the effects of change. Have any of these reports been received or reviewed? Items such as traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical studies, stormwater or wastewater management plans, proposed density calculations, proposed layouts and designs, fire management plans, etc. Rezoning this land to accommodate a landowner who has been in clear violation of the current zoning regulations would be a terrible way to make a problem go away, especially considering what appears to be lack of due diligence on the landowner's part to prove the impact would be reasonable and amenable to the other lake residents. In the past, I have had very direct conversations with the county regarding land development options around Skeleton Lake. Increased density was never an option. The county's position was that increased density would not be permitted. This was the case when the Boy Scout camp was for sale. If the current landowners did their due diligence at purchase, they should have received the same response and no expectation for a change should have been considered. I would hope that previous comments and position would remain unless significant proof was provided to show benefit for the community. Appreciate your time in reviewing my comments against the proposed land use bylaw amendment. This is Barb Atkin, Harnahar Beach. I would like to add my voice to the attached letter from residents at Harnahar Beach. I hope that you will listen to the concerns of the residents of the lake, and we are the ones who have to live with the results of your decision. In the past, you have been provided with studies proving that these concerns are valid. These studies were very expensive to complete, which shows the commitment of the residents of Skeleton Lake. We are a passionate community who take care of the ecosystem in which we are lucky to live and play. We enjoy the fruits of the lake, fishing its waters, paddling along its shores, and watching our children grow up in its waters. We have invested in the lake and take great responsibility for its health so we can remain a place for our future families to grow and play as we have. By adding a commercial campground, we will only further upset the balance of the lake. The numbers speak for themselves. Our lake is already compromised. It needs time for the population of fish to reestablish. It needs a decrease in nutrient level, and we need time to ensure the water level remains stable. Moving forward with this bylaw compromises all of these things. In 2019, we came forward and asked the council to help our stewardship society with our lake refill project. This was not supported. Since this time, our lake continues to struggle. Since the proposed bylaw 026/2021 was rejected, population density on and around the lake is a huge concern. Fire and emergency services, as well as county infrastructure, is as much or more of a concern. We do not believe that any of this has changed whatsoever. And if anything, it is greater concern than it was in 2021. The lake cannot sustain additional development. Safety on this water is already a concern for paddlers, boaters, and swimmers alike. Additional development will only add to this. Okay, this is from Art Hatchie, resident manager at Shoreline Shore. I am writing on behalf of owner Ed Polschuk of Shoreline Shore Resort. He opposes the above for the following reason. He was denied adding 30 campsites to his existing property, and what is the chance of him getting approved in the future? This will add to the population of the lake, which already has high traffic, which poses a risk of accidents and more gas vehicles on the water. It poses a risk to the environment, to fish and wildlife. Higher traffic on local roads. If this is approved, it will infringe on his livelihood. Cindy Weitzel. I am writing this letter to share with you concerns I have with what is occurring at the old Boy Scout camp area and your consideration of changing land use for this property. It's my understanding that the development of RV lots has been occurring in this location without proper approval and in fact against the land use allowances, which the owner was aware of when he purchased this land. By allowing these lots to remain and by amending the bylaw to allow him to be in compliance, you are telling everyone else in the county that they can ignore the zoning policies of this county without any repercussion and in fact have the county bend to their will. I do not believe this elected council wants to be seen as making decisions based on bullies who feel like their will is all that matters and that they can ignore the laws that are in place for good reason. You will be setting a precedent by making this land use change. I would ask council if there has been any contact with Alberta Environment to see if Skeleton Lake can in fact handle this additional pressure. I feel with the concerns that have plagued this lake these last 10 to 15 years that an environmental assessment should be done. This should not come as a cost to the taxpayer, but to be completed by the individual who is looking to change the land use bylaw before any consideration of this change occurs. Included in this assessment before consideration is what impacts these numerous lots would have by having a wetland assessment, wildlife assessment, biophysical assessment, stormwater management plan, environmental impact assessment. Besides the environmental issues I see With this development, there is concerns of those who have lived at the lake for years. I've seen huge increases in water traffic on weekends to such an extent that we no longer go out on the water in the afternoons because it often seems unsafe. The boat launch in Bondis is often congested with trucks and trailers of those who have lots off the lake shore. Increasing those types of lots will result in some vehicle damage or confrontation due to the frustrations around the lake, around the launch, as we have already heard of encounters of this happening. If you choose to pass this amendment, there needs to be some considerations in this decision. What are you telling other individuals and companies about following the bylaws of this county? They can do whatever they want without repercussions, regardless of what the county says. That this particular individual is breaking the land use bylaw can continue to do as he wishes. What? Limit the stalls to 36 already there illegally. Okay, I will sell off portions of land instead. Oh, wait, this is already happening. What are county plans to ensure there is sufficient ingress and outgress in case of a fire or other emergency? What penalties will be asked from this individual to deter him from continuing to develop this land rather than any kind of fine? Maybe take down lots that are currently there to bring the land back into compliance. Thank you for your time and review my comments. And I request the county reject this proposal. I don't know if I told you who that was from. Cindy Witzel. Okay, good. See, I'm starting to lose my mind just a little bit. Cheryl and Jason Scobie. I'm writing this letter for myself and on behalf of my husband, Jason. We oppose the approval and development of 36 camp stalls at Skeleton Lake. We do not support the application for this land to be rezoned. We have been enjoying Skeleton Lake for over 15 years. Over the years, we have enjoyed the many activities that Skeleton Lake offers, from quadding or boating, golfing, and enjoying being part of the lake life. These activities have become more challenging to enjoy because of the increase in population and increase in and around the lake. The impacts to the environment, infrastructure, and safety has become a concern for our family. The main reason we do not want to see this development, there has been a steady decline in the water quality of the lake over the years. The health of the lake has to be addressed, and the environmental impact of adding more stress on the lake has to stop. The ecosystem of the lake needs to be protected, and as a community member for 15+ years, I do not want us negatively affecting the health of the lake. This includes all wildlife that rely on the lakes as well. Secondly, the Summer Village of Bondis will need significant improvements to infrastructure and public services such as waste management and sewer and stormwater drainage to help accommodate the increase in population and mitigate any extra pressure. How will the government absorb these additional costs without increasing taxes? The increase in traffic causes a big concern. The roads are already busy with all the extra traffic, and there has to be a plan to maintain the roads in and around the lake. Thirdly, we have to be mindful of the safety of our community. With the increase in population, we need to feel safe for not only ourselves, but also our belongings. The community will need extra bylaw patrol, and the RCMP already stretched with resources. In conclusion, we cannot support the addition to any more development around the lake. We need to preserve what we have and look into ways to protect the environment for future generations to enjoy. Cindy Biglin, and it was also sent by Mike Biglin. I, the undersigned owners of property affected by the proposed redistricting, oppose the requested zoning change for the following reasons. This additional development at Skeleton Lake is pushing the limits of what the lake can handle, and as landowners, we are very concerned. We currently have the highest population density for recreational lake in Alberta. We are extremely concerned about the infrastructure, including fire and emergency services, waste and freshwater management, road and infrastructure services, environmental impact. There is only one way into the property through our residential areas within the Summer Village, Old Timers Drive and Bondis Drive, specifically Range Road 185. The additional traffic and safety of pedestrians, mostly children, are a major area of concern to us. Safety concerns in the event of evacuation due to emergencies such as wildfire. environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. Where is the action plan to ensure it does not get worse with more traffic? This proposed rezoning will likely result in more applications for future development. There is a reason the current zone C4 does not allow for campgrounds. Additional development at the lake has not been encouraged. Recently, Shoreline requested additional space and stalls was rejected. As well, a few larger parcels of land that have come for sale, including the Boy Scout camp, were advised that rezoning to allow for residential or campground development would not be considered. Through the application of the rezone, it has been noted that they're currently operating a 36 stall RV campground, which is contradictory to the current zoning. And are there any penalties for the development that would be considered? We do not reward our children for breaking the rules. Why should this property owner be rewarded? Thank you for taking your time to review. We are concerned the additional development will seriously impact our already stressed community and lake. We are hopeful the rezoning is denied and penalties are enforced for already operating outside the current zoning. Dawn and Terry Hood, Harnhar Beach. With regards to the development of additional campsites at the location of the Boy Scouts camps, we are vehemently opposed to this. We built our home on the beautiful shore of Skeleton Lake 31 years ago. We reside here year round. We have witnessed many changes to the lake and to the land surrounding it over the years. Overdevelopment, overpopulation gradually increased and the effects were felt. We witnessed the severe distress in the lake was experiencing as a result of abuse by a town of Boyle and surrounding areas, drawing water from Skeleton Lake for far too many years. Over very recent years, we are now witnessing the drastic decline in the quality of the water in our lake. This is heart-wrenching to see the quality of the water in such a sad state. Many suggestions have been put forth regarding the opposition to further development in the form of large lake of campground. We agree. There is currently a blatant disrespect for the residential property surrounding the lake. This being the multifamily or friends camping on one property. We are vehemently opposed to this new campground. The future life of our lake, sustainability is at stake. And this is CAO of Kim Bancroft, CAO on behalf of the Summer Village and Miwatha Beach Council. Summer Village and Miwatha Beach Council would like to go on record as being strongly opposed to the zoning change mentioned above for the following reasons. Population density. Skeleton Lake is already overdeveloped and has one of the highest population densities for a lake in Alberta. This is extremely taxing on all services such as fire and emergency services, waste management, waste and freshwater management, and road and infrastructure services. Water quality. Water quality in Skeleton Lake has already been on a steady decline. Blue-green algae advisories are coming more frequently than ever before. Athabasca County should be considering ways to improve the water quality rather than add further strain to it. If water quality continues to decline, this can have an effect on not only the lake, but property values for those owning property near the lake. Lake safety. Increasing the number of people on the lake will also increase the number of boats on the lake. This will provide more opportunity for accidents as the lake becomes more congested. Strain on Miwatha Beach infrastructure. The boat launch and beach located in Miwatha Beach are already overused by non-residents of Miwatha Beach. This causes strain on the budget of a small summer village already and will only increase as usage does. Current zoning. If campgrounds are not allowed by current zoning, why was the current campground being allowed to exist? Has anything been done to stop this illegal development? As well, other applicants interested in rezoning have been refused. Why is this one being considered? Also, if the number of campgrounds will be at the development officer's discretion, the number allowed could be very alarming. It is in everyone's best interest to keep the strain on Alberta lakes to a minimum. There's a lot of damage that cannot be undone once it is in place. The Summer Village of Miwatha Beach strongly urges the Athabasca County to reconsider this rezoning application. This is from the McGrath family, Miwatha Beach. And there's a list of 5 McGraths. We vote no to any change on the bylaw change to the Boy Scout camp. We have been advised that and are aware that changes are planned for the land that is on the east side of the lake that was once the Boy Scout camp. It has come to our attention that you are planning to change the bylaw from rec commercial to campground commercial. We are owners of lakefront and have been watching the misguided work that your offices have been undertaking on our lake. We are in absolute agreement that there should be no change to the land, to the campground on this property. Our lake is over the normal amount of access and parcels that should be on a lake of this size. We have problem with overcrowding already and the existing campground on Bondus. There is no room for another huge property with trailers and boats overloading the ecosystem on the lake. We are all aware that they are off-site already and have numerous trailers parked and probably paying for sites on the property already. It does not matter that the lake parcel is a good size. It is not to be changed by anyone for personal gain on this lakefront. We already have a problem with people who do not follow Alberta environment guidelines and have built marinas and changed the landscape for their own use. Your council has already denied the other campgrounds in any growth due to the overcrowding on the lake. Your answer is clear that this should be denied no matter who the owners are and their ability to fight for this change. All requests should follow the same format on decision making. So if you denied others, then your answer is clear. No, no, no. All owners on the lake should be notified publicly and in writing of this significant change, and it is your responsibility to do so. We have received no notice. Do not make any change to this parcel or ability to add campground and lake access from this parcel of land. The damage to lakefront and water is going to be irreparable and will damage the use of the lake for anyone who already has property or owns a place on each shore.
Director, about how many do you have left?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Take a break.
6.
Let's
7.
take till 35 minutes
Do you want
after.
me to finish this letter?
You hadn't started it. Oh.
No, this is the same.
Oh,
one.
this is the same one. It just goes on. Okay, please do. Sorry, I thought you were changing to a new letter.
I'm still on the McGrath family,
Okay, my
almost done.
apologies. When that one's done, we'll take a break.
Gotcha. This owner is using his personal status to gain what he wants for change. He should be fined to the highest for the abuse to date for putting in trailers against the policy and the bylaws already in place. We want all councils surrounding the lake and summer villages to take into account and they should have a voting right on changes for land and bylaws that impacts the owners already on the lake. Do not allow a change to the bylaw and the designation that the lands has already. The owner bought this property with this in place and should know that the change will impact all who already live on the lake. His personal monetary gain and the tax collected on the property should not have any impact on the decision that is made on this. The simple and logical answer to this situation is the same as in the past, that no large-scale development should be allowed on such a small lake with already impacted watershed and environmental problems already that have impacted the water and the land. If you denied the other campgrounds on the same reason, your answer is a clear no, denied. Get busy finding out what the change to the North Road is going to be done to clear the way for watershed and the spring and rainfalls to add to the water level. This also the responsibility of the County of Athabasca to ensure the continued quality of lake water and the Skeleton Lake actually continues to thrive. Alberta Environment has already agreed that the change should be made. What is the holdup now? Each year that you do nothing impacts the lake life and eventual demise. Please do not make changes that impact the environments in such a dangerous and misguided way.
Let's take 10 minutes so that everybody has a chance to do what they need to do, and we'll come back at 20 minutes before 6. Like to call the public hearing back from recess at 43 minutes past 5 and invite Director Wilkinson or Ms. Blair to continue reading the final stretch of our correspondence.
Okay. Kevin Pytel. I am writing this letter to oppose the proposed bylaw. I am a resident of the summer village of Mewatha Beach. Reason for my opposition are as per below. Currently, there are more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots. For lakes this size, 7.89 kilometers squared, this is incredible number of lots and users. This taxes current lake infrastructure such as fire and emergency services, waste management, waste and freshwater management, road infrastructure services. Campground density in C5 is at the development officer's discretion. 36 is very small compared to the land size. What are the total potential impacts or maximum capacity? Oh, sorry, this same email was from Todd Welsh. The lake has been undergoing considerable environmental concerns regarding water level, fish habitat, and water quality. As the Skeleton Lake Sewership Association works with the county to mitigate these issues, they have been asked to provide a lot of technical data to support the issues and find solutions. Has the applicant for the rezone been asked to provide the similar technical data to ensure the lake can withstand the additional development on an already stressed lake? And the same list of technical data. Lake safety. The lake already has an excessive amount of boats and watercraft traffic. A campground will only increase the problem further. Additional development at the lake has not been encouraged. Recently, Shoreline looked for additional space and was rejected by their request by the county. As well, a few larger parcels of land have come for sale, including the Boy Scout camp. We're told that they couldn't, we're not allowed to rezone for residential or campground development would not be considered. How are they permitted to operate the existing 36 stalls if it's outside the current zoning? What is being done to stop this while the amendment is reviewed? Are there any penalties for the development that would be considered? For the record, I'm completely against the rezoning of the property for the campground use as mentioned in my letter. Stan and Judy Peranich. We are owners of Lake Lot at Summer Village Abondis and are strongly opposed to the change of the land use bylaw. Our reasons are numerous. Skeleton Lake is already one of the most developed areas of Athabasca County for lake lots around the whole perimeter of the lake. The lake levels are slowly rising, but there are still issues of blue-green algae for the last couple of years. Activity in and around the lake with vehicles, quads, golf carts, snowmobiles, and watercraft are increasing each year, putting stress on roads, trails, and the lake with more garbage and pollution. The noise and heavy traffic moving constantly through the area for building and or renovating cabins or grading lots in the last 3 years are already an everyday occurrence. Long gone is the peaceful retreat, and the area is becoming mini cityscape lots instead of cottage country lots with bigger and faster adult recreation toys to go with. We have pelicans nesting in the lake area for the first time in the last 3 years. Close to the area slated for development is where the bald eagles come back to nest each year. Wildlife such as deer, moose, and bear reside in and around that area. More trees and natural vegetation will be demolished and never replaced. With so much attention to climate change, why would we want to add more stress to the Skeleton Lake and surrounding areas? Look outside the box of collecting more tax revenue for the county and see the whole picture of why not to approve this bylaw change. Trusting your good and wise judgment. Maureen Kowalchuk. Please do not change the C4 designation to C5 and allow more development on this property. Skeleton Lake area is overwhelmed with recreational use already and is suffering immense ecological damage. If ecological damage is not concerning enough, consider these infrastructure points. Currently, there are more than 1,000 lake adjacent lots. And then we talk about the sides of the lake again. This is coming from previous letters, so I'm just gonna kind of try and summarize anything that's different from before. Traditionally, additional development, the lake has not been encouraged. We've talked about that. How are they permitted to, and asking about penalties. Thank you for the time to review and understand how additional development will impact the already stressed community and lake. Fran Carefoot. Current zoning C4 does not allow for campgrounds. Through the application of the rezone, it has been noted that they are currently operating a 36 stall RV campground, which is contradictory to the current zoning. If he is already operating contradictory to the current zoning, why should it be allowed to be rezoned? The lake has been undergoing considerable environmental concerns. Talks about water level, the stewardship, fish habitat. Has the applicant for the rezone been asked for the similar technical data? So that's another list of traffic impact, stormwater, all of those. On lake safety, many of us had concerns over the abundance of lake traffic. Increased density will increase the lake traffic on what is already a small lake. Any firsthand experience on lake congestion would be a valuable discussion point. Traditionally, additional development has not been encouraged. We've talked about that. How are they permitted to operate these existing stalls, and are there penalties for this development? Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association, Carrie Iwanek, President. Dear Athabasca Council, with regard to the proposed amendment to the land use bylaw, the Skeleton Lake Stewardship would like to comment against the proposal. The SLSA has been acting on behalf of the lake residents for several years to address concerns with the vulnerability of the lake water levels, water quality, and environmental impacts such as diminished fish habitats and algae growth. As we have worked through a number of issues over the years, we have gathered a significant amount of data through professional consultants as we try to remediate some of the aforementioned issues. One very concerning piece of information we learned is that Skeleton Lake has the highest density of lake adjacent properties versus surface area when compared to any other lake in Alberta. Increasing this density will further stress the environmental impacts we are already experiencing and working to remediate. Additional density will also tax basic infrastructure, fire services, waste management, freshwater, wastewater management. The density also poses a problem regarding lake congestion. Busy times on a relatively small surface area makes for some uncomfortable or unsafe days on an already busy body of water. As mentioned, SLSA has utilized a number of consultants over the years to gather data so we can provide solutions to the problems the lake experiences. It has been critical that we provide proof of problem and solution to Alberta Environment, County of Athabasca, and our stewardship. We are curious if the owner of the property for the land in question has provided any documentation with regard to the potential effects of a commercial campground and increased density. Some of the reports we would expect to see are traffic impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, wetland assessment, biophysical assessment, stormwater management plan. These are typical documents for development applications, and we would like to see any information that has been provided to compare with our own reports and consultant opinions as we work to improve lake quality. SLSA has gone to great expense to secure our documentation to validate our efforts. We would expect any other major developments that will impact the lake would need to provide the same level of diligence before any decisions were made. Another concern we have is with the administrative report to council. It mentions the existing 36 RV stalls, which would be in violation of the current zoning and land use. We certainly hope this LUB amendment isn't the simple solution to fixing identified problem and violation in lieu of some sort of penalty or action to stop the violating use. In review of the potential land use zone C5, we see that a total campground density is left to the discretion of the development officer. The landowners are currently operating 36 stalls, which, as noted, is already in violation of the LUB. Have any considerations been made to total density, potential numbers of stalls, as this is an amendment to, is considered? What is the total risk to the density increase? Without the total impact being identified, it would be hard to make a decision, especially with a property that is already acting in direct violation of the bylaw. In closing, we do not support the land use amendment. We feel there's a great risk to the lake stability, recreation use, congestion, environmental impact, and overall lake quality. As a stewardship association, we work to protect the environmental asset, and we do not see this aligning with any improvement or benefit to the numerous lake adjacent owners which we represent. The potential impact is clear and obvious. This proposed change will continue to stress an already strained lake environment, and we have seen no documentation that would show otherwise. Thank you for your consideration. Gina and Kevin Nickforic. It says property owners in Athabasca County. We are writing in opposition of the above mentioned LUB. As a ratepayer in the county, my family and I are extremely concerned by the proposal to allow an additional commercial campground on the lake that the county's municipal development plan has already identified as the highest population density amongst recreational lakes in Alberta. Further, the MDP indicates that development is to mitigate negative impacts on water quality and fish habitats. Have any reports or studies been submitted by the developer that address these issues? The MDP also refers to cooperate with other municipalities. The addition of commercial campground directly adjacent to Somerville or Bondus will have a direct impact on their infrastructure. Was Bondus consulted on this development proposal? The county's intermunicipal development plan states that redistricting must take into account safety and environmental concerns. By adding to the density of the lake, it will surely impact emergency services and roads, which will have a direct impact on safety. This does not take into account the safety concerns related to the addition of multiple boats to an already busy lake. In terms of environmental concerns, how will the development be handling wastewater from the campsites? In terms of fresh water, how will this be supplied to the development? Will wells be drilled? The IDP also states that redistricting may require supporting studies. And then there's a list of the studies we've heard repeatedly. For a development of this size, have these been requested of the developer? Council has been sent many studies on the health of the lake that were conducted by expert consultants, and I can't encourage you enough to please read them and be well informed on the health of the lake. Most frustrating is the way in which the county has allowed the development to proceed in violation of the LUB. It is our understanding that there are currently at least 36 stalls, 20 of which were approved and built prior to 2021. We also understand that the application for construction of another 16 stalls was declined in 2022. We are aware that the county was contacted in September 2021 and notified that the work has been done earlier in the year to add additional stalls without permits or permission from the county. Having been notified, did the county investigate the site and issue a stop work order or demand the work be done undone? It seems very clear that in this case of the developer begging for forgiveness rather than asking for permission. This is an exceedingly poor way to conduct business and sets horrible precedent. We are also aware that Shoreline Campground applied to install additional lots and it was denied by council. Based on how old the old Boy Scout camp is being handled, that will prevent Shoreline from taking the same approach. What will prevent the owners of the old Boy Scout camp from doing the same thing again? Where will it stop? 50 stalls, 100 stalls? If this continues, what will prevent individual small landowners around the lake from taking the same approach? Please know that we love Skelton Lake. It is a place where we've built many happy memories with families and friends, and we want everyone around the lake to be able to do the same well into the future. It is our sincerest belief that additional density around the lake and allowing developers to run roughshod is a direct threat to the future. We trust that council also sees the significant and unique value that the lake holds and strongly urge you to not approve the proposed amendment. Thank you for your consideration. The last three I'm gonna read there, these three are very similar, so I'm gonna read the first one and then I've have the other two that are highlighted with the differences. This first one is submitted by a whole bunch of people. It's signed the residents of Harnahar Beach, Matt Gibson, Patrick Gibson, Gladys Gibson. And these are typed out, they're not signatures, just so you know. Brett and Alexis Buck, Ben and Jody Beeching, Gordon, Judy Hare, Tom and Dorothy Bateman, Tim and Pearl Rogers, Mike Wywut and Rhonda Romaniuk, Bob and Annette Zielinski, Kyle and Janita Zielinski, Rick and Kathy Timmer, Luke Timmer, Bert and Betty Ann Harris, Perry Sador, Mike I'm starting to struggle. Alexandruk, Jonathan and Jackie Alexandruk, Darren and Janice Parsons, Paul and Catherine Turzik, Ryan Michael Jewell, Darren Hardy, John and Barb Atkin, Fuzz and Rose Bazinet, Clarence and Donna Brzezka. Oh my goodness. Greg and Gail Secord. I think this is everybody that lives at Harnahar. Okay, I'm gonna read the letter now. We, the community of Harnahar Beach on Skeleton Lake, are writing you in response to the public hearing on the proposed bylaw, which is looking to redesignate. As members of Athabasca County and residents of Skeleton Lake, we have grave concerns about the proposed change to the current land use. There is also huge concern on deep impact that it may have on the delicate ecosystem of our lake. The Alberta Lake Management Lake Watch report presented in 2021 recorded high microsteen levels, which are toxin produced by bacteria, which when ingested can cause liver damage. In 2021, it already exceeded the recommended recreational level of 10 UGs per liter during July. The past 2 summers, which have followed this report, we have been under advisory about blue-green algae blooms. The last 2 summers, our lake was put under advisory in June, with this current season on June 22nd. While May recorded heat, this early trend of the lake is deeply concerning and reduces the ability for all residents to access and enjoy the lake. The lake and its water level continues to be in flux. In 2016, the water level was at its all-time low. And while it was up in 2020, it declined in 2021. While the land use redesignation does not have a direct impact on the water level, increased use and the pressures of an increase of commercial development could further increase the lake eutrophication. We have seen a decrease in the populations of both walleyes and pike populations. Skeleton Lake was previously assessed as moderate high risk in 2020. The 2022 assessment with a decline in abundance and moderately sized walleyes indicated decline in status to high risk. Considering the change in status, conservation-minded management remains necessary to ensure the sustainability of this population and fisheries. The pike population is no different. Since the 2010 assessment, the status of pike population has declined from low moderate to moderate high in 2020. The status from 2022 assessment has remained at a moderate high risk. The truncation of pike larger than 600 millimeters suggests high harvest pressure. Skeleton Lake remains one of the only non-tag and open fisheries in the region, which has resulted in increased boating traffic and poaching. Skeleton Lake walleye and pike fishing limits were changed by Alberta Fisheries 2 years ago. Without a management system or tag system, people who are not invested in lake community create pressure on fish populations. Introducing more commercial campgrounds will amplify this issue. We are a passionate community who take care of the ecosystem in which we are lucky to live in and play. We enjoy the fruits of the lake, fishing its waters, paddling along the shores, and watching our children grow up in its water. We have invested in the lake and take great responsibility for its health so that it can remain in place for our future families and grow and play as we have. By adding a commercial campground, we will only further upset the balance of the lake. The numbers speak for themselves. Our lake is already compromised. It needs time for population of fish to reestablish. It needs to decrease in nutrient levels. And we need time to ensure that the water levels remain stable. Moving forward with this bylaw compromises all of these things. In 2019, we came forward and asked the council to help our stewardship society with our lake refill project. This was not supported. Legislative comments. This area currently has at least 36 RV stalls on it. Our understanding is that only 20 were approved prior to 2021. There was an application made for an additional 16 in 2022, however, it was refused. I do know that some, if not all, of the additional lots were refused in 22 were actually installed in 2021. These lots were put in with no development permit and are in contravention of the land use bylaw as it relates to the uses in C4 district. The allowance for campgrounds as a discretionary use was removed from the C4 district in March of 2021 before the subject additional lots were installed. The county was notified of this activity in late summer of 2021 and should have issued a stop order. However, you did not. Question: why has the county not issued any stop orders, knowing full well the additional lots on the subject lands were not allowed or permitted through your LUB? Further, why was the owner not made to remove the additional lots that not only are not permitted, but contravene the LUB in the C4 district? It appears that the proposed bylaw is intended to accommodate the additional 16 lots in order to make the site legally conform to the current LUB. Of great importance to note is that the current intermunicipal development plan has this area land use identified as C4. Please see attached. We see no bylaw proposing to amend the IDP, and in order to amend the IDP, both the county and the Summer Village of Bondis must approve the amendment to the IDP. As outlined in the attached excerpt from your MDP, the IDPs are paramount over land use bylaws. Question: does not the IDP require amendment as well if this is to go forward? Further, your MDP speaks to lakeshore development in Section 8. In reviewing Section 8, it is noted that Skeleton Lake is identified as one of 5 major lakes and has already the highest population. It also states that development at the lakes is designated to mitigate negative impacts on water quality and riparian health. More development certainly does negatively impact water quality. Your MDP also identifies intermunicipal planning and cooperation, Section 16. The primary goal in this section states Athabasca County shall work with neighboring municipalities to promote compatible and complementary land use patterns and infrastructure. Question: has the county worked collaboratively with the Summer Village of Bondis on this proposal as part of the MDP intermunicipal planning principles? Environmental concerns. We would like to refer you once again to Section 3.41 of the IDP, which states that before considering any redistricting, safety and environmental concerns shall be considered. The boat traffic on this small lake is already extremely high. The proposed redistricting will only increase this traffic as more and more stall renters purchase boats, increasing the risks associated with high volumes of boats in this small lake. And 2, with more boats comes more docks and mooring. Additionally, the current health of the lake must be considered when reviewing this proposed redistricting and the land. This lake is already stressed because of overdevelopment, and the water quality has been an issue for several years. So too is the water levels of the lake. Question: has the safety and environment impacts being considered with this proposed redistricting? Regarding the concerned listed above, Section 3.44 of your IDP states at the time of redistricting, the county may require supporting studies and information to accompany the application in order to assess the suitability of the site to support the proposed development. And again, that list of requirements that we've talked about multiple times. Question, have any of the above listed studies been requested from the owner of the subject land? Fire concerns, what happens if there's a fire in the area? Can the existing entrance and road infrastructure ensure that all can evacuate? Continued population growth in this area should be a huge concern for the county. Question, can the county's fire apparatuses get into the area easily and safely if needed? Question, has any development permits been issued for this site in relation to campgrounds prior to March 9th, 2021? That being before campgrounds were removed from the C4 district. If so, were any of the above items taken into consideration when approving this discretionary use? We are asking the council to leave the land designation as is and have the grounds returned to the state they were in prior to the development of the additional campsites. Thank you for your consideration. The health of our lake depends on your decision. So the second one was submitted by Harold and Deb Hamilton, and I'm just going to highlight a few things that were different from that one. Have several acquaintances that have pulled their RVs into newly developed lots first thing in the spring of 2022 and are back again this year. They are not personal friends of the owner and pay a fair amount to rent the lots. This is not the right way of doing business as a government entity, and it certainly does not follow proper principles. Another concern, road use currently in order for the users of the additional 16 RV stalls to access the site, they must use the Summer Village Abondas roads. While roads are for public use, should not the county have discussed the road use for this additional development with the Summer Village Abondas before considering any redistricting of the site? Section 3.41 of the IDP makes reference to when considering proposals for new commercial recreation redistricting, the approving authority shall consider, among other things, a proximity to major transportation route and compatibility with existing roads. The traffic on Summer Village roads is already extremely heavy. This development has and will continue to increase already extremely busy roads with not only vehicles, but more motor bikes, quads, and golf carts, causing enhanced safety risks and noise. Maybe Summer Village Abondas requires a road use agreement from the developer. Question, has the county discussed road use with the Summer Village Abondas when considering this redistricting? And an additional question, do these existing 36 lots conform to the regulations currently outlined in the C5 district? Our final concern is the precedent this will set. Will Shoreline now be seeking approval for additional RV sites? Will the owner of the subject lands be looking to install additional sites over and above 36? Or will we continue to see this done without any permits or regard for the rules and then come back and be required by the county to come back after the fact and try to make it right? Is allowing unapproved development to continue without issuing a stop order for any direct contraventions of the LUB now a county precedent, especially when you were made aware of the contravention before the specific process began? What message are you sending to your ratepayers? What message are you sending to other RV campground owners, not only around Skeleton Lake, but other lakes in this county? To go ahead and do what you want, then beg for forgiveness later? I don't think that is a precedent you wish to set. Use your legal authority through your LUB and the Municipal Government Act to enforce your land use policies. Council took a long time to develop these statutory documents in LUB. You set a vision for the current and future makeup of the county, and you want to work collaboratively with your neighboring municipalities. Do the right thing, enforce the rules and regulations you have already established instead of changing them for the rule breakers. Remember, everyone is watching what is going to happen here. I don't think that this can of worms you want to open. I wish to also encourage members of the council and planning department to take time to read the many studies that have been done on this lake. They have been provided to the county. On a personal note, we very much enjoy Skeleton Lake and plan on handing down our property to our children. They love the lake and so do our 5 grandchildren. We want the lake to be healthy and sustained well into the future, not only for our family, but for all residents and visitors around the lake in both Summer Villages and county. It is a gem. I believe the county considers it one of their gems as well. This means we all want to ensure it remains resilient, sustainable, and has healthy aquatic ecosystem. Additional density development will most definitely compromise this. Thank you for your time and attention to this most serious matter. And this is the last one. Again, similar to the last two, but I'll highlight some of the things that are a little different. Hearing for bylaw 005, land change from commercial. Oh, this is from, sorry. This is from Earl Secord, Heart Beach. About the hearing, I have several concerns over the possible addition of another campground. Council meeting, June 13th, 2023, agenda 6.1, administrative report as per item 2, discussion points in the administrative report dated June 13th. Paragraphs 3 and 4 clearly lay out issues with allowing this bylaw be passed. This area lays within Major Lakes area, thereby requiring that a study is performed as per the county's municipal development plan. In the proposed bylaw 026/2021, which was rejected, population density on and around the lake is a huge concern. Fire and emergency services, as well as county infrastructure, is as much or more of a concern. I do not believe that any of this has changed whatsoever. And if anything, it is even a greater concern than it was in 2021. Looking at the aerial photo, the land in green is to remain as it is, yet it has already changed, has campsites within its boundaries. Is this not true? From the lake view, it certainly appears as though it does on both the north end of the property as well as the south end of the property. Skeleton Lake is currently overstressed as it is. Water quality has been an issue for several years, as has the water level of the lake. Many studies have been done, which have been provided to the county, that have shown that the lake cannot sustain any further growth. The lake cannot sustain additional development. Water safety on the water is also already a concern for paddlers, boaters, and swimmers alike. Additional development will only add to this. I have email trails dating September 2021, when county planning and development was made aware of the major changes occurring at the land location, which is now looking to change the zoning. These are to follow toward the end of this letter. Has the council taken into consideration any of the studies on the lake and area initiated by groups such as SLSA, who has spent a significant amount of money, most of which is donation of the residents around the lake at all, when considering the additional development? The shores of the land area in subject were once inhabited by the pelicans, but over the last few years, due to the increase of trailers and campers on the north end of the property, they no longer reside there. There are several boats and personal watercraft that have added to the traffic on the lake, and there is most likely to be a much larger number if this change is approved. More docks and lifts along the shoreline, which I have been instructed to take up with environment, because the county is not responsible for the shoreline. Has anyone on council even looked at the physical state of the lake? Does anyone care? Sorry, this is not your jurisdiction, so perhaps no one cares, but should you? Here is something the county committed to. Comprehensive technical lake capacity study methodologies have been developed to ascertain the maximum shoreland development capacity, residential, recreational, institutional, that a lake can accommodate without negative impacts on the water quality, fish habitat, and recreational enjoyment. The county will seek to partner with the respective summer villages, relevant nonprofit associations, and interest groups, and the Alberta government to initiate such studies for the 5 major lakes. County's target is to initiate the studies during an 8-year period, 2016 to 2024. The county is scheduled to complete a recreation master plan in 2016. This plan will provide important background information for the comprehensive lake studies. That was the outcome of the intermunicipal development plan between the county, Bondus, and a third party. regarding future development in this area. Seems to me there was to be no more development based on the study performed. Has there been an environmental impact study as well as other impacts to the area performed by the county, landowner, or government? It is my understanding that this is a requirement prior to anything happening on this sort of development. If the owner of the land cared as much about the environment as he claims to, he would not have done what he has. Development of 36 sites, now requesting zoning designation change. That is absolute. No, I'm not going to say that word. If anything should be done, it is that the landowner should be made to put land back to the original state it was in prior to the development of the additional lots now in question. Upon reviewing the notes on the proposed bylaw change, I am questioning how it was able to get through first reading, since there was no permit issued for any of the development until after the completion of it all. The county planning and development was made aware of the development taking place mid to late August and early September of 2021. Both Sarah and Krista were made aware of the development at the time. Pretty disappointing to say the least. And then there's a long email chain from 2021 that I'm not sure I need to read in.
I don't think you do.
And then sort of a summary here at the end, I'll read. Please explain how this was allowed to get where it is today. How is rezoning the land commercial campground acceptable whatsoever? The county worked with the landowner to do what? Make it right? How is what was done right in any way? So it now meets the requirements of the zoning bylaw. Why was the development not stopped back in September of 2021 and application for development and rezoning done at the time? How does a major change like what has been done slide through when the county was made aware of what was happening? The county recently approved several development permits from this landowner. How many of these developments were already built without a permit? What is to stop the landowner from continuing to do so whatever he wants and then doing what the county development and planning group asks him to do afterwards to make it right? The property owner withdrew the application to build 40 RV sites in the past, but seems he decided to proceed anyway without permits or rezoning of the land. What the landowner has done, he did so with total lack of respect for residents of Skeleton Lake and the county of Athabasca, in my opinion. At least one of the current campers has been told that within the next 2 to 3 years, the landowner plans to have the land set up so they will be able to purchase the property that they are camping on outright from him. Sounds like he could be planning a subdivision to me, but hey, these are just rumors, or are they? The landowner should be given notice to have the land returned to the original state prior to the addition of the non-permitted campsites. Thank you for reading this letter and taking my concerns into consideration. I feel strongly against the development of another campground on this lake and area, which is already overdeveloped and overpopulated. I hope that you will also not accept this. There are studies which have been done and provided to Athabasca County that back this up.
Well, Director, I think you can take a well-deserved drink of water.
Well. Oh, I have one more thing to say.
I don't know if the crowd will let you, but let's go for it.
There were, just for your guys' information, there were 5 submissions that came after the deadline that will not be read into the record.
So before we begin with verbal presentations, there's a couple of reminders. Any person wishing to speak must identify themselves, or they will not be given the opportunity to speak. When you approach the mic, please also state your residence and how you deem yourself affected by this proposal. And that after you do that, the timer will start. Presentations are to be directed to the chair and not to the applicant or to other speakers. Presentations are limited to 5 minutes as outlined in our bylaw. There looks like on the list, I'm not sure if any of those folks have left, but a number of people who do want to speak to this. Please keep your remarks concise and relevant to the purpose of the hearing. And if you've made a written submission, I would ask you not to repeat what you've already written. Both council administration may ask questions of the speaker for clarification when you're done speaking, so just stay at the table. However, this is not an opportunity to ask to add new information or engage in debate except to the point of answering the question. So calling on persons wishing to speak, the bylaw asks or suggests we ask those speaking in favor first. Is there anyone speaking in favor of the bylaw? Mr. Nachi?
We are, but we're going to we will do our presentation at the conclusion.
The concluding comment? Okay. So then the, sorry? And your name is? Rick Tiedemann, please take the seat. Okay. So just so that the everybody understands the process, the applicant has the ability to make a concluding comment. Mr. Tiedemann, if I've said that right?
Yes, thanks.
How are you affected?
I own a property out at Skeleton Lake. My mom and dad bought the second property on the lake over 70 years ago. I've been there for 64 years myself, and we have lakefront property. I'm actually part of the county, so I'm a ratepayer to the county.
Please begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. I was one of the founding members of Skeleton Lake Stewardship Association about 15 years ago. And interestingly enough, it was a renter that actually became our president for many, many years and had the passion for the lake. I'm also involved with Alberta Lake Management Society, and we do testing of the water of the lake 4 times a year. We've already done it a few times this year. So I'm very intimate with the lake and was part of SALSA when we spent that $450,000 studying the lake. I probably know the watershed better than anybody else other than Peter, who's with me, because we spend a couple of hours every day moving water through the watershed and to maximize the flow into the lake to try to improve the quantity of the lake. I think there's 2 issues here. One is quantity and one is quality. Quantity has certainly been impacted by development around the lake. There's no question about it. And different sources to the lake have been severed and with some inappropriate development. So there is inappropriate development and appropriate development. So I don't think that the proposal here is going to affect quantity whatsoever. So I'm going to take that one off the table. Quality is a different issue. And we've talked a lot about quality today. And when I go back and I look at the Alberta Lake Management Society data that we collect year after year after year, we definitely cycle as a lake. And so this year, yeah, things kind of bloomed a little bit earlier than previous. But when I look at a lot of the water chemistry, it's no different than what we've seen historically. So that's part of being a prairie lake. The concerns I'd have about this development is there going to be more riparian area disruption? And people have alluded to that already. What about the boats? And the wake surfing boats are different than any of the other watercraft out there in terms of the impact that they have on shallow prairie lakes. There's no question about it. We need to look at that. And then also, will there be any nutrient loading on the land there? I don't think there will be. So whether there's going to be a quality impact, I've basically brought it down to, is there going to be a riparian area disruption and or how many more boats are going to be there? It's interesting, a lot of the letters that were read today, because I've been out at this lakes for so damn long and being involved with SALSA and stuff, I know a lot of the people that wrote those letters. But what I found interesting was the hypocrisy, because many of those people that wrote letters and expressed environmental concerns fertilize their lawns, destroy the riparian areas, and even some of them have had bobcats on the environmental reserves in front of their places. So you know what? I sit back and I kind of go, come on, people. Right? It's always easy to point fingers at other people when we don't take responsibility ourselves for what's going on around the lake. And when I was involved with SALSA doing a lot of the education, it was unbelievable the number of people that would come to me and say, Rick, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do that? How are we doing out at the lake, right? As they went back and applied more fertilizer to their lawn and this type of thing. So this is a big issue, is a complex issue. When I look at the C4 versus C5 in terms of the permitted or discretionary uses, I almost go, maybe the whole dang thing should go to C5, right? That because when I look at what the uses are, the restrictions are much greater than what we get with C4. And I would almost say, I want the whole thing to be C4 with some really tight restrictions around future development. The other thing that I think that we really need to look at is the rest of the use around the lake. So if Shoreline does have 220 trailers with a license that I think is for 170, what's going on there? If I go through Miawatha, because I'm really close to Miawatha, how many lots there have 3 and 4 trailers on them or have a primary residence and have 2 or 3 trailers on them when that's not permitted under the bylaws? And the same thing goes for the summer village of Bondis. So we have a lot of overuse issues. And I think before we hold somebody else accountable to a certain use standard, that we as residents need to take some ownership for what we're doing with our properties as well. So there's some issues there, but let's look at solutions because that's what we're really here to do today. Okay, the solutions are number one, bring shoreline into compliance, bring Miawatha and Bondus into compliance and enforce existing accommodation kind of development there. If we were to approve this proposal here, there'd have to be some serious restrictions with respect to any future help there. The county, you need to help us. So everybody has some ownership here. We've worked with SALSA and my partner Peter and I work every day to move water in the watershed. We need your help to remove some barriers to get more water there, because that will help with quality and quantity. And we need to start to enforce some riparian area disruption issues. One of the things that I think that they could do if this gets approved is take those boats and those docks out of the corner, the northeast corner, and move them all to the main pier so that they're away from those sensitive areas there. I think there's always options if we look hard enough for them. And I think we do need to implement some wake surfer boats protocols and behaviors on the lake, because that's a big new issue. And we are starting to eutrophy at an accelerated rate. When I worked with the hydrology group at the University of Alberta, Dr. Schindler and Dr. DeVito, they told us our lake was going to eutrophy at a much faster rate. And if certain behaviors were there, you could see it coming, and it's happening. It's really happening. I think we're at a tipping point, so we need to change. The ownership of the health of the lake, sorry, does
Rick,
not.
I'm gonna
cut us off. Yeah.
We are gonna keep everybody to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an opportunity right now, though, for questions. Are there any administration or council? Do you have any questions or points of clarification on items that Mr. Tiedemann has been speaking about? Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for being here.
You're
I
welcome.
have a question. with
Thanks for
regards-
staying as well. I think you're on personal time now. Yeah.
No, it's all good. Thank you. When you mentioned you're moving water in the watershed, a
Yep.
couple hours a day, what does that mean?
So a couple of things is we have lots of beaver, and I was just talking to your beaver boys just before we kind of came in here because they're helping us a lot. We've got way too many beavers. They're plugging up culverts and they're damming waterways constantly. We have two 48-inch culverts in the west end of the lake that the beavers will dam up twice a day. So we keep opening that up to keep the water moving. I hope the county appreciates that, because otherwise your road is going to wash out. Right. So maybe I should be invoicing you for that work and this type of thing. But yeah, so we're doing that. Also, we have landowner permission where the beavers are backing up water on their land and flooding their land. So we go in there, and what we do because I believe in stewardship, is we will cut out the first 2 feet of the dam at about 4 feet across, release some of the water. We don't want to take it all, because from a stewardship perspective, you don't want to enhance the aquatic ecosystem of the lake at the expense of another aquatic ecosystem, because the wildlife needs that back there. But there's a lot of water being held back in different areas because of the beavers right now. So we just want to share it. And so that's what we do. And we always have landowner permission to be on their land to do the work.
Okay, thank you very much for that
You're welcome.
explanation. I appreciate it.
You're welcome,
Thank
Tracy.
you. Councillor Walk.
When you speak about the boat restriction, is that an about Alberta Environment, or who regulates that?
Yeah, so it's happening at different lakes. I know that Island Lake has been talking about the wake surfer boats. And when I look at different jurisdictions in Canada and in the United States, a lot of times it does become a federal or provincial issue because you're on Her Majesty's waters and this type of thing. But also lake communities have got together that, because now the interesting thing out at Skeleton Lake is you've got 2 summer villages and then you've got the county. But if we collectively came together and developed a will to kind of say, we're going to look after this lake better, we could do something. My sister and her brother have a place in Rosen Lake near Fernie, BC, and it's the lake community that put the rules in place, and they all make sure that their visitors abide by it as well. And they've got no boats on the lake before 10 a.m. After 9 p.m. It's a small lake. If on odd days you water ski and pull your boats clockwise, the other days you do it counterclockwise, and there's a fishing area and none of the ski boats go close to it. And it works for them because they've all agreed to it because it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Council, other questions? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. When you're talking about the work you do for the watershed.
Yep.
Each day, is that in conjunction with SALSA, or is that with another local conservation group?
No, it's just myself
Just
and
yourself?
Peter over here. Being on SALSA, to be honest with you, I got frustrated with the bureaucracy and all the barriers when we wanted to do a good thing, Ashton. and this type of thing. And so now I've just worked with the local landowners that I've known, because I know so many of them haven't been out there for so long. And they say, yeah, come on our land and you can help us to move the water and mitigate some of the beaver impacts. And so that's what we do. So we do it because it's a legacy project, Ashton. Like that. My grandkids are 4th generation out there. I'm doing it for the 6th generation. Right. And we need to get this done, and we need to get 2 more feet of water in that lake before we hit our sill level and it starts to leave the lake. I think a couple letters mentioned the fact that it is a slough. So by definition, it is a slough because we haven't had water leave that lake since 1997. When I was a kid growing up there, water was leaving at, if you know the lake where Weir's place is down there, going to Amos Lake, it left every year, literally, this kind of stuff. So yeah, we got a dream, right? We're not ready to give up yet.
Thank you.
Councillor Min, sorry.
Working with watershed councils, have you ever thought of installing beaver pond levelers?
Yes.
Instead of going there every day and trying to.
Yes.
Councillor Min, I'm going to ask you to connect with him after the meeting on that, because that.
The
as much
answer
as we
is
believe
yes,
it's a
Rob.
Brilliant project. I'm going to
I've-
steer us back to the topic at hand, otherwise.
I've got the design, Rob, but I need to work with the county because these big culverts are right on the county. So
Council,
let's connect,
other
Rob.
questions? Thank you.
You're
for
welcome.
Sharing with us today.
Thanks for staying.
Is there anybody else speaking in favor of this at the moment? Okay, moving on to folks who want to speak in opposition. Starting, I think, probably just at the top of the list. We will ask Lawrence Habiak, councillor for the Summer Village of Bondis. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Can you just clarify why you're affected?
Yeah, my name's Lawrence Habiak. I've been a resident of Summer Village of Bondis. I was recently added to councillor. Basically, it does affect us. In me in general, I live by the boat launch and I've seen the stuff that's going on by the boat launch area. That's my biggest concern. My other concern is the fact that we have one road. We have 3 county roads that come into Summer Village of Bondis, which end up being one road that goes along the north side of the lake there. And we have, I don't know the exact numbers, but there's probably about 50 or 60 residents in there that should there be a forest fire, we have no way out. And when you add another 35, 40 lots at plus whatever he has, Mr. Brown has it in the residence, we could be looking at another 100 people or better that will have no way out should there be a forest fire. So that's basically my big concern, is the fact that we have very little road system in there. Bondis knows that we have an issue as it is with, but we don't have a solution because we don't own the land around it. So we're open up to working with the county and stuff like that, and possibly adding in another road into the north end of the lake there. But that's basically my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Council or administration, do you have questions for Councillor Habiak? Councillor Holland, floor is yours.
Thank you. Being in the Summer Village of Bondis, do they have an emergency plan, emergency evacuation, master plan, any of those things in play?
Right at the moment, we are partnered with the Boyle Fire Department to but yes, no, we don't have an actual Bondis fire plan.
Okay.
But like I said, it's something that we need to work on as well.
Great.
So,
Yeah, and as neighbors, I would love to see that happen.
well, yes, it would be nice to, for us, everybody to sit down and work, and there are a lot of solutions or possible solutions. Just a matter of figuring out what they are and stuff. So,
Well, thank you so much. I look forward
Thank
to
you.
working together.
So I had a question. How is the CAO of the Summer Village of Bondis connected to SLSA, given that can you clarify that relationship, given that he's been sending and forwarding, circulating SLSA material in advance of this? Are they one and the same? Are they working together, or?
I'm not 100% sure. I can't speak for Ed, but I think I'm hoping that he's been authorized to forward SLSA material as well. So, but I don't know if I think he's on the as a member, but I don't know if he's, what the story is on that, so.
And not to put you on the spot too much, Counselor, but you know, you've spoken against the bylaw. Can you clarify for us if you also speak out against and oppose a development in the Summer Village with the same fervor? There's a lot of development going on in the village and
Most of the development in the village is basically replacing homes that have been, 500 square foot homes that have been there for 40, 50 years. Yes, I agree. There is, we have our problems with with people developing, and we do try to discourage some of it, but unfortunately, yeah, we are in the same problem or in the same boat as you guys. There's only certain things that you can do, and there's only certain things that we can do. So
Councillor Anderson has a question and the floor is hers.
Thank you. I know that the Skeleton Lake Golf Course is a real favorite spot of some of my friends in the area who don't live within the Summer Village. And I'm wondering if you've ever done a traffic impact assessment on the traffic coming through your Summer Village to access the golf course, just so we could compare to how that would affect compared to the traffic accessing this property.
I don't believe there's been an actual assessment done, and that's probably something that we should be looking at to find out how many people are using the golf course. I know we have a lot of residents that are members of the golf course. A lot of it is just golf course or golf cart traffic. But I don't know how many people are actually coming in from outside, like from Boyle or Caslan or wherever they might be coming from. I don't have that information, but I don't believe there was an assessment done yet. So.
And Councillor Wallach has a question for you.
Along the same lines, you guys say that the boat launch is severely impacted. Do you guys have numbers on who is using it for residents versus non-residents?
Right at the moment, it's a public boat launch. Our big issue is the fact that we only have about 15 parking sites, maybe a couple more beyond that. Unfortunately, we have people now that those sites get filled up. And unfortunately, people do not park properly, so they're taking up 2 or 3 sites. We've had people that come in sideways rather than angle into the way they're supposed to be. And because of that, we only have so many sites. Everybody is now parking, on the long weekend, especially. They come out and they park on the park area. In the past, we've had kids playing soccer and stuff like that, and vehicles with trailers driving around on the park area. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yep, I think a follow-up.
I guess what steps is Bondas taking to mitigate those?
Right at the moment, we're not doing anything, but we're gonna have to look at areas, possibly a user fee. We have to the maintenance of that boat launch area. It's something that is of concern to residents. We had people that went around with the petition letter saying that, of asking people if they wanted to sign, and a lot of the comments was the fact that the boat launch is way overused and we have to do something. And so I guess we'll have to look at, whether it be a gated thing or a user fee or an honor system. But we've tried in the past to ask people to take their vehicles back to their campsite, whether it be a property. We get some people from Shoreline, because Shoreline doesn't have much of a boat launch. Miawatha has very little of a boat launch. They've only got, I think, 3 or 4 parking sites over there. And one of the letters said that, actually it was one of my wife's, and the nearest community or county boat launch is probably 10 or 12 kilometers away, because you've got to go all the way around to the northwest corner of the lake. So ours becomes the most popular one.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us, and congratulations on your recent election. I think you were elected in spring, if I'm remembering that right. And I know that.
I don't know if it's congratulations in order. all the headaches.
But I think we do look forward to working with you in that context as well.
Thank you.
The next speaker on the list is Deb Hamilton.
Hi, I wasn't sure if you were gonna be reading all the many submissions and mine was read. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask if you're the same Deb Hamilton that just did a large development permit on expanding a cabin at the lake as well?
It's not a large one, it's 20 by 18.
Okay, same person though?
Yes.
Okay, next person on the list, so I'm gonna say is that's you. Please join us at the table. Thanks for being here and waiting. You get a better chair for a few minutes.
Yes, I was. Everybody does. Hi, I'm Dragisha Peich. That's how you pronounce it, but Dragi's fine. I live at 430 Spruce Ave in the summer village of Bondas. It directly affects me with the growth of the amount of people that are coming there. I had a whole spiel, but pretty much every letter has said that. What I don't like now is the fencing that's going on, where we're asking Bondas of these questions. So when we challenge Bondas on what have we done about making sure people don't do this and people don't do that, that's a perfect reason why to pause, make sure we get our stuff together, because we've already been a developed society, or a developed area, and not permit an additional development to come in and continue to make the mistakes that we possibly make. So let us fix what's going on before we start approving. The other thing is, I don't understand, my statements became more questions. How do we get answers to, did he overdevelop? What are we doing about it? Are we penalizing? Is there any kind of public records that come out that say these are the decisions that we're making? I mean, when I read this, I look at the picture that was provided of the aerial view does not represent what that site looks like today. So it's a misrepresentation in here to say that that's what that site looks like. There is an additional beach that went in. The southernmost beach has been extended. We do have bald eagles nesting there. There's 2 sites. I have some pictures from way back when they were there. Like, do we continue to let this person expand as well as take time to fix what we need to fix as a group in Bondas? I do look at Bondas and I hear about the things that we do, and we're a very responsible community that raises our own money to do studies. So we say one thing, where is the formal studies coming back from that individual development saying, no, we contradict it? You know what I mean? I just can't have one individual who comes up and says that they've been doing that on a daily basis. And I do admire the individual for doing that and taking care of it. But where's the proof? Where's the professional study? Where I can't take the word of that one person, especially when he's in conflict with Salsa, who did raise the money to do the extensive study on that. So where do we draw these lines? That's all I'm trying to do, is get some answers to questions. I understand progress. It's the only way we develop as a country, as develop as Alberta, as a province, as we need progress, but we've got to do it more responsibly, and we can't just be null and void going out and giving permits to everybody that comes along the lake because they want to do something, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Council or admin, do you have any follow-up questions for
Draghi?
It's
fine.
Seeing none. Thank you for making the trip and for spending the day with us, which I think by now my count we're 6 hours and a bit.
Sure. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Wayne Germain, do you wish to speak? Please join us. Probably the best chair you've had in hours.
My first chair. Before you start my clock, I just want to give a point of information. The letter from the residents at Harnahan Bay. Each individual was emailed the letter. They were asked to either edit, add, or delete whatever they approved or didn't approve. And then they were asked to send their approval back. So everyone on that letter gave their permission. And
That's
it was
okay.
our assumption that a name on the list was like.
I don't think there was any question of that. So
Okay.
you're affected because you're at Harhana Beach and it impacts Lake.
Right.
Okay, let's go ahead.
We start. Well, I got thrown for a little loop because I didn't realize that if my neighbor does something bad, I can do it too. Because they're already doing it, so I just fall in a line. And that's basically the message the first speaker gave us. You do something bad, I'll do it. We're all fine. But population facts, I was trained to deal with facts. The fact is that Skeleton Lake has a mid-range footprint based on the major lakes. They are 8.7 square kilometers. North Buck is 20.4 square kilometers. They have, I should read my notes, but they're not even half of the population of Skeleton Lake. Skeleton Lake has 18 to 2,000 properties, and the lake footprint is 8.7 kilometers. By far, sorry to use the phrase, but we blow all the other lakes out of the water based on population. They don't compare. 5 minutes isn't enough. We've been on this trail since March of 2021. We received a rumor that there was development going on in the Boy Scout camp. So fact, we went to check. We found out the power supply to the property had been greatly enhanced and that a trench had been dug and the power line had been put through the trench. In March of that latter part of that year, there was a public meeting much like this. And during that meeting, the question was asked, what's going on at the Boy Scout camp? Krista, you said, I don't know, but I will investigate. So based on that, we have to believe that there was not a permit in place. So this all started with a permit. Through the emails that we've been passing back and forth, we get the impression that it has been worked so that the landlord has become compliant. In other words, you've heard this expression, tail wagging the dog. Well, council has made the landlord compliant by making sure that the T's and are crossed and the I's are dotted. And so we get to the point of now we're being asked to do another step. In other words, I've already developed it to this point, but Athabasca's bylaws don't allow me to get to that point. So what do? I come back to council and say, come on, just pass this bylaw and make me compliant. And I think it's been alluded to is when you have somebody who believes that they can break the rules, when are they going to stop? Like, what is enough? Is 36 enough? Is it 50? And why? The motivation I was taught, you try and figure out what the motivation is. And it's very easy to understand. Number one motivation for most of us is money. So where's the money in all this? Because I have it from a reliable source that the benefit to council or county of Athabasca is very small by passing this bylaw. The unwritten is the benefit to the landowner is huge. So now I built beyond. Now I got the council to agree to let me do that after the fact. And then let's see what happens next. Maybe I can do more. But the motivation has to be the money. How do I get my money back? And we heard a rumor that one of the lot owners was told that in 2 years' time, they can buy their lot. So that's a rumor, not a fact. But that should put a little bit of fear into what's going on here. And that might speak to what the motivation is. Other than that, I would like to say that all of you have had a lot of information sent to you. You're all working on information overload. I would ask that you take the last 3 letters that got shuffled to the bottom of the pile and take a moment tomorrow when you're fresh and reread them. you may find that there's some good insight in there. I got 13 seconds.
You're ahead. Administration or council, do you have any follow-up questions for Mr. Jermaine? Okay. Thank you again for being here and for speaking concisely and directly, and
No problem.
I'm glad you're here. I have Heather Karp. Is Heather still here? I'm thinking not. I don't know, Heather. That was a perhaps. That is all the speakers, with the exception of the applicant has an opportunity to make a closing statement. Does council or administration have any further points of clarification you want to ask before we move to that portion of the meeting? Seeing no hands going up, it would be in order for the applicant to make a closing statement.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for all spending so much time with us today. I just want to make a couple of points. And I've only made a few copies of this. I'd just like to pass it around so council can see. I'm just going to refer to a couple of things.
Actually, I'm going to just get you to give that to Director Wilkinson.
I was just going to refer you to a thing that you've received, all received it last year, but it's just this to reiterate the environmental impact. And all it is
Point of order.
Just one second. Go ahead, Councilor Cromwell.
Just following our policy, please introduce yourself.
Sure.
And then follow what the Reeve is trying to say.
Okay, my name is James Brown and I'm the owner of the numbered company that owns the land.
Can we take Director Wilkinson? We can take written presentations
Sure, I've
and
got a few.
oral or written, so yes, that's okay, right?
It's just
The way the bylaw reads.
Yeah. 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 There's one more copy. I was just gonna point out where the
Yep, it's
sites
okay.
are, to emphasize that we're not taking a lot of the land, like we're not.
You and I can share.
First of all, I want. On this map, I just want to point out where the development is. The highlighted areas in yellow. You can see near the top of the map, it says ABC.
Yes.
Those were the areas the scouts had for camping. So the only thing we did after we were issued a permit in January 2020 as we were issued a permit to operate as a private camp with 20 sites. And that was mostly in the south end of the property. So that's when we built our shop. We were issued a permit for the shop and having 20 sites to operate as a private camp. When COVID hit, the pressure on people to do staycation vacations, they weren't traveling. The demand for campsites skyrocketed. So a lot of people contacted me and there was no power up there in the north end where it says ABC. And I thought all we could do to get more sites was to run power to those sites. And that's what we did. So I was going beyond the permit. The permit I had to operate as a private camp said to have 20 RV sites. And that was sort of in the south half of the property. So I ran power up to those sites, didn't create any new areas, just ABC, and then put a total of 17 sites in those 3 areas. So all I did was provide power and water to existing campsites. I didn't do anything other than service those sites that the scouts had used for camping. And that's what this is all about here today. So then I had more than 20 RV sites, which I had got a permit for from the county for 20 RV sites as a private camp. So then they changed the bylaw. They took campground out as a discretionary use in our area. Normally, I could have just applied for it. I didn't even know, get notice that they were changing it. So in March of 2021, county changed and took campground out as discretionary use. And then a couple of months later, that spring, the county showed up to look at the property and came along and said, oh, you're a campground. Well, that was fine, but then I was non-compliant. So the only way I can become compliant with the bylaw, I tried to oppose becoming a campground, as you all know. We went through several appeals last year. I didn't want to become a campground. But I have to become a compliant now. I have no choice. And so this brings us to today. But in terms of a lot of what was mentioned today was environmental things. So the only thing I have done was run power, service those 3 camping areas. And if you look at the next page, that's what the property looked like before I did anything. It looks like that today. Nothing has changed. The rest of the site, when you drive onto the property, this is what you see. And if anybody was going to develop a campground to make money, as the fellow maybe alleged, you wouldn't do what I did. It cost me a fortune to do directional drilling to get power up there, so it wouldn't damage the terrain. And I could have done 100 sites down in the southern half of the property where all the open land is. I had to do directional drilling to get the power up there without bringing a cat in and creating a line and a trench. And so that's what we're here about today. And it's quite ironic. Sort of enjoyed all the salsa comments. All the original, and I attached a sheet. Here's the original meetings we had with Salsa, Labor Day at the Lake by Brian Curiel. He's dead now, but 400 people. We all used to meet at my property for Labor Day at the Lake Salsa, and I was one of the largest contributors to Salsa. So it's sort of ironic that we're here today. But Salsa sort of went inactive after Brian died. And one of the other fellows that was at Shoreline, he left. One of the people that started Salsa went inactive, but now they're active again, which is great. And I'm always interested in participating in all of these things. I contacted the mayor of Bonda after the last election and invited people to come out and see what was there, see what I was doing. Not one person will come out, not one person. And
I'm going to get you just to wrap up your final comment, and then we'll let, and the appellant isn't under the same time restriction. They do get a final.
I'm basically done, but I'd recommended that the best thing that they can do for the lake is do a sewer system for the village of Bondas. And I offered to pay for the feasibility study to see how much it would cost. Nobody's taken me up on anything. So anyway.
Thank you. You're welcome to sit at the table with there if you'd like.
Those are my comments.
Thank you for that. Is there any questions or points of clarification from council or administration from Mr. Brown? Councillor Holland, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your presentation and for being here. I guess I'm a bit confused because you mentioned that you were originally C4, you had your 20 sites.
Right.
COVID came, you decided to go outside of your permits.
Right, and create more sites.
And create more
Run power
sites.
to existing sites.
Right.
I didn't
To
create any for
existing
site
sites.
areas.
But those sites were not, as far as I understand, you had 20 sites already in
I have
play.
20 sites already.
Right, and that's what your permit was required
Yeah.
you to have was
That's
20 and
correct.
no more. But you decided to run power, add more sites outside of the permit. Is that
I
accurate?
decided to service
That
those
was-
existing campsites. Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that the zoning changed from C4 to C5. However, C4 still allows for private camps.
It still does.
Yes.
And
which-
I thought I thought campground was discretionary, but they'd taken it out without my knowledge. They never gave us notice when they did it. And we were the only ones affected. Nobody else in the area is affected. In fact, we had the only private camp in the county. There are no other private camps. I was informed by the county.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to establish the fact that it was C4, you had your 20 sites and you decided to go outside the permit. So that's all.
Right, I was offside, putting more sites in during COVID.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Are there any further questions from council or follow-up from it? Seeing none? Is it Noyce or Nachi?
Noche.
Noche. Okay,
Thank you. And
the floor is yours.
thank you. And for the record, it's Robert Noche. I'm legal counsel to the landowner. So for council today, the application before you today is simply a rezoning application, changing the land designation from C4 to C5. And from a planning perspective and the number of concerns that were raised by the residents that you heard today and in the numerous letters, there's a real concern with overdevelopment. But when you look at the current zoning, if you look at the current zoning of C4, there are some 19 permitted uses on that site. They can build on that site today a hotel or motel. They can build restaurants, retail stores, guest ranches, country inns, a bed and breakfast establishments. And because those are all permitted uses, if they apply for that permit and they comply with the regulations under your land use bylaw, that permit is issued by right. No one will have a say in that. Absolutely no one at all. So if this doesn't happen, the 19 possible permitted uses are available to the landowner. And any of the adjacent property owners and adjacent municipalities will have no say. In addition to that, there are 17 discretionary uses under a C4 zoning. Everything from gun ranges to private camps, to private clubs, to a service station, to a solar farm, to bars and pubs. Now, discretionary uses allow adjacent property owners a say in that, and it may or may not be allowed, and it may or may not be permitted if it ultimately gets to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. But the point is, under the C4 zoning, there is close to 36 possible uses for this site. And if I'm a resident and concerned about development, and I would welcome a C5 zoning, because there are no permitted uses in the C5 zoning. Nothing at all. And there are only 2 discretionary uses in a C5 zoning. And because they are discretionary, the permitted for any further development, whether they want to increase the size of the campground, there's no guarantee you will get your permit. More importantly, is that people will have a say in that to either oppose it and appeal it to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. So if I'm a resident, buy this particular parcel of land and had the option of a C4 zoning or a C5 zoning, I would be running to County Hall here begging you to choose C5. You've eliminated by the simple rezoning from C4 to C5, you will eliminate some 34 possible uses that the residents are very concerned about overdevelopment. And more importantly, you will eliminate 19 uses that if you fully comply with the regulations would be given, the permit would be given by right. In law, you must issue that permit. Your development officer would have no discretion at all. So if by chance the current zoning, they want to build guest ranches, a hotel, a 200 suite hotel on the site, it would be permitted. So be careful what you ask for. I appreciate there's a lot of misinformation here in terms of what has happened or what hasn't happened. Now, there's also this tremendous comments from owners of residents about how this landowner did not comply with the law. The fact is that up until 2021, campgrounds were permitted. Up until that point, though, the permit he had was under the private camp development. So there was nothing.
I'm sorry, but I am the chair of the meeting and I've been very clear that the applicant gets a closing statement that is not bound by the time zone.
So let me conclude, because obviously someone in the audience is very concerned about my time. Let me conclude by saying this, to members of council. From a planning perspective, the change of zone will provide all landowners, the residents of the county and surrounding, with the best control in terms of minimizing future development of that site. Secondly, because campgrounds is a discretionary use, there is no guarantee that a permit will ever be issued for future development. And thirdly, if a permit is in fact issued, the residents will have an opportunity to appeal that decision to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board and have their say in the permit. And the nice thing as well about the process is that when development permits are issued, the development officer will have that opportunity to impose conditions to ensure that the impact of the development is not felt by resident of owners. So members of council, I ask you, what you heard today would clearly indicate to you as an elected body that moving from C4 to C5 is the right thing to do from a planning consideration, because you will have eliminated some 30+ uses from the list of possible developments on this site to just 2 that are both discretionary. So members of council, subject to any questions, that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize for the interruption. I mean, we've heard 4 hours of objections. I don't think 10 minutes worth of speaking from the applicant is unreasonable.
Thank you.
Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your
Thank
presentation,
you.
your words and helping to explain what's going on. But however, are you aware that it's not a complete rezone?
Yes,
That-
yes.
Okay, so C4 would still remain
Correct.
in.
And
certain-
parts of the lands, correct.
Right. So
Correct.
I'm a little bit confused about your argument when you mentioned that, oh, we should go C5 when C4 is still existing. So still leaves those 36 uses available.
Absolutely. So,
Okay.
but a couple things. Number one, what is before you today is obviously something that the administration of the county and the landowner all ultimately were comfortable with presenting today. So that's number one. Number two, we will have eliminated almost close to half of the lands from a C4 designation. So you're right. So the opportunity for C4 development still exists in some parts of the land, but a greater portion of the lands now will move to C5. And what it also does, obviously, too, it minimizes, if there are C4 opportunities there, it minimizes those opportunities even further because the lands are now less.
I appreciate what you're saying. However, I beg to differ just because of
I'm
the.
sorry,
map.
Councillor Holland, it's not a debate.
No, just mention.
No, I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Is there any other questions from council? I know it's been a long day. So questions on clarification? If none, which I see none. Thank you for the
Thank you very much.
presentation.
Thank
It's
you.
clear. Does, at this time, does council have any additional questions of any speaker or staff? Is there anyone in the room that does anyone feel that they have not been fairly heard? There being no further testimony, I'll close the public hearing and council can receive no further information on this matter at the close of the hearing. The matter will be considered as part of the July 27th, 2023 council agenda. And I want to thank you for attending the public hearing, for your patience of a long day, and declare the public hearing closed at 12 minutes after 7 p.m. We will take a 15-minute break and then reconvene as council. All right. I'm going to reconvene the meeting at 25 minutes after 7. This is going to be a record for our council that I hope we don't ever repeat. Just saying, I've just lost my pen. So looking to the cover page, we are at items 7.3 and 7.4. Councillor at
Mr. Reeve, did we have a motion to?
come out of, well, we closed the public hearing. We'll take a motion to reconvene the council meeting from Councillor Kapitanek. On the motion to reconvene the regular meeting of Athabasca County Council, all those in favor, the vote is 8-0, and that is adopted. Regarding items 7.3 and 7.4, Councillor Anderson, you have a motion.
I move to table items 7.3 and 7.4 to the next county council meeting.
Councillor Anderson has moved that item 7.3 and 7.4, which is bylaw 007-2023 and 005-2023, be tabled until the next regular county council meeting. Is there any discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to table those two bylaws to the next council meeting, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that is 7-1. And the motion is adopted. Good thing we didn't need that unanimously. We are now at item number 8.5, the Regional Emergency Response Plan. From a point of interest, that is an item that we could table to the next meeting, but Councillor Holland, you put it on the agenda. Do you want to?
I just actually had a quick question and then, which may
Let's
result
address
in-
it and then maybe we'll just pass it.
in a motion. Yeah, I'm just curious about the emergency plan. And again, thanks very much for all the hard work that's gone into that and everybody who works diligently to make it happen. Will the emergency plan be distributed to each of the fire halls? So it's readily available to all the members, and will the members be asked to read it, understand it, and sign off that they have?
Mr. Reeve.
I'll let the
please-
Dem answer that. Yeah.
Pardon me?
I said that's a question for the Dem.
Yes, and he happens to be sitting right here. So not only will it be distributed to all the fire halls, it'll be distributed to a wide number of agencies that's listed in the plan. So the school divisions, the hospital, our partner municipalities. So most definitely, it will be distributed widely now that we've approved it. The town of Athabasca has approved it, and I believe the village of Boyle have approved it as our regional partners. As far as the second part of the question, we will encourage everyone who receives a copy of the plan to read it and be familiar with it. But I can't guarantee that everybody will read it and be fully knowledgeable about it, but we will use the strongest language possible to encourage them without putting penalties in there.
Okay, there is is anyone willing to move the motion to adopt the Regional Emergency Response Plan as presented? Chair of the committee. Councillor Anderson has made a motion to approve the Regional Emergency Response Plan as presented. So in the form of the discussion, Councillor Holland, does the CAO's response satisfy your curiosity?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. But I would strongly suggest that we do have an understanding sign off sheet from those who have read it.
Okay, any further comments or discussion on this item? Seeing none, this is going to be, there'll be lots get done. We don't talk. On the question of the adoption of the motion to approve the Regional Emergency Response Plan as presented, all those in favor? That is 8-0, and the motion is adopted. Moving on to item number 8.9, Trans-Canada Trail signage. That is on the agenda. Where is that in here? I think. Yep. Floor is open, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I had a question about this one. I noticed in the RFD, it mentions that the sign posts have been purchased from the Trans-Canada Trail Care Grant. And but it didn't mention who's paying for the actual signage. And then the financial part was left blank. So I was just wondering, do we have a quote for the signage? And if so, where will those funds come from?
Okay, thank you for your question. I'm sorry I didn't make it very clear. In the background, the signage from Trans-Canada Trail is provided through them. So we identify the need and provide the waypoint, and they will provide the sign.
So there isn't a motion on the floor, but I think the discussion first in this case, because there are a couple of questions and it's best to have a bit of a conversation so we don't choose something. Councillor Wallach, your hand is up.
So I guess is the intent to have county staff go to put these signs up, or the volunteers that are part of the trail committee?
It would be ideal in the historical, when it comes to signs, the history shows that the Public Works does the install of them. They're provided to the county, and Public Works does the install. However, if council feels that that is too big of an ask of the county to install those signs, then we would look at volunteers to do that.
So there is a recommended motion. Is anybody willing to move a motion? Councillor Holland, you'd like to move the recommended motion? Councillor Holland has made a motion to approve the installation Trans-Canada Trail directional signs in the hamlet of Collinton as presented, with line locates and installation completed by the county using supplied materials. CAO, did you have a comment?
I do, Mr. Reeve, members, council. This fits with pillar 1 of your strategic plan, strengthening our economy under goal number 4, increasing tourism. And certainly with the expertise that we have in our Public Works Department and the number of signs that they install over the course of the year, this is a minimum request and would take a minimum amount of time to assist under that particular strategic plan direction.
Other discussion or comments? I mean, I personally am concerned about the cost of having county employees do work like this without recognition, but I think that the signs are valuable and the trail work on the trail is also valuable. Any further discussion on the question of the adoption of the motion as presented to approve the installation of the signs the way it's written in your agenda? All those in favor? 8-0 and the motion is adopted. Last one, stars. Is someone willing to move that we receive that information? Okay, Councillor Kapitanek has moved. We accept the report from stars for information. Is there any discussion on that? Sorry?
Finish off.
Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the stars report for information, all those in favor? And that is carried 8-0. The motion is adopted.
Mr. Reeve, members, council, we have it on our docket here that 8.11 was not approved under consent agenda. Am I mistaken?
No, I have it as approved on the consent agenda.
It was.
You had it listed on that other sheet
Yeah,
that gets prepared in advance, but that it was not one that was read out because there's a clear motion on the there's a clear recommendation in the agenda that we receive it and table it for further consideration at the August 31st meeting.
thank you very
That's
much. We
already
missed
taken
that.
care of.
That was too early in the morning.
Well, it was such a nice clear motion that we just boom, she got. So 9 point, so I don't know why this. I don't think this is lining up necessarily, but anyway, 9.2, the calendars are the next item. Let's talk calendars. Everybody catch the breath. We're going to go around the table. I'll start with. Councillor Wallach is ready, so let's start with her.
Monday, the 14th of August, Healthcare Retention Committee.
We have council workshop that day.
And on the 17th of August, a regional economic development and tourism meeting at 9:30.
Okay, so that's the Regional Economic Development and Tourism at 9:30 on the 17th. And the healthcare retention on the 14th, which probably no one can go to because we've got, we're previously engaged. Moving around the table, Councillor Holland, do you have anything to add? Councillor Mins? Counselor Gerlich, do you want to add anything to the calendars? You can turn the computer if you want, it'll be easier. Counselor Anderson. It's on his screen side. Your birthday's coming up? Do we want to put that on the agenda? We could lower the flag? No.
Okay.
Counselor Anderson.
September 11th is a Athabasca multiplex meeting at
Yep.
9:30 a.m.
9/11. Counselor Capitanic. Okay. Well, we're working around. Counselor Cromwell.
The 17th, Thursday at 5 PM. And the 23rd at 5:30 PM, I have an ACPA meeting.
The 17th at 5 and the 23rd at 5:30. ACPA meetings for Counselor Cromwell.
And the 31st at 3 PM is the Northern Lakes College first meeting of the new semester.
That's of August, 3 PM, Northern Lakes meeting.
August 6th at 5:30 PM. And August 20th at 5:30 PM ACPA meeting.
August or
August. Oh, September. I'm going backward. Thank you.
Okay, September 6th. And I'm sorry, what was the other date that you said? September 6th and September.
Yeah, I did them all backwards. I gave you the August dates in September and August. 'Cause I'm smart like that. I'll update it with Miss Blair and have her when she sends out.
And those ones are, okay. Are there anything else to add to calendars? Counselor Gerlich's birthday too. It's, you can turn it back if you want. All right. Counselor Capitanic has made a motion to accept the calendars as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on the adoption of the motion to accept the calendars as amended, all those in favor, count as 8-0, and that item is passed.
So scary.
Okay, we have the added item, which I have listed as 10.1 on my agenda. It is the Athabasca County Assessment Review Board. This came to you today by now, given that we've been here, I don't know, I lost track, but quite a few hours, probably close to 11. You might have had a chance to read it. CIO, can you give us a 30-second summary of what we need to do here?
Yes, update on my CEO briefing yesterday. When I got to my office, I looked at the emails. I had an email from the clerk for the Local Assessment Review Board, who has put forward 5 names for potential panelists for the rehearing of the appeal that was the judicial review that was granted to the county. And so we're asking council to approve the pool of 5 panelists, from which the clerk will select 3 panelists to constitute a newly struck local assessment review board to rehear the matter of an assessment appeal by 175311 Alberta Limited.
Councillor Gerlich would like to make a motion.
Like to move that we concur with the recommendation.
Councillor Gerlich has made a motion to approve that council approve the recommended motion to approve a pool of 5 panelists submitted by the Richard Barnum, the review board clerk, from which he will select 3 to constitute the newly struck local assessment review board to rehear the matter of the assessment appeal by 175311 Alberta.
And
Is there any discussion?
further, Mr. Reeve, just to share with you, I was asked for dates in the last 2 weeks of September when this council chambers might be available for the appeal board to hold their rehearing. So
Perfect.
it's
coming.
moving forward much quicker than I thought.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no hands eagerly springing forth. On the question of the adoption of the motion to approve the recommended motion, all those in favor? 8-0, what do you know? And the motion is adopted. We are at item number 11.1I, the Regional Multiplex Society Board. Put that on.
Thank
The
you.
floor is yours, Councillor Anderson.
I don't have a written report for the meeting on Monday. Gosh, that seems like a long time ago now. But we did see the first draft of our 2022 financial audit and asked for revisions to be made. So they will come back to our meeting in September. So we're looking at doing that. And multiplex budget we're going to start and hopefully nearly complete the budget process for the multiplex at the September meeting. So we are on track for getting that budget in time to line up with ours here.
Thank you for that report. By this standard, breakfast seems like a long time ago. If you would like someone to make a motion to accept the reports as presented, Councillor Gerlich has done that. He was fast. Councillor Cromwell, he beat you even. On the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the reports, all those in favor? 8-0, and that motion is adopted. 12.1, it would be in order to take a motion to enter into closed session. That is Councillor Cromwell on the adoption of the motion to.
Mr. Reeve, I don't know.
I think we want to just touch on it quickly and then we don't have to belabor that one, but I think a moment's. I'm going to disagree with you on that one and we're going to charge you. On the adoption of the motion to enter closed session, all those in favor? Cole, thanks for spending a brilliantly day with us. I thought I saw you having a little nap there, but